Dirk Pitt 8, Cyclops. Prologue. March 9, 1918, Caribbean Sea. The Cyclops had less than 1 hour to live. In 48 minutes she would become a mass tomb for her 309 passengers and crew, a tragedy unforeseen and unheralded by ominous premonitions, mocked by an empty sea and a diamond, clear sky. Even the seagulls that had haunted her wake for the past week darted and soared in languid indifference, their keen instincts dulled by the mild weather. There was a slight breeze from the southeast that barely curled the American flag on her stern. At 3:30 in the morning, most of the off-duty crewmen and passengers were asleep. A few, unable to drift off under the oppressive heat of the trade winds, stood around on the upper deck, leaning over the railing and watching the ship's bow hiss and lift over the high rolling swells. The main surge of the sea seemed to be moving beneath the smooth surface, while massive forces were building in the depths below. Inside the Cyclops wheelhouse, Lieutenant John Church stared vacantly through one of the large circular ports. He had the midnight to 4 a.m. dog watch, and it was all he could do to stay awake. He vaguely noticed the increasing height of the waves, but as long as they remained wide, spaced and their slopes gentle, he saw no reason to reduce speed. Nudged by a friendly current, the heavily loaded collier was plodding along at only 9 knots. Her machinery was badly in need of overhaul, and even now she was steaming on just her port engine. Shortly after departing Rio de Janeiro, the starboard engine broke down, and the chief engineer reported it could not be repaired until they reached port in Baltimore. Lieutenant Church had worked his way up through the ranks to commissioned officer. He was a thin, prematurely gray-haired man, a few months shy of 30. He had been assigned to many different ships and had sailed around the world 4 times. But the Cyclops was the strangest vessel he'd ever encountered during his 12 years in the Navy. This was his first voyage on the 8-year-old vessel, and it was not without its odd events. Since leaving home port, a seaman who fell overboard was battered into pulp by the port propeller. Next came a collision with the cruiser Raleigh that caused minor damage to both ships. The brig was filled with 5 prisoners. One of them, convicted in the brutal murder of a shipmate, was being transported to the naval prison at Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Outside the entrance to Rio Harbor, the ship came within a hair of running onto a reef, and when the executive officer accused the captain of endangering the ship by altering course, he was placed under arrest and confined to quarters. Finally, there was a malcontent crew, a problem, plagued starboard engine, and a captain who was drinking himself into oblivion. When Church summed up the luckless incidents, he felt as if he were standing watch over a disaster waiting to happen. His gloomy reverie was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps behind him. He turned and stiffened as the captain came through the door of the wheelhouse. Lieutenant Commander George Worley was a character straight out of Treasure Island. All that was missing was an eye patch and a peg leg. He was an eye patch and a peg leg. He was a bull of a man. His neck was almost non-existent, his massive head seemed to erupt from his shoulders. The hands that hung at his sides were the largest Church had ever seen. They were as long and thick as a volume out of an encyclopedia. Never a stickler for Navy regulations, Worley's uniform aboard ship usually consisted of bedroom slippers, derby hat, and long john underwear. Church had never seen the captain in a dress uniform except when the Cyclops was in port and Worley went ashore on official business. With merely a grunt of a greeting, Worley walked over and rapped the barometer with a beefy knuckle. He studied the needle and nodded. "Not too bad," he said with a slight German accent. "Looks good for the next 24 hours. With luck it'll be a smooth sail, at least until we catch hell passing Cape Hatteras." "Every ship catches hell off Cape Hatteras," said Church flatly. Worley walked into the chart room and peered at the penciled line showing the Cyclops' course and approximate position. "Alter course 5 degrees north," he said as he returned to the wheelhouse. "We'll skirt the great Bahana Bank." "We're already 20 miles west of the main channel," said Church. "I have my reasons for avoiding the shipping lanes," Worley responded gruffly. Church simply nodded at the helmsman, and the Cyclops came around. The slight alteration brought the swells running against her port bow, and her motion changed. She began to roll heavily. "I don't much care for the look of the sea," said Church. "The waves are getting a bit steep." "Not uncommon in these waters," replied Worley. "We're nearing the area where the north equatorial current meets the Gulf Stream. I've seen the surface as flat as a desert dry lake. Other times I've seen waves 20 feet high. Nice easy rollers that slide under the keel." Church started to say something, but paused, listening. The sound of metal scraping against metal rasped through the wheelhouse. Worley acted as though he hadn't heard anything, but Church walked to the rear bulkhead and looked out over the long cargo deck of the Cyclops. She was a large ship for her day, with an overall length of 542 feet and a 65-foot beam. Built in Philadelphia in 1910, she operated with the Naval Auxiliary Service Atlantic Fleet. Her 7 cavernous holds could handle 10,500 tons of coal, but this trip she was carrying 11,000 tons of manganese. Her hull was settled deep in the water, a good foot over her plimsoll mark. To Church's mind, the ship was dangerously overloaded. Staring astern, Church could see the 24 coaling derricks looming through the darkness, their giant clamshell buckets secured for rough weather. He could also make out something else. The deck amidships appeared to be lifting and dropping in unison with the swells as they passed under the keel. "My God," he muttered, "the hull is bending with the sea." Worley didn't bother to look. "Nothing to concern yourself over, son. She's used to a little stress." "I've never seen a ship twist like this," Church persisted. Worley dropped into a large wicker chair he kept on the bridge and propped his feet on the binnacle. "Son, no need to worry about the old Cyclops. She'll be sailing the seas long after you and me are gone." Church's apprehension was not soothed by the captain's unconcern. If anything, his sense of foreboding deepened. After Church turned over the next watch to a fellow officer, he left the bridge and stopped by the radio room to have a cup of coffee with the operator on duty. Sparks, as every wireless man aboard every ship at sea was called, looked up as he entered. "Mornin', Lieutenant." "Any interesting news from nearby vessels?" Sparks lifted his headset from one ear. "Sorry?" Church repeated the question. "Only a couple of radio men on a pair of merchant ships exchanging chess moves. You should join in to avoid the monotony." "Checkers is my game," said Sparks. "How close are those 2 merchantmen?" "Their signals are pretty weak, probably a good 100 miles away." Church straddled a chair and leaned his arms and chin on the backrest. "Give them a call and ask what sort of sea they're encountering." Sparks gave a helpless shrug. "I can't. Your transmitter acting up?" "She's fit as a 16-year-old Havana whore. I don't understand." "Captain Worley's orders," answered Sparks. "When we left Rio, he called me to his quarters and said not to transmit any messages without his direct order before we dock in Baltimore." "He give a reason?" "No, sir." "Damned odd. Bad. My hunch is it has something to do with that bigwig we took on as a passenger in Rio." "The Consul General?" "I received my orders right after he came on board." Sparks broke off and pressed the headset to his ears. Then he began scribbling an incoming message on a pad of paper. After a few moments he turned, his face grim. "A distress signal." Church stood up. "What position?" 20 miles southeast of the Anguilla Cays." Church mentally calculated. "That puts them about 50 miles off our bow." "What else? What else?" "Name of vessel, Krogan Castle, Proustove Inn. Superstructure heavily damaged, taking on water. Require immediate assistance." "Proustove Inn?" Church repeated in a puzzled tone. "From what? They didn't say, Lieutenant." Church started for the door. "I'll inform the captain. Tell the Krogan Castle we're coming at full steam." Sparks's face took on a pained look. "Please, sir, I can't. Do it," Church commanded. "I'll take full responsibility." He turned and ran down the alleyway and up the ladder to the wheelhouse. Worley was still sitting in the wicker chair, swaying with the roll of the ship. His spectacles were dipped low on his nose, and he was reading a dog-eared Liberty magazine. "Sparks has picked up and sews," Church announced, "less than 50 miles away. I ordered him to acknowledge the call and say we were altering course to assist." Worley's eyes went wide, and he launched himself out of the chair and clutched a startled Church by the upper arms. "Are you crazy?" he roared. "Are you crazy?" he roared. "Who in hell gave you the authority to countermand my orders?" Pain erupted in Church's arms. The vice-like pressure from those huge hands felt as if it were squeezing his biceps into pulp. "Good God, Captain, we can't ignore another vessel in distress." "We damn well can if I say so." Church was stunned at Worley's outburst. He could see the reddened, unfocused eyes and smell the breath reeking of whiskey. A basic rule of the sea, Church persisted. "We must render assistance." "Are they sinking?" the message said, ticking on water. Worley shoved Church away. The hell, you say? Let the bastards mend the pumps until their ass is saved by any ship but the Cyclops. The helmsman and the duty officer looked on in amazed silence as Church and Worley faced each other with unblinking eyes, the atmosphere in the wheelhouse charged with tension. Any rift that was between them in the past weeks was hurled wide open. The duty officer made a move as if to intervene. Worley twisted his head and snarled, "Keep to your business and mind the helm." Church rubbed his bruised arms and glared at the captain. "I protest your refusal to respond to NSOs, and I insist it be entered in the ship's log. I warn you. I also wish it noted that you ordered the radio operator not to transmit." "You're out of bounds, mister." Worley spoke coldly, his lips compressed in a tight line, his face bathed in sweat. "Consider yourself under arrest and confined to quarters." "You arrest any more of your officers," Church snapped, his anger out of control, "and you'll have to run this Jinx ship by yourself." Suddenly, before Worley could reply, the Cyclops lurched downward into a deep trough between the swells. From instinct, honed by years at sea, everyone in the wheelhouse automatically grabbed at the nearest secure object to keep his footing. The hull plates groaned under the stress, and they could hear several cracking noises. "Mother of God," muttered the helmsman, his voice edged with panic. "Shut up," Worley growled as the Cyclops righted herself. "She's seen worse seas than this." A sickening realization struck Church. The Krogan Castle, the ship that sent the distress signal, said her prow was stove in and her superstructure damaged. Worley stared at him. "So what?" "Don't you see? She must have been struck by a giant rogue wave." "You talk like a crazy man. Go to your cabin, mister. I don't want to see your face until we reach port." Church hesitated, his fists clenched. Then slowly his hands relaxed as he realized any further argument with Worley was a waste of breath. He turned without a word and left the wheelhouse. He stepped onto the deck and stared out over the bow. The sea appeared deceptively mild. The waves had diminished to 10 feet, and no water was coming over the deck. He made his way aft and saw that the steam lines that ran the winches and auxiliary equipment were scraping against the bulwarks as the ship rose and fell with the long, slow swells. Then Church went below and checked 2 of the oar holds, probing his flashlight at the heavy shorings and stanchions and stanchions installed to keep the manganese cargo from shifting. They groaned and creaked under the stress, but they seemed firm and secure. He could not see any sign of trickling grit from the ship's motion. Still, he felt uneasy, and he was tired. It took all his willpower to keep from heading to the snug confines of his bunk and gratefully closing his eyes to the grim set of problems surrounding the ship. One more inspection tour down to the engine room to see if any water was reported rising in the bilges, a trip that proved negative, seeming to confirm Worley's faith in the Cyclops. As he was walking down a passageway toward the wardroom for a cup of coffee, a cabin door opened and the American Consul General to Brazil, Alfred Gottschalk, hesitated on the threshold, talking to someone inside. Church peered over Gottschalk's shoulder and saw the ship's doctor bent over a man lying in a bunk. The patient's face looked tired and yellow, skinned, a youngish face that belied the thick forest of white hair above. The eyes were open and reflected fear mingled with suffering and hardship, eyes that had seen too much. The scene was only one more strange element to be added to the voyage of the Cyclops. As officer of the deck before the ship departed Rio de Janeiro, Church had observed a motor caravan arrive on the dock. The Consul General had stepped out of a chauffeur, driven town car, and directed the loading of his steamer trunks and suitcases. Then he looked up, taking in every detail of the Cyclops from her ungainly straight-up and down bow to the graceful curve of her champagne. Glass stern, despite his short, rotund, and almost comical frame, he radiated that indefinable air of someone accustomed to the upper rungs of authority. He wore his silver-yellow hair cropped excessively short, Prussian style. His narrow eyebrows very nearly matched his clipped mustache. The second vehicle in the caravan was an ambulance. Church watched as a figure on a stretcher was lifted out and carried on board, but he failed to discern any features because of heavy mosquito netting that covered the face. Though the person on the stretcher was obviously part of his entourage, Gottschalk took little notice, turning his attention instead to the chain, drive Mack truck that brought up the rear. He gazed anxiously as a large oblong crate was hoisted in the air by one of the ship's loading booms and swung into the forward cargo compartment. As if on cue, Worley appeared and personally supervised the battening down of the hatch. Then he greeted Gottschalk and escorted him to his quarters. Almost immediately, the mooring lines were cast off, and the ship got under way and was heading out to sea through the harbor entrance. Gottschalk turned and noticed Church standing in the passageway. He stepped from the cabin and closed the door behind him. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Something I can help you with, Lieutenant." "Church, sir. I was just finishing an inspection of the ship and heading for the wardroom for a cup of coffee. Would you care to join me?" A faint expression of relief passed over the Consul General's face, and he smiled. "Might as well. I can never sleep more than a few hours at a stretch. Drives my wife crazy." "She remain in Rio this trip?" "No, I sent her on ahead to our home in Maryland. I terminated my assignment in Brazil. I hope to spend the rest of my State Department service in Washington." Gottschalk appeared unduly nervous to Church. His eyes darted up and down the passageway, and he constantly dabbed a linen handkerchief at his small mouth. He took Church by the arm. "Before we have coffee, would you be so kind, Lieutenant, as to escort me to the baggage cargo hold?" Church stared at him. "Yes, sir, if you wish." "Thank you," said Gottschalk. "I need something from one of my trunks." If Church thought the request unusual, he said nothing, simply nodded and started off toward the forward part of the ship with the fat little Consul General huffing in his wake. They made their way topside and walked along the runway leading from the aft deckhouses toward the forecastle, passing under the bridge superstructure awkwardly suspended on steel, stilt-like stanchion. The steaming light suspended between the two forward masts that formed a support for the skeletal grid connecting the coaling derricks cast a weird glow that was reflected by the eerie radiance of the approaching swells. Stopping at a hatch, Church undogged the latches and motioned Gottschalk down a ladder, illuminating the way with his flashlight. When they reached the bottom deck of the cargo hold, Church found the switch and flicked on the overhead lights, which lit the area with an unearthly yellow glow. Gottschalk shouldered past Church and walked directly to the crate, which was secured by chains whose end links were padlocked into eye-bolts protruding from the deck. He stood there for a few moments, a reverent expression on his face as he stared at it, his thoughts wandering in another place, another time. Church studied the crate up close for the first time. There were no markings on the stout wooden sides. He judged its measurements at 9 feet long by 3 feet high by 4 feet wide. He couldn't begin to guess the weight, but knew the contents were heavy. He recalled how the winch had strained when it hoisted the crate on board. Curiosity overcame his mask of unconcern. "Mind if I ask what's inside?" Gottschalk's gaze remained on the crate. "An archaeological artifact on its way to a museum," he said vaguely. "Must be valuable," Church probed. Gottschalk did not answer. Something along the edge of the lid struck his eye. He pulled out a pair of reading spectacles and peered through the lenses. His hands trembled and his body stiffened. "It's been opened!" he gasped. "Not possible," said Church. "The top is so tightly secured by chains that the links have made indentations on the edges of the wood. But look here," he said, pointing. "You can see the pry marks where the lid was forced up. Those scratches were probably caused when the crate was sealed." "They were not there when I checked the crate 2 days ago," said Gottschalk firmly. "Someone in your crew had tampered with it." "You're unduly concerned. What crew member would have any interest in an old artifact that must weigh at least 2 tons? Besides, who else but you has the key to the padlock?" Gottschalk dropped to his knees and jerked one of the locks. The shackle came off in his hand. Instead of steel, it was carved from wood. He looked frightened now. As if hypnotized, he slowly rose, looked wildly about the cargo compartment, and uttered one word: "Zanona." It was as if he triggered a nightmare. The next 60 seconds were locked in horror. The murder of the Consul General happened so quickly that Church could only stand frozen in shock, his mind uncomprehending of what his eyes witnessed. A figure leaped from the shadows onto the top of the crate. He was dressed in the uniform of a Navy seaman, but there was no denying the racial characteristics of his coarse, straight black hair, the prominent cheekbones, the unusually dark, expressionless eyes. Without uttering a sound, the South American Indian plunged a spear-like shaft through Gottschalk's chest until the barbed point protruded nearly a foot beyond the shoulder blades. The Consul General did not immediately fall. He slowly turned his head and stared at Church, his eyes wide and devoid of recognition. He tried to say something, but no words came out, only a sickening, gurgling kind of cough that turned his lips and chin red. As he began to sag, the Indian put a foot on his chest and yanked out the spear. Church had never seen the assassin before. The Indian was not one of the Cyclops' crew, and could only be a stowaway. There was no malevolence in the brown face, no anger or hate, only an inscrutable expression of total blankness. He grasped the spear almost negligently and silently jumped from the crate. Church braced himself for the onslaught. He deftly sidestepped the spear's thrust and hurled the flashlight at the Indian's face. There was a soft thud as the metal tube smashed into the right jaw, breaking the bone and loosening several teeth. Then he lashed out with his fist and struck the Indian's throat. The spear dropped onto the deck, and Church snatched up the wooden shaft and lifted it above his head. Suddenly the world inside the cargo compartment went mad, and Church found himself fighting to keep his balance as the deck canted nearly 60 degrees. He somehow kept his footing, running downhill with gravity until he reached the slanting forward bulkhead. The Indian's inert body rolled after him, coming to rest at his feet. Then he watched in helpless terror as the crate, unbound by its locks, hurtled across the deck, crushing the Indian and pinning Church's legs against the steel wall. The impact caused the lid to twist half off the crate, revealing the contents. Church dazedly stared inside. The incredible sight that met his eyes under the flickering overhead lights was the final image burned into his mind during the fractional seconds that separated him from death. In the wheelhouse, Captain Worley was witnessing an even more awesome sight. It was as though the Cyclops had abruptly dropped into a fathomless hole. Her bow pitched sharply into an immense trough, and her stern rose steeply into the air until her propellers came clear of the water. Through the gloom ahead, the Cyclops' steaming lights reflected on a seething black wall that rose up and blotted out the stars. Deep in the bowels of the cargo holds came a dreadful rumbling that felt and sounded like an earthquake, causing the entire ship to shudder from stem to stern. Worley never had time to voice the alarm that flashed through his mind. The shorings had given way, and the shifting manganese increased the Cyclops' downward momentum. The helmsman stared out the bridge port in mute astonishment as the towering column, the height of a 10-story building, roared toward them with the speed of an avalanche, the top half crested and curled under. 1,000,000 tons of water crashed savagely into the forward part of the ship, completely inundating the bow and superstructure. The doors to the bridge wings shattered and water shot into the wheelhouse. Worley gripped the counter railing, his paralyzed mind unable to visualize the inevitable. The wave swept over the ship. The entire bow section twisted away as steel beams snapped and the keel buckled. The heavy riveted hull plates were ripped away as if they were paper. The Cyclops plunged deeper under the immense pressure of the wave. Her propellers bit the water again and helped impel her into the waiting depths. The Cyclops could not come back. She kept on going, down, down, until her shattered hull and the people it imprisoned fell against the restless sands of the seafloor below, leaving only a flight of bewildered seagulls to mark her fateful passage. The Prospecteur. October 10, 1989, Key West, Florida. The blimp hung motionless in the tropical air, poised and tranquil, like a fish suspended in an aquarium. Her bow nudged against a yellow mooring mast as she balanced daintily on a single landing wheel. She was a tired-looking old airship. Her once silver skin had wrinkled and turned white, and was spotted by numerous patches. The gondola, the control car that hung beneath her belly, wore an antique boat-like look, and its glass windows were yellowed with age. Only her two 200-horsepower Wright Whirlwind engines appeared new, having been carefully restored to pristine condition. Unlike her younger sister ships that plied the skies above football stadiums, her gas-tight envelope was made from aluminum with riveted seams instead of rubber-coated polyester, and was supported by 12 circular frames like the back of a fish. Her cigar shape was 149 feet in length and held 200,000 cubic feet of helium, and if no headwinds attacked her rotund nose, she could barrel through the clouds at 62 miles an hour. Her original designation was Zemeck II, Zeppelin Metal-Clad No. 2, and she had been constructed in Detroit and turned over to the United States Navy in 1929. Unlike most airships with 4 massive stabilizing fins, she sported 8 small fins on her tapered tail. Very advanced for her era, she had given solid and dependable service until 1942, when she was dismantled and forgotten. For 47 years the Zemeck II languished in an abandoned hangar along the runway of a deserted naval air station near Key West, Florida. Then, in 1988, the property was sold by the government to a financial conglomerate headed by a wealthy publisher, Raymond Lebaron, who intended to develop it as a resort. Shortly after arriving from his corporate headquarters in Chicago to inspect the newly purchased naval base, Lebaron stumbled onto the dusty and corroded remains of the Zamshi, too, and became intrigued. Charging it off to promotion, he had the old lighter, then aircraft reassembled and the engines rebuilt, calling her the Prospertier after the business magazine that was the base of his financial empire, and emblazoning the name in huge red letters on the side of the envelope. Lebaron learned to fly the Prospertier, mastering the fickle moods of the craft and the constant adjustments required to maintain steady flight under the capricious nature of the wind. There was no autopilot to relieve the chore of dipping the bow against sudden gust and lifting it when the breeze slackened. The near-neutral buoyancy varied greatly with the atmosphere. Residue from a light rain could add hundreds of pounds to the blimp's vast skin, decreasing her ability to lift, while dry air blowing down from the northwest forced the pilot to fight the craft's insistence on rising to an undesired altitude. Lebaron reveled in the challenge. The exhilaration of second-guessing the moods of the antique gas-bag and wrestling with her aerodynamic whims far exceeded any enjoyment he received from flying any of the 5 jet aircraft belonging to his corporate holding. He sneaked away from the boardroom at every opportunity to travel to Key West so he could island, hop around the Caribbean. The Prospertier soon became a familiar sight over the Bahama Islands. A native worker, laboring in a sugar-cane field, looked up at the blimp and promptly described her as a little pig running backwards. Lebaron, however, like most entrepreneurs of the power elite, suffered from a restless mind and a driving urge to tackle a new project lying over the next hill. After nearly a year, his interest in the old blimp began to wane. Then one evening in a waterfront saloon he met an old beach rat by the name of Buck Caesar, who operated a backwater salvage company with the grandiloquent title Exotic Artifact Ventures, Inc. During a conversation over several rounds of iced rum, Caesar spoke the magic word that has fired the human mind into insanity for 5,000 years and probably caused more grief than half the wars: treasure. After listening to Caesar spin tales of Spanish galleons littering the waters of the Caribbean, their cargoes of gold and silver mingled with the coral, even a shrewd financial manipulator with the acute business sense of Lebaron was hooked. With a handshake, they formed a partnership. Lebaron's interest in the Prospertier was revived. The blimp made a perfect platform for spotting potential shipwreck sites from the air. Airplanes moved too fast for aerial survey, while helicopters had a limited flying time and churned up the surface of the water with wash from their rotor blades. The blimp could remain airborne for 2 days and cruise at a walk. From an altitude of 400 feet, the straight lines of a man-made object could be detected by a sharp eye 100 feet beneath a calm and clear sea. Dawn was crawling over the Florida Straits as the 10-man ground crew assembled around the Prospertier and began a pre-flight inspection. The new sun caught the huge envelope covered by morning dew, giving off an iridescent effect like that from a soap bubble. The blimp stood in the center of a concrete runway, whose expansion cracks were lined with weeds. A slight breeze blew in from the straits, and she swung around the mooring mast until her bulbous nose faced into it. Most of the ground crew were young, deeply tanned and casually dressed in an assortment of shorts, bathing suits, and denim cutoffs. They took scant notice as a Cadillac stretch limousine drove across the runway and stopped at the large truck that served as the blimp's repair shop, crew chief's office, and communications room. The chauffeur opened the door, and Lebaron unlimbered from the rear seat, followed by Buck Caesar, who immediately made for the blimp's gondola with a roll of nautical charts tucked under one arm. Lebaron, looking a very trim and healthy 65, towered above everyone at 6'7". His eyes were the color of light oak, the graying hair combed just so, and he possessed the distant, preoccupied gaze of a man whose thoughts were several hours in the future. He bent down and spoke for a few moments to an attractive woman who leaned from the car. He kissed her lightly on the cheek, closed the car door, and began walking toward the Prospertier. The crew chief, a studious-looking man wearing a spotless white shop coat, came over and shook Lebaron's outstretched hand. "Fuel tanks are topped off, Mr. Lebaron. The pre-flight checklist is completed." "How's the buoyancy?" "You'll have to adjust for an extra 500 pounds from the dampness," Lebaron nodded thoughtfully. "She'll lighten in the heat of the day." "The controls should feel more responsive." The elevator cables were showing signs of rust, so I had them replaced. What's the weather look like? Low scattered clouds most of the day. Little chance of rain. You'll be bucking a 5 mile, an hour headwind from the southeast on the way out, and a tailwind on the return trip. I prefer that. Same radio frequency as the last trip? Yes, we'll report our position and condition using normal voice communication every half hour. If we spot a promising target, we'll transmit in code. The crew chief nodded. Understood. Without further conversation, Lebaron climbed the ladder to the gondola and settled in the pilot's seat. He was joined by his co-pilot, Joe Cavilla, a 60-year-old, sad-eyed, dour individual who seldom opened his mouth except to yawn or sneeze. His family had immigrated to America from Brazil when he was 16, and he had joined the Navy, flying blimps until the last airship unit was formally disbanded in 1964. Cavilla had simply showed up one day, impressed LeBaron with his expertise in lighter-than aircraft, and was hired. The third member of the crew was Buck Caesar. He wore a constant smile on a gentle, middle-aged face that had the texture of cowhide, but his gaze was shrewd, and the body held the firmness of boxer. He sat hunched over a small table, contemplating his charts, drawing a series of squares near a sector of the Bahama Channel. Blue smoke burst from the exhaust stacks as Lebaron turned over the engines. The ground crew untied a number of canvas sacks containing ballast shut from the gondola. One crewman, the butterfly catcher, held up a windsock on a long pole so Lebaron could note the exact direction of the wind. Lebaron gave a hand signal to the crew chief. A wooden chock was pulled from the landing wheel, the nose coupling was released from the mooring mast, and the men holding the bow ropes heaved to one side and let go. When the airship was free and clear of the mast, Lebaron eased the throttles forward and spun the large elevator wheel next to his seat. The Prospertier pointed her comic opera snout upward at a 50-degree angle and slowly drove into the sky. The ground crew watched until the huge airship gradually faded from view over the blue-green waters of the straits. Then their interest turned briefly to the limousine and the vague feminine shape behind the tinted windows. Jessie Lebaron shared her husband's passion for outdoor adventure, but she was an orderly woman who preferred organizing charity balls and political fundraisers over a time-wasting hunt for dubious treasure. Vibrant and bouncy, with a mouth that had a repertory of a dozen different smiles, she was 6 months past 50 but looked closer to 37. Jessie was slightly heavy-bodied but firm. Her facial skin was creamy smooth, and she had allowed her hair to turn a natural salt and pepper. The eyes were large and dark, and bore no trace of the blank look usually left by plastic surgery. When she could no longer see the blimp, Jessie spoke into the limousine's intercom. "Angelo, please drive back to the hotel." The chauffeur, a somber Cuban with the etched face of a postage stamp engraving, touched 2 fingers to the brim of his cap and nodded. The ground crew watched the long Cadillac turn and head through the deserted front gate of the former naval base. Then someone produced a volleyball. Quickly they drew out the boundaries and set up a net. After choosing up sides, they began batting the ball back and forth to fight the boredom of waiting. Inside the air-conditioned truck, the crew chief and a radio operator acknowledged and recorded the reports from the blimp. Lebaron religiously transmitted every 30 minutes, never varying more than a few seconds, describing his approximate position, any changes in weather, and vessels passing below. Then, at 2:30 in the afternoon, the reports stopped. The radio operator tried to raise the Prospertier, but there was no response. 5 o'clock came and went with still no word. Outside, the ground crew wearily ceased their play and crowded around the door to the radio compartment as the uneasiness inside began to grow. At 6 o'clock, with no sign of the blimp over the sea, the crew chief put in a call to the Coast Guard. What no one knew, or possibly suspected, was that Raymond LeBaron and his friends on board the Prospertier had vanished in a mystery that went far beyond any mere treasure hunt. 10 days later, the President of the United States stared pensively out the window of his limousine at the passing landscape and idly drummed his fingers on one knee. His eyes didn't see the picturesque estates amid the horse country of Potomac, Maryland. He took scant notice of the sun gleaming on the coats of the thoroughbreds roaming the rolling pastures. The images that reflected in his mind coursed around the strange events that had literally hurled him into the White House. As the vice president, he was sworn into the nation's highest office when his predecessor was forced to resign after admitting to a mental illness. Mercifully, the news media did not launch a full-blown investigation. Of course, there were the routine interviews with White House aides, congressional leaders, and noted psychiatrists, but nothing smelling of intrigue or conspiracy emerged. The former president left Washington and retired to his farm in New Mexico, still respected with great sympathy from the public, and the truth remained locked in the minds of a very few. The new chief executive was an energetic man who stood slightly over 6 feet and weighed a solid 200 pounds. His face was square-jawed, with firm features and a brow that was usually furrowed in a thoughtful frown, yet his intense gray eyes could be deceptively limpid. The silver hair was always neatly trimmed and parted on the right side in the homespun style of a Kansas banker. He was not handsome or flamboyant in the eyes of the public, but emitted an appealing style and charm. Though he was a professional politician, he somewhat naively viewed the government as a giant team with himself as the coach who sent in plays during the game. Highly regarded as a mover and shaker, he surrounded himself with a cabinet and staff of gifted men and women who made every effort to work in harmony with Congress rather than enlisting a band of cronies who were more concerned with fortifying their personal power base. His thoughts slowly focused on the local scenery as his Secret Service driver slowed down and turned off River Road North through a large stone gate bordered by a white rail fence. A uniformed security guard and a Secret Service agent, wearing the standard dark sunglasses and business suit, stepped from the gatehouse. They simply peered in the car and nodded in recognition. The agent spoke into a small radio transmitter strapped to his wrist like a watch. "The boss is on his way." The limousine rolled up the tree-lined circular drive of the Congressional Country Club, past the tennis courts on the left teeming with the staring wives of the members, and eased to a stop under the portico of the clubhouse. Elmer Hoskins, the advance man, stepped forward and opened the rear door. "Looks like a good day for golf, Mr. President." "My game couldn't get worse if we were standing in snow," the President said, smiling. "I wish I could shoot in the low 80s. "So do I," said the President as he followed Hoskins around the side of the clubhouse and down to the pro shop. "I've added 5 strokes to my score since taking over the Oval Office. Still not bad for someone who only plays once a week. That and the fact it becomes increasingly difficult to keep my mind on the game." The club pro came over and shook his hand. "Reggie has your clubs and is waiting on the first tee." The President nodded, and they climbed into a golf cart and set off over a path that curved around a large pond and onto one of the longest golf courses in the nation. Reggie Salazar, a short, wiry Hispanic, stood leaning on a huge leather bag packed with golf clubs that came up to his chest. Salazar's appearance was deceiving. Like a small Andes Mountains burro, he could lug a 50-pound bag of irons around 18 holes without losing a breath or showing a drop of sweat. When he was only a boy of 13, he had carried his ailing mother in his arms with a 3-year-old sister strapped to his back across the California-Beja border, 30 miles to San Diego. After the illegal alien amnesty was granted in 1985, he worked around golf courses, becoming a top caddy on the professional tour. He was a genius at learning the rhythm of a course, claiming it spoke to him, and unerringly picking the right club for a difficult shot. Salazar was also a wit and a philosopher, blurting adages that would have made Casey Stengel envious. The President had drawn him in a congressional tournament 5 years before, and they became good friends. Salazar always dressed like a field laborer, denim jeans, western shirt, G-boots, and a rancher's wide, brimmed straw hat. It was his trademark. "Saludos, Mr. President," he greeted in border English, his dark coffee, brown eyes glistening. "Do you wish to walk or ride the cart?" The President pressed Salazar's outstretched hand. "I could use the exercise, so let's walk for a while and maybe ride the back 9. He teed off and hit a lofting ball with a slight hook that stopped rolling 180 yards up and near the border of the fairway. As he strolled from the tee, the problems of running the country melted away, and his mind began planning the next shot. He played in silence until he dropped his putt in the cup for a pair. Then he relaxed and handed his putter to Salazar. "Well, Reggie, any suggestions for dealing with Capitol Hill?" "Too many black ants," Salazar replied with an elastic grin. "Black ants? Everyone wear dark suits and run crazy. All they make is paper and wave tongues. Me, I'd write law saying congresspeople could only meet every other year. That way they'd cause less trouble." The President laughed. "I can think of at least 200 million voters who would applaud your idea." They continued along the course, followed at a discreet distance by 2 Secret Service agents in a golf cart, while at least a dozen others prowled the course grounds. The banter remained cheerful as the President's game went smoothly. After he retrieved the ball from the cup on the 9th green, his score tallied 39. He considered it a minor triumph. "Let's take a break before we attack the back nine," said the President. "I'm going to celebrate with a beer. Care to join me?" "No, thank you, sir. I'll use the time to clean grass and dirt from your clubs." The President handed him the putter. "Suit yourself, but I must insist you join me for a drink after we finish the 18th. Salazar beamed like a lighthouse. "An honor, Mr. President." Then he trotted off toward the caddy shack. 20 minutes later, after returning a call from his chief of staff and downing a bottle of Coors, the President left the clubhouse and joined Salazar, who was sitting slouched in a golf cart on the 10th tee, the wide brim of his straw hat pulled low over his forehead. His hands hung loosely draped on the steering wheel and were now encased in a pair of leatherwork gloves. "Well, let's see if I can break 80, said the President, his eyes glistening in anticipation of a good game. Salazar said nothing and simply held out a driver. The President took the club and looked at it, puzzled. "This is a short hole." "Don't you think a number 3 wood should do the job?" Staring at the ground, the hat hiding any facial expression, Salazar silently shook his head. "You know best," the President said agreeably. He approached the ball, flexed his hands on the club, arched into a back swing, and brought the head down gracefully, but entered into a rather awkward follow, through. The ball sailed straight over the fairway and landed a considerable distance beyond the green. A perplexed expression spread across the President's face as he retrieved his tee and climbed in the seat of the electric cart. "That's the first time I've ever seen you call the wrong club." The caddy did not reply. He pressed the battery pedal and steered the cart toward the 10th green. About halfway down the fairway, he reached over and placed a small package on the dashboard, shelf directly in front of the President. "Bringin' along a snack in case you get hungry?" asked the President, good-naturedly. "No, sir. It's a bomb." The President's eyebrows pinched a fraction in irritation. "Not a funny joke, Reggie?" His words suddenly choked off as the straw hat rose, and he found himself staring into the indigo, blue eyes of a total stranger. "Please keep your arms in their present position," said the stranger conversationally. "I am aware of the hand signal you were advised to give your Secret Service people if you thought your life was endangered." The President sat like a dead tree, disbelieving, more curious than afraid. He couldn't trust himself to speak at first, to assemble the right words. His eyes remained locked on the package. "A stupid act," he said finally. "You won't live to enjoy it. This is not an assassination. You will not be harmed if you follow my instructions. Do you accept that?" "You've got guts, mister." The stranger ignored the remark and kept talking in the tone of a schoolteacher reciting class rules of conduct. "The bomb is a fragmentation type that will shred any flesh and bone within 20 yards. If you attempt to alert your bodyguards, I will detonate it with an electronic control strapped to my wrist. Please continue your golf game as if nothing is out of the ordinary." He stopped the cart several feet from the ball, stepped to the grass, and glanced warily at the Secret Service agents, satisfying himself that they appeared more intent on scanning the woods around the course. Then he reached in the bag and pulled out a 6-iron. "It's obvious you don't know crap about golf," said the President, mildly pleased at gaining a small measure of control. "This calls for a chip shot. Hand me a 9-iron. The intruder obliged and stood by while the President chipped onto the green and putted into the cup. When they set off for the next tee, he studied the man seated beside him. The few strands of gray hair that strayed beneath the straw hat and the lines bordering the eyes revealed an age in the late 50s. The body was slender, almost frail, the hips slim, a good match for Reggie Salazar, except this man was a good 3 inches taller. The facial features were narrow and vaguely Scandinavian. The voice was educated. The cool manner and the squared shoulders suggested someone who was used to authority, yet there was no hint of viciousness or evil. "I get the crazy impression," said the President calmly, "that you staged this intrusion to make a point." "Not so crazy. You're very astute, but I would expect no less from a man with your power." "Who the hell are you?" "For the sake of conversation, call me Joe, and I'll save you asking what this is all about as soon as we reach the tee. There is a restroom there." He paused and removed a folder from inside his shirt, sliding it across the seat to the President. "Enter and quickly scan the contents. Take no more than 8 minutes. Linger beyond that time, and you might arouse the suspicions of your bodyguards. I needn't describe the consequences. The electric cart slowly eased to a halt. Without a word, the President entered the restroom, sat down on the john, and began reading. Precisely 8 minutes later he came out, his face a mask of confusion. "What kind of insane trick have you hatched?" "No trick! I don't understand why you went to such elaborate lengths to force me to read comic book science fiction." "Not fiction." "Then it has to be some sort of con job." "The Jersey colony exists," said Joe patiently. "Yes, and so does Atlantis." Joe smiled wryly. "You've just been inducted into a very exclusive club. You're only the second president ever to be briefed on the project. Now I suggest you tee off, and I'll flesh out the picture as you continue playing around the course. It won't be a complete picture because there is too little time. Also, some details are not necessary for you to know. First, one question. You owe me that, all right? Reggie Salazar? Sleeping soundly in the caddy shack. God help you if you're lying." "Which club?" Joe asked blithely. "A short hole. Give me a 4-iron. The President swung mechanically, but the ball flew straight and true, landing and rolling to within 10 feet of the cup. He tossed the club at Joe and sat heavily in the cart, waiting. "Well, then," Joe began as he accelerated toward the green. "In 1963, only 2 months before his death, President Kennedy met with a group of 9 men at his home in Hyannisport who proposed a highly secret leapfrog project to be developed behind the scenes of the fledgling man, in-space program. They were an inner core of brilliant young scientists, corporate businessmen, engineers, and politicians who had achieved extraordinary success in their respective fields. Kennedy bought their idea and went so far as to launch a government agency that acted as a front to siphon federal tax money for what was to be code named Jersey Colony. The pot was also sweetened by the businessmen, who set up a fund to match the government dollar for dollar. Research facilities were created in existing buildings, usually old warehouses, scattered around the country. Millions were saved in startup costs while eliminating questions by the curious over new construction of one vast development center. "How was the operation kept secret?" the President asked. "Surely there were leaks." Joe shrugged. "A simple technique. The research teams had their own pet projects. Each worked at a different location. The old act of one hand not knowing what the other was doing. The hardware was farmed out to small manufacturers. It was that elementary. The difficult part was coordinating the efforts under NASA's nose without letting their people know what was going on. So phony military officers were moved into the space centers at Cape Canaveral and Houston, also one at the Pentagon to backstop any embarrassing probes. Are you saying the Defense Department knows nothing of this?" Joe smiled. "The easiest part. One member of the Kinner Corps was a high-ranking staff officer whose name is of no importance to you. He had no problem burying another military mission in the labyrinth of the Pentagon." Joe paused as they pulled up beside the ball. The President played another shot as if he were sleepwalking. He returned to the cart and stared at Joe. "Doesn't seem possible NASA could be so completely hoodwinked." Again, one of the Space Administration's key directors belonged to the Inner Corps. His vision was also that of a permanent base with limitless opportunity instead of focusing on a few temporary manned landings on the lunar surface. But he realized NASA couldn't do 2 complicated and expensive programs at the same time, so he became a member of the Jersey Colony. The project was kept secret, so there would be no interference from the Executive Office, Congress, or the military. As things turned out, it was a wise decision. "And the bottom line is that the United States has a solid foot on the moon." Joe nodded solemnly. "Yes, Mr. President, that is correct." The President could not fully comprehend the enormity of the concept. Incredible that a project so vast could be carried off behind an impenetrable curtain of security, unknown and undiscovered for 26 years. Joe stared down the fairway. It would take me a month to describe the problems, the setbacks, and the tragedies that were suffered. The scientific and engineering breakthroughs in developing a hydrogen reduction process for making water, an oxygen extraction apparatus, and a power-generating plant whose turbine is driven by liquid nitrogen. The accumulation of materials and equipment launched into designated orbit by a private space agency sponsored by the Inner Corps. The construction of a lunar transfer vehicle designed to ferry it all from Earth orbit to the Jersey Colony. And this was done under the nose of our entire space program. What was advertised as large communication satellites were disguised sections of the lunar transfer vehicle, each containing a man in an internal capsule. I won't go into the 10 years of planning for that moment or the remarkable complexity of their link-up with each other and one of our abandoned space laboratories that was used as a base for the vehicle's assembly, or the breakthrough in designing a lightweight, efficient solar electric engine using oxygen as the propulsion fuel. But the job was accomplished. Joe stopped to allow the President to hit another shot. Then it was a matter of gathering up the life support systems and supplies already sent into orbit and transporting all of it, actually towing it like a tugboat, to the predetermined site on the moon. Even an old Soviet orbiting laboratory and any useful piece of space junk were pulled to the Jersey colony. From the beginning it's been, Frill's operation, the pioneering trek of man from his home on Earth, the most important evolutionary step since the first fish struggled onto land over 300 million years ago. But by God, we did it. As we sit here and talk, 10 men are living and working in a hostile environment 240,000 miles away. As Joe spoke, his eyes took on the look of a messiah. Then the vision faded, and he glanced at his watch. We'd better hurry along before the Secret Service wonders why we're lagging. Anyway, that's the gist of it. I'll try to answer your questions while you play. The President stared at him in awe. Jesus, he groaned. I don't think I can absorb all this. My apologies for throwing so much at you in so short a time, said Joe swiftly, but it was necessary. Where exactly on the moon is this Jersey colony? After studying the photographs from the lunar orbiter probes and Apollo missions, we detected a geyser of vapor issuing from a volcanic region in the southern hemisphere of the moon's far side. Closer examination showed it to be a large cavern, perfect shelter for locating the initial installation. You said 10 men are up there, yes? What about rotation, replacements? No rotation. Gog, that means the original crew who assembled the lunar transport have been in space 6 years. That's true, acknowledged Joe. 1 died and 7 were added as the base was expanded to support more life. What about their families? All bachelors. All knew and accepted the hardship and risk. You say I'm only the second president to learn of the project. That's correct? Not allowing the nation's chief executive to share in the project is an insult to the office. Joe's dark blue eyes deepened even more. He stared at the president with stern malice. Presidents are political animals. Votes become more precious than treasure. Nixon might have used the Jersey colony as a smokescreen to bail himself out of Watergate. Same with Carter and the Iranian hostage fiasco. Reagan to enhance his image while lording it over the Russians. What's even more deplorable is the thought of what Congress would do with the project. The partisan politics that would come into play as debate raged to no good purpose over whether the money would be better spent on defense or feeding the poor. I love my country, Mr. President, and consider myself a better patriot than most, but I no longer have any faith in the government. You took the people's tax dollars, which will be repaid with interest from scientific benefits. But do not forget, private individuals and their corporations contributed half the money, and I might add, without any thought of profit or personal gain. Defense and space contractors cannot make that claim. The President did not argue. He quietly set his ball on a tee and socked the ball toward the 18th green. If you distrust presidents so much, he said bitterly, why did you drop out of the heavens to tell me all this? We may have a problem. Joe slipped a photograph from the back of the folder and held it up. Through our connections, I've obtained a picture taken from an Air Force stealth aircraft making surveillance flights over Cuba. The president knew better than to ask how it came to be in Joe's hands. So what am I looking for? Please study the area above the northern coast of the island and below the Florida Keys. The president took a pair of glasses from his shirt pocket and peered at the image in the photo. Looks like the Goodyear blimp. No, it's the Prospertier, an old airship belonging to Raymond Lebaron. I thought he was lost over the Caribbean 2 weeks ago. 10 days to be exact, along with the blimp and 2 crewmen. Then this photo was taken before he disappeared. No, the film came off the aircraft only 8 hours ago. Then LeBaron must be alive. I'd like to think so, but all attempts to raise the Prospertier by radio have gone unanswered. What's LeBaron's connection with the Jersey colony? He was a member of the Kenner Corps. The president leaned close. And you, Joe, are you one of the original 9 men who conceived the project? Joe didn't answer. He didn't have to. The President, staring at him, knew without a doubt. Satisfied, he sat back and relaxed. Okay, so what's your problem? In 10 days, the Soviets will take their newest heavy-lift launch vehicle out of the barn and send it into space with a manned lunar lander that's 6 times the size and weight of the module used by our astronauts during the Apollo program. You know the details from CI intelligence reports. I've been briefed on their lunar mission, the President agreed. And you're also aware that over the past 2 years they've sent 3 unmanned probes in orbit around the moon to survey and photograph landing sites. The third and last crashed onto the moon's surface. The second had an engine malfunction and its fuel exploded. The first probe, however, performed successfully, at least in the beginning. It circled the moon 12 times. Then something went wrong. After returning to Earth orbit prior to re-entry, it suddenly refused all commands from the ground. For the next 18 months, Soviet space controllers worked at bringing the craft down intact. Whether or not they were able to retrieve its visual data, we have no way of knowing. Finally, they managed to fire the retro rockets. But instead of Siberia, their lunar probe, Selenos 4, landed in the Caribbean Sea. What has this to do with Lebanon? He went searching for the Soviet moon probe. A doubtful look crossed the President's face. According to CIA reports, the Russians retrieved the craft in deep water off Cuba. A smokescreen. They even put on a good show of raising the craft. But in reality, they were never able to find it. And your people think they know where it lies? We have a site pinpointed, yes. Why would you want to beat the Russians out of a few pictures of the moon? There are thousands of photos available to anybody who wants to study them. Those were all taken before Jersey Colony was established. The new Russian survey will no doubt reveal the location. What harm could it do? I believe that if the Kremlin discovers the truth, the US's first mission to the moon will be to attack, capture our colony, and use it for their own purposes. I don't buy that. The Kremlin would be laying their entire space program open for retaliation by our side. You forget, Mr. President, our lunar project is blanketed in secrecy. No one can charge the Russians with stealing something that isn't supposed to exist. You're stabbing in the dark, the President said sharply. Joe's eyes hardened. No matter. Our astronauts were the first to step on the lunar surface. We were the first to colonize it. The moon belongs to the United States, and we shall fight any intrusion. This isn't the 14th century, said the President, shocked. We can't take up arms and keep the Soviets or anyone else off the moon. Besides, the United Nations ruled that no country had jurisdiction over the moon and planets. Would the Kremlin heed policy if they were in our shoes? I think not. Joe twisted in the seat and extracted a putter from the bag. The 18th green. Your final play, Mr. President. Dazedly, the President lined up the lay of the green and sank a 20-foot putt. I could stop you, he said coldly. How? NASA has no ready hardware to land a platoon of Marines on the lunar surface. Thanks to the short-sightedness of you and your predecessors, their efforts are wrapped up in the orbiting space station. I can't stand by and allow you to start a war in space that might spill over on Earth. Your hands are tied. You could be wrong about the Russians. Let us hope so, said Joe, but I suspect they may have already killed Raymond Lebaron. And this is why you've taken me into your confidence? If the worst happens, at least you have been alerted to the facts and can prepare your strategy for the bedlam to follow. Suppose I have my bodyguards arrest you as a crackpot assassin, and then blow the lid off Jersey Colony? Arrest me and Reggie Salazar dies. Expose the project and all the behind. The scenes double-dealing, the backstabbing, the fraud, and the lies, and yes, the deaths that took place to accomplish what has been achieved will be laid on your political doorstep, beginning when you were sworn into the Senate. You'll get bounced out of the White House under a bigger cloud than Nixon, providing, of course, you live that long. You're threatening me with blackmail. So far the President had kept his anger under control, but now he was seething with fury. Salazar's life would be a small price to pay to preserve the integrity of the presidency. 2 weeks, then you can announce the existence of the Jersey Colony to the world. With trumpets sounding and drums beating, you can play the big political hero. 2 weeks, and you can demonstrate proof of this century's greatest scientific achievement. After all this time, why then? Because that's when we've scheduled the original crew to leave Jersey Colony and return to Earth with the accumulation of 2 decades of space research. Reports on meteorological and lunar probes, the scientific results on thousands of biological, chemical, and atmospheric experiments uncountable, photographs and miles of video records of the first human establishment of a planetary civilization. The first phase of the project is completed. The dream of the Van Inner Corps is finished. Jersey Colony now belongs to the American people. The President toyed with his putter thoughtfully. Then he asked, "Who are you?" "Look to your memory. We knew each other many years ago. How am I to contact you?" "I'll arrange another meeting when I feel it's required." Joe lifted the clubs from the carts rack and began walking along a narrow path toward the clubhouse. Then he stopped and came back. "By the way," I lied, "that's not a bomb, but a present from the Tinner Corps. A new box of golf balls." The President gazed at him in frustration. "Burn in hell, Joe. Oh, and one more thing. Congratulations." "Congratulations?" Joe handed him the scorecard. "I kept track of your play. You hit a 70. 9. The sleek hull of the sailboard skimmed the choppy water with the graceful elegance of an arrow shot through mist. Its slick and delicately curved shape was as visually pleasing to the eye as it was efficient in achieving great speed over the waves. Perhaps the simplest of all sailing systems, the board was built with a polyethylene shell molded over an inner core of rigid plastic foam to give it lightness and flexibility. A small skeg or fin protruded from below the stern for lateral control, while a daggerboard hung down near the middle to prevent the board from being swept sideways by the wind. A triangular sail, dyed purple with a broad turquoise stripe, clung to an aluminum mast that was mounted onto the board by a universal joint. An oval tubular wishbone or boom circled the mast and sail, and was tightly gripped by long, slender hands that were coarse-skinned and calloused. Dirk Pitt was tired, more tired than his dulled mind could accept. The muscles of his arms and legs felt as though they were sheathed in lead, and the ache in his back and shoulders grew more intense with each maneuver of the sailboard. For at least the third time in the last hour, he fought off a growing urge to head for the nearest beach and stretch out in the sand. Through the clear window of the sail, he studied the orange buoy marking the final windward leg of the 30-mile board-sailing marathon race around Biscayne Bay to the Cape Florida lighthouse on Key Biscayne. Carefully he chose his position to arc around the buoy. Deciding on a jibe, the most graceful maneuver in windsurfing, he threaded his way through the heavy traffic, weighted clown the stern of his board, and aimed the bow on the new course. Then, gripping the mast with one hand, he swung the rigging to windward, shifted his feet, and released the boom with his other hand. Next he pulled the fluttering sail against the wind and caught the boom at the precise moment. Propelled by a fresh 20-knot breeze from the north, the sailboard sped through the choppy sea and soon gained a speed of nearly 30 miles an hour. Pitt was mildly surprised to see that out of a field of 41 racers, most of them at least 15 years younger, he was in third place, only 20 yards behind the leaders. The multicolored sails from the fleet of windsurfers flashed across the blue, green water like a prism gone mad. The finish at the lighthouse was in sight now. Pitt closely watched the board sailor ahead of him, waiting for the right moment to attack. But before he attempted to pass, his opponent miscalculated a wave and fell. Now Pitt was second, with only half a mile to go. Then, ominously, a dark shadow in a cloudless sky passed overhead, and he heard the exhaust of propeller, driven aircraft engines above and slightly to his left. He stared upward, and his eyes widened in disbelief. No more than 100 yards away, shielding the sun like an eclipse, a blimp was descending from the sky, her great bow set on a collision course with the sailboard fleet. She appeared to be drifting out of control. Her two engines were barely turning over at idle speed, but she was swept through the air by the strong breeze. The sailboarders watched helplessly as the giant intruder crossed their path. The gondola struck the crest of a wave, and the blimp bounced back into the air, leveling off 5 feet above the water in front of the lead board sailor. Unable to turn in time, the young boy, no more than 17, dove from his board an instant before his mast and sail were minced to shreds under the blimp's starboard propeller. Pitt nimbly carved a sharp tack and swung on a parallel course with the rampaging airship. From the corner of his eye he noted the name Prospertier in huge red letters on her side. The gondola door was open, but he couldn't make out any movement inside. He shouted, but his voice was lost in the exhaust of the engines and rush of the engines and rush of the wind. The ungainly craft skidded across the sea as though it had a mind of its own. Suddenly, Pitt felt the prickle of disaster in the small of his back. The Prospertier was moving toward the beach only a quarter-mile away, and headed directly at the broad terraced side of the Sonesta Beach Hotel. Though the impact of a lighter-than-airship against a solid structure would cause little damage, there was the ugly certainty of fire from ruptured fuel tanks spilling into the rooms of dozing guests or falling onto the diners on the patio below. Ignoring the numbing drain of exhaustion, Pitt angled his sailboard on a course that would cross under the great rounded nose. The gondola danced into another swell, and a spinning propeller whipped a cloud of salt spray into his eye. His vision blurred momentarily, and he came within inches of losing his balance. He settled in a squatting stance and steadied his tiny craft as he narrowed the distance. Crowds of sunbathers gestured excitedly at the strange sight rapidly approaching the hotel's sloping beach. Pitt's timing would have to be near perfect. There would be no second attempt. If he missed, there was every chance his body would end up in pieces behind the propellers. He was beginning to feel lightheaded. His strength was nearly sapped. He sensed that his muscles were taking longer to respond to the demands of his brain. He braced himself as his sailboard streaked under the blimp's nose. Then he leaped. His hands grasped one of the Prospertier's bow ropes, but slipped on the wet surface, scraping the skin from his fingers and palms. Desperately he swung a leg around the line and held on with every scrap of energy he had left. His weight pulled down the bow, and he was dragged under the surface. He clawed up the rope until his head broke free. Then he was gulping air and spitting out seawater. The pursuer had become the captive. The drag from Pitt's body wasn't nearly enough to stop the air monster, much less slow its momentum from the wind. He was about to release his precarious hold when his feet touched bottom. The blimp carried him through the surge of the surf, and he felt like he was riding a roller coaster. Then he was hurtled onto the warm sands of the beach. He looked up and saw the low sea wall of the hotel looming a scant 100 feet away. My God, he thought, this is it. In a few seconds the Prospertier would crash into the hotel and possibly explode. And there was something else. The whirling propellers would shatter on impact, their metal fragments spraying the awestruck crowds with a force as deadly as shrapnel. "For God's sake, help me!" Pitt shouted. The mass of people on the beach stood frozen, their mouths gaping, held stupefied in childlike fascination by the strange spectacle. Suddenly, 2 teenage girls and a boy sprang forward and grabbed one of the other tow ropes. Next came a lifeguard, followed by an elderly, heavy-set woman. Then the dam broke, and 20 onlookers surged forward and gathered in the trailing lines. It was as though a tribe of half-naked natives had challenged a maddened brontosaurus to a tug of war. Bare feet dug into the sand, plowing furrows as the stubborn mass above their heads tugged them across the beach. The drag on the bow lines caused the hull to pivot, and the huge finned tail swung around in a 180-degree arc until it was pointing at the hotel. The wheel on the bottom of the gondola scraping through the bushes growing from the top of the sea-wall, the propellers missing the concrete by inches, and chopping through the branches and leaves. A strong gust of wind blew in from the sea, shoving the Prospertier over the patio, smashing umbrellas and tables, driving her stern toward the 5th story of the hotel. Lines were torn from hands, and a wave of helplessness swept over the beach. The battle seemed lost. Pitt struggled to his feet and half ran, half staggered to a nearby palm tree. In a final desperate act, he coiled his line around the slender trunk, feverishly praying it wouldn't snap from the strain. The line took up the slack and stretched taut. The 50-foot palm shuddered, swayed and bent for several seconds. The crowd collectively held its breath. Then, with agonizing slowness, the tree gradually straightened into its former upright position. The shallow roots held firm, and the blimp stopped, its fins less than 6 feet from the east wall of the hotel. 200 people gave out a rousing cheer and began applauding. The women jumped up and down and laughed while the men roared and thrust out their hands in the thumbs. Up position. No winning team ever received a more spontaneous ovation. The hotel security guards materialized and kept stray onlookers away from the still-turning propellers. Sand coated Pitt's wet body as he stood there catching his breath, becoming conscious of the pain from his rope, burned hands. Staring up at the Prospertier, he had his first solid look at the airship and was fascinated by the antiquated design. It was obvious she predated the modern Goodyear blimps. He made his way around the scattered tables and chairs on the patio and climbed into the gondola. The crew were still strapped in their seats, unmoving, unspeaking. Pitt leaned over the pilot, found the ignition switches, and turned them off. The engines popped softly once or twice and went silent as their propellers gave a final twitch and came to rest. The quiet was tomb-like. Pitt grimaced and scanned the interior of the gondola. There was no sign of damage. The instruments and controls appeared to be in operating order, but it was the extensive electronics that amazed him. Gradiometers for detecting iron, side-scan sonar and sub-bottom profiler to sweep the seafloor, everything for an underwater search expedition. He wasn't aware of the sea of faces peering up into the open door of the gondola, nor did he hear the pulsating scream of approaching sirens. He felt detached and momentarily disoriented. The hot, humid atmosphere was heavy with a morbid eeriness and the sickening stench of human decay. One of the crewmen was slouched over a small table, head resting on arms as if he were asleep. His clothes were damp and stained. Pitt placed his hand on a shoulder and gave a slight shake. There was no firmness to the flesh. It felt soft and pulpy. An icy shroud fell over him that lifted goosebumps on every inch of his skin, yet the sweat was trickling down his body in streams. He turned his attention to the ghastly apparitions seated at the controls. Their faces were covered by a blanket of flies, and decomposition was eating away all traces of life. The skin was slipping from the flesh like broken blisters on burns. Jaws hung slack with mouths agape, the lips and tongues swollen and parched. Eyes were open and staring into nothingness, eyeballs opaque and clouded over. Hands still hung on the controls, their fingernails turned blue. Unchecked by enzymes, bacteria had formed gases that grotesquely bloated the stomachs. The damp air and the high temperatures of the tropics were greatly speeding the process of putrefaction. The rotting corpses inside the Prospertier had flown from some unknown grave, a macabre crew in a charnel airship on a ghostly mission. The naked corpse of an adult black woman lay stretched on an examining table under the glaring lights of the autopsy room. Preservation was excellent. No visible injuries due to violence. To the trained eye, the state of rigor mortis indicated she had been dead less than 7 hours. Her age appeared to be somewhere between 25 and 30. The body might have drawn male stares once, but now it lay undernourished, wasted, and ravaged by a decade of drug intake. The Dade County coroner, Dr. Calvin Rooney, wasn't too pleased about doing the autopsy. There were enough deaths in Miami to keep his staff working around the clock, and he preferred to spend his time on the more dramatic and puzzling post-mortem examination. A garden, variety drug overdose, held little interest for him, but this one was found dumped on a county commissioner's front lawn, and it wouldn't do to send in a third-string quarterback. Wearing a blue lab coat because he detested the standard white issue, Rooney, a homegrown Floridian, U.S. Army veteran and Harvard Medical School graduate, slipped a new cassette in a portable tape recorder and dryly commented on the general condition of the body. He picked up a scalpel and bent over for the dissection, starting a few inches under the chin and slicing downward toward the pubic bone. Suddenly Rooney halted the incision over the chest cavity and leaned closer, squinting through a pair of wide-lensed horn-rimmed glasses. In the next 15 minutes he removed and examined the heart while delivering a running monologue into the tape recorder. Rooney was in the midst of making a last-minute observation when Sheriff Tyler Sweat entered the autopsy room. He was a medium-built, brooding man, slightly round-shouldered, his face a blend of melancholy and brutish determination. Methodical and shrewdly earnest, he enjoyed great respect from the men and women under him. He threw an expressionless glance at the opened cadaver, and then nodded a greeting to Rooney. "You piece of meat!" "The woman from the commissioner's yard," answered Rooney. "Another odd." "No such luck. More work for homicide. She was murdered. I found 3 punctures in the heart." "High spick?" "From all indications." Sweat peered at the balding little chief medical examiner, whose benign appearance seemed better suited to a parish priest. "They can't fool you, Doc." "What brings the master scourge of evildoers to the forensic palace?" Rooney asked amiably. "You slumming?" "No, an identification by Vips. I'd like you in on it. The body's from the blimp," Rooney deduced. Sweat nodded. "Mrs. Lebaron is here to view the remains." "I don't recommend it. What's left of her husband isn't a pretty sight to someone who doesn't see death every day." I tried to tell her that identification of his effects would satisfy legal requirements, but she persisted. Even brought along an aide from the governor's office to grease the way. "Where are they?" "Waiting in the morgue office. News media. An entire regiment of TV and press reporters running around like crazy people. I've ordered my deputies to keep them confined to the lobby." "Strange how the world works," said Rooney in one of his philosophical moods. The renowned Raymond LeBaron gets front page headlines while this poor baggage gets a column inch next to classified advertising. Then he sighed, removed his lab coat, and threw it over a chair. Let's get it over with. I've got 2 more post-mortems to conduct this afternoon. As he spoke, a tropical storm passed over, and the sound of thunder rumbled through the walls. Rooney slipped on a sports jacket and straightened his tie. They fell into step, Sweat staring down pensively at the design in the hallway carpet. "Any idea on the cause of LeBaron's death?" asked the sheriff. "Too soon to tell. The lab results were inconclusive. I want to run some more tests. Too many things don't add up. I don't mind admitting this one is a puzzler." "No guesses?" "Nothing I'd put on paper. Problem is the incredibly rapid rate of decomposition. I've seldom seen tissue disintegrate so fast, except maybe once back in 1974. Before Sweat could prod Rooney's recollection, they reached the morgue office and entered. The governor's aide, a slippery type in a 3-piece suit, jumped up. Even before he opened his mouth, Rooney classified him as a jerk. "Can we please get the show on the road, Sheriff? Mrs. LeBaron is most uncomfortable and would like to return to her hotel as soon as possible." "I sympathize with her," the sheriff drawled, "but I shouldn't have to remind a public servant that there are certain laws we must follow. And I needn't remind you, the governor expects your department to extend every courtesy to ease her grief." Rooney marveled at Sweat's stony patience. The sheriff simply brushed by the aide as though he were walking past trash on a sidewalk. "This is our chief medical examiner, Dr. Rooney. He will assist with the identification." Jessie LeBaron didn't look the least bit uncomfortable. She sat in an orange plastic contour chair, poised, cool, head held high, and yet Rooney sensed a fragility that was held together by discipline and nerve. He was an old hand at presiding over corpse identification by relatives. He'd suffered through the ordeal hundreds of times in his career, and instinctively spoke softly and in a gentle manner. "Mrs. LeBaron, I understand what you're going through and will make this as painless as possible. But first I wish to make it clear that by simply identifying the effects found on the bodies you will satisfy the laws set down by the state and county. Second, any physical characteristics you can recall, such as scars, dental work, bone fractures, or surgical incisions, will be of great help in my own identification. And third, I respectfully beg you not to view the remains. Though facial features are still recognizable, decomposition has done its work. I think you'd be happier remembering Mr. LeBaron as he was in life rather than how he looks in a morgue." "Thank you, Dr. Rooney," said Jessie. "I'm grateful for your concern, but I must be certain my husband is truly dead." Rooney nodded miserably, and then gestured at a work table containing several pieces of clothing, wallets, wristwatches, and other personal articles. "You've identified Mr. LeBaron's effects?" "Yes, I have sorted through them." "And you're satisfied they belonged to him?" "There can be no doubt about the wallet and its contents. The watch was a gift from me on our first anniversary." Rooney walked over and held it up. A gold Cartier with matching band and Roman numerals marked in. "Am I correct in saying they're diamonds?" "Yes, a rare form of black diamond. It was his birthstone. April, I believe." She merely nodded. "Besides your husband's personal articles, Mrs. LeBaron, do you recognize anything belonging to Buck Caesar or Joseph Cavilla?" "I don't recall the jewelry they wore, but I'm certain the other clothing items are what Buck and Joe were wearing when I last saw them." "Our investigators can find no next of kin of Caesar and Cavilla," said Sweat. "It would be most helpful if you can point out which articles of clothing belonged to whom." For the first time, Jessie LeBaron faltered. "I'm not sure. I think the denim shorts and flowered shirt are Buck's. The other things probably belonged to Joe Cavilla." She paused. "May we view my husband's body now?" "I can't change your mind?" Rooney asked in a sympathetic voice. "No, I must insist." "You'd best do what Mrs. LeBaron asks," said the governor's aide, who had yet to introduce himself. Rooney looked at Sweat and shrugged in resignation. "If you will please follow me. The remains are kept in the refrigeration room." Obediently, everyone trailed him to a thick door with a small window set at eye level, and stood in silence as he yanked on a heavy latch. Cold air spilled over the threshold, and Jessie involuntarily shivered as Rooney motioned them inside. A morgue attendant appeared and led the way to one of the square doors along the wall. He swung it open, pulled out a sliding stainless steel table, and stood aside. Rooney took one corner of the sheet covering the corpse and hesitated. This was the only part of his job he hated. The reaction to viewing the dead usually fell into 4 categories: those who vomited, those who passed out cold, those who broke into hysterics. But it was the last type that intrigued Rooney, the ones who stood as if turned to stone and showed no emotion at all. He would have given a month's salary to know the thoughts circulating through their minds. He lifted the sheet. The governor's aide took one look, made a pathetic, groaning sound, and passed out into the arms of the sheriff. The grisly work of decay was revealed in all its horror. Rooney was astonished by Jessie's response. She stared long and hard at the grotesque thing that lay rotting on the table. She sucked in her breath, and her whole body went taut. Then she raised her eyes, not blinking, and spoke in a calm, controlled voice. "That is not my husband." "Are you positive?" Rooney asked softly. "Look for yourself," she said in a flat monotone. "The hairline is wrong. So is the bone structure." Raymond had an angular face. "This one is more round." "Decomposition of the flesh distorts facial features," Rooney explained. "Please study the teeth." Rooney looked down. "What about them? They have silver fillings." "I don't follow." "My husband's fillings were gold." There was no arguing with her on that score, thought Rooney. A man of Raymond Lebaron's wealth wouldn't have settled for cheap dental work. "But the watch, the clothing, you identified them as his." "I don't give a damn what I said," she cried. "This loathsome thing is not Raymond Lebaron." Rooney was stunned at her fury. He stood dazed and unable to speak as she stormed from the icy room. The sheriff handed the limp aid to the morgue attendant and turned to the coroner. "What in hell do you make of that?" Rooney shook his head. "I don't know. My guess is," she went into shock, "probably fell over the edge and began raving. You know better than I. Most people can't accept the death of a loved one." She closed her mind and refused to accept the truth. She wasn't raving. Sweat looked at him. "What do you call it? Shrewd acting." "How did you pick that out of the air?" "The wristwatch," answered Rooney. "One of my staff worked nights as a jeweler to put himself through medical school. He spotted it right off. The expensive Cartier watch, Mrs. Lebaron gave her husband on their anniversary is a fake, one of those inexpensive reproductions that are illegally manufactured in Taiwan or Mexico. Why would a woman who could write a check for $1 million give her husband a cheap imitation? Raymond Lebaron was no slouch when it came to style and taste. He must have recognized it for what it was. Better to ask the question, why did he stoop to wearing it? "So you think she put on an act and lied about the body aid?" "My gut reaction is that she prepared herself for what to expect," Rooney replied. "And I'd go so far as to bet my new Mercedes Benz that genetic tracing, the dental report, and the results of the rubber casts I made from what remained of the fingerprints and sent to the FBI lab will prove she was right." He turned and peered at the corpse. "That isn't Raymond Lebaron lying there on the slab." Detective Lieutenant Harry Victor, a lead investigator for the Metro-Dade County Police Department, sat back in a swivel chair and studied several photographs taken inside the Prospertier's control cabin. After several minutes, he raised a pair of rimless glasses over a forehead that clipped under a blond hairpiece and rubbed his eyes. Victor was a tidy man, everything in its correct pigeonhole, neatly alphabetized and consecutively numbered, the only cop in the memory of the department who actually enjoyed making out reports. When most men watched sports on television on weekends or relaxed around a resort swimming pool on vacations, reading Rex Burns' detective novels, Victor reviewed files on unsolved cases. A diehard, he was more fanatical about tying up loose ends than obtaining a conviction. The Prospertier case was unlike any he'd faced in his 18 years on the force. 3 dead men falling out of the sky in an antique blimp didn't exactly lend itself to routine police investigation. Leads were non-existent. The 3 bodies in the morgue revealed no clues to where they had been hiding for a week and a half. He lowered his glasses and was attacking the photographs again when the desk phone buzzed. He lifted the receiver and said pensively, "Yes." "You have a witness to see you about a statement," answered the receptionist. "Send him on back," said Victor. He closed the file containing the photographs and laid it on the metal desk, whose surface was antiseptic, except for a small sign with his name and the telephone. He held the receiver to his ear as though receiving a call and swiveled sideways, looking across the spacious homicide office, keeping his eyes focused at an angle toward the door leading to the corridor. A uniformed receptionist appeared at the threshold and pointed in Victor's direction. A tall man nodded, eased past her, and approached, Victor gestured to a chair opposite the desk and began muttering in a one-way conversation with the dial tone. It was an old interrogation ploy that gave him an uninterrupted minute to inspect a witness or suspect and mentally construct a profile. Most important, it was an opportunity to observe habits and odd mannerisms that could be used for leverage later. The male seated across from Victor was about 37 or 38, approximately 6'3", weight 185, give or take 5 pounds, black hair tending to be a bit wavy, with no indication of gray. Skin darkened from year, round exposure to the sun, eyebrows dark and slightly bushy, straight narrow nose, lips firm with corners turned up in a slight but fixed grin, wearing light blue sports coat and off-white slacks, pale yellow polo shirt with collar open. Good taste, casual but not ultra-expensive, probably purchased at Saks rather than a plush men's store. Non-smoker, as there was no evidence of cigarette package bulge in coat or shirt. Arms were folded, suggesting calm and indifference, and the hands were narrow, long and weathered. No rings or other jewelry, only an old orange-faced diver's watch with a heavy stainless steel band. This one didn't follow the general pattern. The others who had sat in that chair turned fidgety after a while. Some masked nervousness with arrogance, most restlessly stared around the office, through the windows, at pictures on the walls, at the other officers working their cases, changing position, crossing and recrossing their legs. For the first time Victor could recall, he felt uncomfortable and at a disadvantage. His routine was sidetracked, his act rapidly washing out. The visitor wasn't the least bit ruffled. He stared at Victor with bemused interest through opaline green eyes that possessed a mesmeric quality. They seemed to pass right through the detective, and finding nothing of interest, examined the paint on the wall behind. Then they dropped to the telephone. "Most police departments use the Horizon Communications System," he said in an even tone. "If you wish to speak to someone on the other end, I suggest you push a button for an open line." Victor looked down. One of his 4 buttons was lit but not punched. "You're very astute, Mr. Pitt, Dirk Pitt. If you're Lieutenant Victor, we had an appointment. I'm Victor." He paused to replace the receiver in its cradle. "You were the first person inside the control car of the Prospertier blimp." "That's right. Right. Thank you for coming in, especially so early on a Sunday. I'd appreciate your cooperation in clearing up a few questions." "Not at all. Will it take long?" 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. Do you have to be somewhere?" "I'm booked on a plane for Washington in 2 hours." Victor nodded. "I'll get you on your way in plenty of time." He pulled open a drawer and took out a portable tape recorder. "Let's go somewhere more private." He led Pitt down a long hallway to a small interview room. The interior was Spartan, only a desk, 2 chairs, and an ashtray. Victor sat down and fed a new cassette into the recorder. "Mind if I put our conversation on tape? I'm a terrible note-taker. None of the secretaries can decipher my handwriting." Pitt shrugged agreeably. Victor moved the machine to the center of the desk and pressed the red record button. "Your name, Dirk Pitt. Middle initial, A for Eric. Address, 266 Airport Place, Washington, D.C., 20001. Telephone where you can be reached." Pitt gave Victor the phone number of his office. "Occupation, Special Projects Director for the National Underwater and Marine Agency. Can you describe the event you witnessed on the afternoon of Saturday?" "October 20. Pitt told Victor of his sighting the out-of-control blimp during the sailboard marathon race, the mad ride while clinging to the mooring line, and the last, second capture only a few feet away from potential disaster, ending with his entry into the gondola. "Did you touch anything?" "Only the ignition and battery switches, and I laid my hand on the shoulder of the corpse seated at the navigator's table." "Nothing else?" "The only other place I might have left a fingerprint was on the boarding ladder." "And the backrest of the co-pilot's seat," said Victor, with a smug smile. "No doubt when you leaned over and turned off the switches." "Fast work. Next time I'll wear surgical gloves. The FBI was most cooperative." "I admire competence. Did you take anything?" Pitt shot Victor a sharp look. "No. Could anyone else have entered and removed any objects?" Pitt shook his head. "After I left, the hotel security guards sealed off the gondola. The next person inside was a uniformed police officer." "Then what did you do?" "I paid one of the hotel lifeguards to swim out and retrieve my sailboard. He owned a small pickup truck and was kind enough to run me back to the house where I was staying with friends. In Miami? Coral Gables? Mind if I ask what you were doing in town? I wound up an offshore exploration project for Numa and decided to take a week's vacation. Did you recognize any of the bodies? Not damned likely. I couldn't identify my own father in that condition. Any idea who they might be? I assume one of them was Raymond Lebaron. You're familiar with the disappearance of the Prospector? The news media covered the disappearance in great depth. Only a backwoods recluse could have missed it. Any pet theories on where the blimp and its crew were buried for 10 days? I haven't a clue. Not even a wild idea, Victor persisted. Could be a colossal publicity stunt, a media campaign to promote LeBaron's publishing empire. Interest grew in Victor's eyes. Go on. Or maybe an ingenious scheme to manipulate LeBaron conglomerate stock prices. Sell large blocks before he disappears and buy when prices tumble afterward, and sell again when they rise during his resurrection. How do you explain their deaths? The plot backfired. Why? Ask your coroner. I'm asking you. They probably ate tainted fish on whatever deserted island they hung out on, said Pitt, tiring of the game. How would I know? If you want a scenario, hire a screenwriter. The interest in Victor's eyes blinked out. He relaxed in his chair and sighed dejectedly. I thought for a second you might have something, a gimmick that could get me and the department off the hook. But your theory went down the drain like all the others. I'm not surprised, said Pitt with an indifferent grin. How were you able to switch off the power within seconds of entering the control car? Victor asked, bringing the interrogation back on track. After piloting 20 different aircraft during service in the Air Force and civilian life, I knew where to look. Victor appeared satisfied. One more question, Mr. Pitt. When you first spotted the blimp, from what direction was she flying? She was drifting with the wind out of the northeast. Victor reached over and turned off the recorder. That should do it. Can I reach you at your office number during the day? If I'm not there, my secretary can track me down. Thank you for your help. Nothing substantial, I'm afraid, said Pitt. We have to pull on every thread. Lots of pressure with LeBaron being the big shot that he was. This has to be the weirdest case the department's ever encountered. I don't envy you finding a solution. Pitt glanced at his watch and rose from his chair. I'd better get a move on for the airport. Victor stood and reached across the desk to shake hands. If you should dream up another plotline, Mr. Pitt, please give me a call. I'm always interested in a good fantasy. Pitt paused in the doorway and turned, a fox-like expression on his face. You want a lead, Lieutenant? Run this one up the flagpole. Airships need helium for their lift. An old antique like the Prospector must have required a couple 100,000 cubic feet of gas to get her in the air. After a week, enough would have leaked out to keep her grounded. Do you follow? Depends on where you're heading. There is no way the blimp could have materialized off Miami unless an experienced crew with the necessary supplies reinflated the hull 48 hours before. Victor had the look of a man about to be baptized. What are you suggesting? That you look for a friendly neighborhood service station that can pump 200,000 cubic feet of helium. Then Pitt turned into the hallway and was gone. I hate boats, Rooney grumbled. I can't swim, can't float, and get seasick looking through the window of a washing machine. Sheriff Sweat handed him a double martini. Here, this will cure your hang-ups. Rooney ruefully eyed the waters of the bay and drained half his drink. You're not going out in the ocean, I hope. No, just a leisurely cruise around the bay. Sweat ducked into the forward cabin of his gleaming white fishing boat and turned over the engine. The single 260 horsepower turbocharged diesel knocked into life. Exhaust rumbled from the stern and the deck throbbed beneath their feet. Then Sweat cast off the lines and eased the boat away from the dock, threading through a maze of moored yachts to Biscayne Bay. By the time the bow skipped past the Channel buoys, Rooney was looking for a second drink. Where do you keep the courage? Down in the forward cabin. Help yourself. There's ice in the brass diver's helmet. When Rooney resurfaced, he asked, What's this all about, Tyler? This is Sunday. You didn't drag me away from my season box in the middle of a good football game to show me Miami Beach from the water. Truth is, I heard you finished your report on the bodies from the blimp last night. 3 o'clock this morning, to be exact. I thought you might want to tell me something. For God's sake, Tyler, What's so damned earth-shaking that you couldn't have waited until tomorrow morning?" "About an hour ago I got a call from some Fed in Washington." Sweat paused to ease the throttle up a notch. "Said he was with a domestic intelligence agency I'd never heard of. I won't bore you with his downright belligerent talk. Never can understand why everybody up north thinks they can blindside a southern boy. The upshot was he demanded we turn over the dead from the blimp to federal authorities." "Which federal authorities?" "Refused to name them. Got vague as hell when I pushed." Rooney was suddenly intensely interested. "He give any hint why they wanted the bodies?" "Claimed it was a security matter. You told him no, of course." "I told him I'd think about it." The turn of events and the gin combined to make Rooney forget his fear of water. He began to notice the trim lines of the fiberglass craft. It was Sheriff Sweat's second office, occasionally pressed into service as a backup police cruiser, but more often used to entertain county and state officials on weekend fishing trips. "What do you call her?" Rooney asked. "Call who?" The boat. "Oh, the Southern Comfort. She's a 35-footer, cruises at 15 knots. Built in Australia by an outfit called Stebercraft." "To get back to the Lebaron case," Rooney said, sipping at his martini. "Are you going to give in?" "I'm tempted," said Sweat, smiling. "Homicide has yet to turn up lead one. The news media are making a circus out of it. Everybody from the governor on down is pressuring my ass. And to top it off, there's every likelihood the crime wasn't committed in my jurisdiction. Hell, yes, I'm tempted to pass the buck to Washington. Only I'm just stubborn enough to think we might pull a solution out of this mess." "All right, what do you want from me?" The sheriff turned from the helm and looked at him steadily. "I want you to tell me what's in your report." My findings made the puzzle worse. A small sailboat with 4 teenagers slipped across their bow, and Sweat slowed down and gave way. "Tell me about it." "Let's start at the end and work backwards. Okay with you? Go ahead." "Threw the hell out of me at first, mostly because I wasn't looking for it. I had a similar case 15 years ago. A female body was discovered sitting in a patio chair in her backyard. Her husband claimed they'd been drinking the night before, and he'd gone to bed alone, thinking she would follow. When he awoke in the morning and looked around, he found her right where he left her, sitting on the patio, only now she was dead. She had all the appearances of a natural death, no marks of violence, no sign of poison, just a generous amount of alcohol. The organs seemed healthy enough. There were no indications of previous disease or disorder. For a woman of 40, she had the body of a 25-year-old. It bugged the hell out of me. Then the pieces began to come together. The post-mortem lividity, that's the discoloration of the skin caused by the sinking of blood due to gravity, is usually purplish. Her lividity was cherry pink, which pointed to death from either cyanide or carbon monoxide poisoning or hypothermia. I also discovered hemorrhaging of the pancreas. Through a process of elimination, the first 2 were discarded. The final nail in the coffin was the husband's occupation. The evidence wasn't exactly hardcore, but it was enough for the judge to put him away for 50 years. "What was the husband's line of work?" asked Sweat. "He drove a truck for a frozen food company. A neat plan. He pumped booze in her until she passed out, set her inside his truck, which he always took home nights and weekends, turned up the refrigeration unit, and waited for her to harden. After the poor woman expired, he put her back in the patio chair and went to bed." Sweat stared blankly. "You're not saying the corpses found in the blimp froze to death?" "I'm saying exactly that. No mistake?" "On a certainty scale from 1 to 10, I can promise an 8. Do you realize how that sounds?" "Crazy, I would imagine." 3 men disappear over the Caribbean in 90-degree weather and freeze to death. Sweat asked no one in particular. We'll never make this one stick. Do. Not without a handy frozen. Food truck. You've got nothing to stick it to anyway. Meaning? The FBI report came in. Jessie Lebaron's ID was on the money. That isn't her husband in the morgue. The other 2 aren't Buck Caesar or Joseph Cavilla either. "God, what next?" Sweat moaned. "Who are they?" "There's no record of them in the FBI's fingerprint files. Best guess is they were foreign nationals." "Did you find anything at all that might give a clue to their identity?" "I can give you their height and weight. I can show you X-rays of their teeth and previous bone fractures. Their livers suggested all 3 favored generous amounts of hard liquor. The lungs gave away their heavy smoking, teeth and fingertips the fact they smoked unfiltered cigarettes. They were also big eaters. Their last meal consisted of dark bread and various fruits and beets. 2 were in their early 30s. 1 was 40 or over. They were in above average physical condition. Beyond that, I can tell you very little that might pin an id on them. It's a start. But it still leaves us with Lebaron, Caesar, and Cavilla among the missing. Before Sweat could reply, a female voice rasped out his boat's call sign over the radio speaker. He answered and turned to another channel frequency as instructed. "Sorry for the interruption," he said to Rooney. "I've got an emergency call over the ship, to shore phone." Rooney nodded, went into the forward cabin, and poured himself another drink. A delicious glow coursed through his body. He took a few moments to go to the head. When he returned topside to the wheelhouse, Sweat was hanging up the phone, his face red with anger. "The rotten bastards!" he hissed. "What's the problem?" Rooney asked. "They seized them," Sweat said, pounding the helm with his fist. "The damned feds walked into the morgue and seized the bodies from the blimp." "But there are legal procedures to follow," Rooney protested. 6 men in plain clothes and 2 federal marshals showed up with the necessary paperwork, stuffed the corpses into 3 aluminum canisters filled with ice, and took off in a U.S. Navy helicopter. "When did this happen?" "Not 10 minutes ago. Harry Victor, the lead investigator on the case, says they also rifled his desk in the homicide office when he was in the John and ripped off his files." "What about my autopsy report?" "They lifted that, too." The gin had put Rooney in a euphoric mood. "Oh, well, look at it this way. They took you and the department off the hook." Sweat's anger slowly subsided. "I can't deny they did me a favor, but it's their method that pisses me off." "There's one small consolation," mumbled Rooney. "He was beginning to have trouble standing. Uncle Sam didn't get everything." "Like what? What?" "Something omitted from my report. One lab result that was too controversial to put on paper, too wild to mention outside a loony house." "What are you talking about?" Sweat demanded. "The cause of death." "You said hypothermia." "True, but I left out the best part. You see, I neglected to state the time of death." Rooney's speech was becoming slurred. "Could only be within the last few days." "Oh, no. Those poor guys froze their guts a long time ago." "How long?" "Anywhere from 1 to 2 years ago." Sheriff Sweat stared at Rooney, incredulous. But the coroner stood there grinning like a hyena. He was still grinning when he sagged over the side of the boat and threw up. The home of Dirk Pitt was not on a suburban street or in a high-rise condominium overlooking the jungled treetops of Washington. There was no landscaped yard or next-door neighbors with squealing children and barking dogs. The house was not a house, but an old aircraft hangar that stood on the edge of the capital's international airport. From the outside it appeared deserted. Weeds surrounded the building, and its corrugated walls were weathered and devoid of paint. The only clue remotely suggesting any occupancy was a row of windows running beneath the huge curved roof. Though they were stained and layered with dust, none were shattered like those of an abandoned warehouse. Pitt thanked the airport maintenance man who had given him a lift from the terminal area. Glancing around to see that he wasn't observed, he took a small transmitter from his coat pocket and issued a series of voice commands that closed down the security systems and opened a side door that looked as if it hadn't swung on its hinges for 30 years. He entered and stepped onto a polished concrete floor that held nearly 3 dozen gleaming classic automobiles, an antique airplane, and a turn-of-the-century railroad car. He paused and stared fondly at the chassis of a French Talbot, Lago sports coupe that was in an early stage of reconstruction. The car had been nearly destroyed in an explosion, and he was determined to restore the twisted remains to their previous elegance and beauty. He hauled his suitcase and garment bag up a circular staircase to his apartment, elevated against the far wall of the hangar. His watch read 2:15 p.m., but his mind and body felt as though it was closer to midnight. After unpacking his luggage, he decided to spend a few hours working on the Talbot, Lago, and take a shower later. He had already donned a pair of old coveralls, and his hand was pulling open the drawer of a toolbox when a loud chime echoed through the hangar. He pulled a cordless phone from a deep pocket. "Hello, Mr. Pitt, please," said female voice. "Speaking." One moment. After waiting for nearly 2 minutes, Pitt cut the connection and began rebuilding the Talbot's distributor. Another 5 minutes passed before the chime sounded again. He opened the line and said nothing. "Are you still there, sir?" asked the same voice. Yes, Pitt replied indifferently, tucking the phone between his shoulder and ear as he kept working with his hands. This is Sandra Cabot, Mrs. Jessie Lebaron's personal secretary. Am I talking to Dirk Pitt? Pitt took an instant dislike to people who couldn't dial their own phone calls. You are. Mrs. Lebaron wishes to meet with you. Can you come to the house at 4 o'clock? Pretty fast off the mark, aren't you? I beg your pardon. Sorry, Miss Cabot, but I have to doctor a sick car. Maybe if Mrs. LeBaron cares to drop by my place, we could talk. I'm afraid that won't do. She's holding a formal cocktail party in the greenhouse later in the evening that will be attended by the Secretary of State. She can't possibly break away. Some other time, then. There was an icy silence. Then Miss Cabot said, You don't understand. You're right, I don't understand. Doesn't the name LeBaron mean anything to you? No more than Shagnasty, Quagmire, or Smith, Pitt lied fiendishly. She seemed lost for a moment. Mr. LeBaron? We can cut the fun and games, Pitt interrupted. I'm quite aware of Raymond LeBaron's reputation, and I can save us both time by saying I have nothing to add to the mystery surrounding his disappearance and death. Tell Mrs. LeBaron she has my condolences. That's all I can offer. Cabot took a deep breath and exhaled. Please, Mr. Pitt, I know she would be most grateful if you could see her. Pitt could almost see her speaking the word please through clenched teeth. All right, he said. I guess I can make it. What's the address? The arrogance quickly returned to her tone. I'll send the chauffeur to pick you up. If it's all the same to you, I'd prefer to drive my own car. I get claustrophobic in limousines. If you insist, she said stiffly, you'll find the house at the end of Beacon Drive in Great Falls Estates. I'll check a street map. By the way, what kind of car do you drive? Why do you want to know? To inform the guard at the gate. Pitt hesitated and looked across the hangar floor at a car parked by the main door. An old convertible. Old? Yes, a 1951. Then would you be so kind to park in the lot by the servants' house? It's to the right as you come up the drive. Aren't you ever ashamed of the way you dictate to people? I don't have to be ashamed of anything, Mr. Pitt. We'll expect you at 4. Will you be through with me before the guests arrive? Asked Pitt, his voice heavy with sarcasm. I wouldn't want to embarrass anyone by having them see my old junk car littering the grounds. Not to worry, she replied testily. The party doesn't begin until 8. Goodbye. After Sandra Cabot hung up, Pitt walked over to the convertible, staring at it for several moments. He removed the floorboards under the rear seat and clipped on the cables of a battery charger. Then he returned to the Talbot, Lago, and calmly took up where he left off. At precisely 8:30, the security guard at the LeBaron Estates front gate greeted a young couple driving a yellow Ferrari, checked their names on the party list, and waved them through. Next came a Chrysler limousine carrying the president's chief advisor, Daniel Fawcett, and his wife. The guard was immune to the exotic cars and their celebrity occupants. He raised his hands over his head in a bored stretch and yawned. Then his hands froze in midair and his mouth snapped shut as he found himself staring at the largest car he'd ever seen. The car was a veritable monster, measuring nearly 22 feet from bumper to bumper and weighing well over 3 tons. The hood and doors were silver, gray, and the fenders a metallic maroon. A convertible, its top was completely hidden from view when folded down. The body lines were smooth and elegant in the grand manner, an example of flawless craftsmanship seldom equaled. That's some kind of car, the guard finally said. What is it? A Daimler, replied Pitt. Sounds British. It is. The guard shook his head in admiration and looked at his guest list. Your name, please. Pitt? I can't seem to find your name. Do you have an invitation? Mrs. LeBaron and I had an earlier appointment. The guard went into the gatehouse and checked a clipboard. Yes, sir, your appointment was for 4 o'clock. When I phoned to say I was running late, she said to join the party. Well, since she expected you, the guard said, still soaking in the Daimler's lines, I guess it's all right. Have a good evening. Pitt nodded a thank you and eased the immense car silently up the winding drive to the LeBaron residence. The main building sat on a low hill above a tennis court and a swimming pool. The architecture was common to the area, a 3-story brick colonial with a series of white columns holding up the roof over a long front porch, the wings extending to each side. To the right, a clump of pine trees shielded a carriage house with a garage below, what Pitt assumed were the servants' living quarters. Opposite, and to the left of the manor, sat a huge glass enclosed structure, lit by crystal chandeliers hanging from the roof. Exotic flowers and shrubs blossomed around 20 or more dinner tables, while a small orchestra played on a stage beneath a waterfall. Pitt was properly impressed. The perfect setting for a party on a brisk October evening. Raymond LeBaron got high marks for originality. He pulled the Daimler up to the front of the greenhouse, where a liveried parking valet stood with the odd expression of a carpenter gazing at redwoods. As he slid from behind the wheel and straightened the jacket of his tuxedo, Pitt noticed a crowd beginning to gather behind the transparent wall of the greenhouse, pointing and gesturing at the car. He gave the valet instructions on how to shift the transmission, and then passed through the glass doors. The orchestra was playing themes from John Barry scores, light on the brass and heavy on the strings. A woman, elegantly dressed in the latest designer fashion, was standing just inside the entrance, greeting the guests. He had no doubt she was Jessie LeBaron. Cool composure, the embodiment of grace and style, the living proof women can be beautiful after 50. She wore a glittery, beaded green and silver tunic over a long, slim velvet skirt. Pitt approached and gave a brief bow. "Good evening," he said, flashing his best gate-crasher's smile. "What is that sensational car?" Jessie asked, peering through the doorway. "A Daimler powered by a 5.4-liter, straight, 8-engine with Hooper coachwork." She smiled graciously and extended her hand. "Thank you for coming, mister." She hesitated, gazing at him curiously. "Forgive me, but I don't seem to recall meeting you before." "That's because we've never laid eyes on each other," he said, marveling at her throaty voice, almost husky, with a sensual coarseness about it. "My name is Pitt, Dirk Pitt." Jessie's dark eyes looked at Pitt in a most peculiar way. "You're 4.5 hours late, Mr. Pitt. Did you suffer some sort of accidental delay?" "No accident, Mrs. LeBaron. I planned my arrival most carefully." "You weren't invited to the party," she said smoothly, "so you'll have to leave." "A pity," said Pitt mournfully. "I seldom get a chance to wear my tux." Jessie's face registered scorn. She turned to a prim woman wearing large, lensed glasses and standing slightly to her rear, who Pitt guessed was her secretary, Sandra Cabot. "Find Angelo and tell him to show this gentleman out." Pitt's green eyes glinted mischievously. "I seem to have a talent for spreading ill will. Do you wish me to go peacefully or cause a nasty scene?" "I think peacefully would be best." "Then why did you ask to meet with me? A matter concerning my husband." "He was a perfect stranger to me. I can't tell you anything about his death that you don't already know." "Raymond is not dead," she said adamantly. "When I saw him in the blimp, he gave a damn good imitation of it. That wasn't him." Pitt stared at her skeptically, saying nothing. "You don't believe me, do you?" "I don't really care." "I was hoping you'd help me." "You have a strange way of asking for favors." "This a formal charity dinner, Mr. Pitt. You don't fit in. We'll set a time to meet tomorrow." Pitt decided his anger wasn't important, so he shoved it aside. "What was your husband doing when he disappeared?" he asked abruptly. "Searching for the El Dorado treasure," she replied, looking nervously around the greenhouse at her guests. "He believed it sank on a ship called the Cyclops." Before Pitt could make a comment, Cabot returned with Angelo, the Cuban chauffeur. "Goodbye, Mr. Pitt," said Jessie, dismissing him and greeting a pair of new arrivals. Pitt shrugged and offered his arm to Angelo. "Let's make it official. You lead me out." Then he turned to Jessie. "One last thing, Mrs. LeBaron. I don't respond to shabby treatment. You needn't bother to contact me again ever." Then Pitt allowed Angelo to escort him from the greenhouse to the driveway where the Daimler was waiting. Jessie watched as the great car disappeared into the night. Then she began mingling with her guests. Douglas Oates, the Secretary of State, looked over from a conversation he was having with presidential adviser Daniel Fawcett as she approached. "Splendid affair, Jessie." "Yes, indeed," echoed Fawcett. "Nobody in Washington puts on a finer spread." Jessie's eyes flashed and her full lips curved in a warm smile. "Thank you, gentlemen." Oates nodded toward the doorway. Was I imagining things, or did I see Dirk Pitt bounced out the door? Jessie looked at Oates blankly. "You know him?" she asked, surprised. "Of course. Pitt is the number 2 man over at Numa. He's the guy who raised the Titanic for the Defense Department." "And saved the president's life in Louisiana," added Fawcett. Jessie noticeably paled. "I had no idea." "I hope you didn't make him mad," said Oates. Perhaps I was a bit rude, she conceded. Aren't you interested in drilling for offshore oil below San Diego? Yes. Seismic surveys indicate a vast untapped field. One of our companies has the inside track for the drilling rights. Why do you ask? Don't you know who heads up the Senate Committee for Oil Exploration on Government Lands? Certainly it's... Jessie's voice trailed off and her composure melted away. Dirk's father, Oates finished, Senator George Pitt of California. Without his backing and the blessing of Numa on environmental issues, you don't stand a prayer of winning the drilling rights. It would appear, Fawcett said sardonically. Your inside track just washed out? 30 minutes later, Pitt rolled the Daimler into his parking stall in front of the tall, solar-glassed building that housed Numa headquarters. He signed in at the security desk and took the elevator to the 10th floor. When the doors opened, he stepped into a vast electronic maze, comprising the communications and information network of the Marine Agency. Hiram Yeager looked up from behind a horseshoe-shaped desk whose surface lay unseen beneath a jungle of computer hardware, and smiled. Hello, Dirk. All dressed up and no place to go. The party's hostess decided I was persona non grata and made me walk the plank. Anybody I know? It was Pitt's turn to smile. He looked down at Yeager. The computer wizard was a throwback to the hippie days of the early 70s. He wore his blond hair long and tied in a ponytail. His beard was untrimmed and kinky with uncontrolled curls, and his standard uniform for work and play was Levi jacket and pants stuffed into scruffy cowboy boots. Pitt said, I can't picture you and Jessie Lebaron traveling in the same social circles. Yeager gave out a low whistle. You got booted from a Jessie LeBaron bash? Man, you're some kind of hero to the downtrodden. Are you in the mood for an excavation? On her? On him. Her husband, the one who's missing, Raymond LeBaron? Another moonlight operation? Whatever you want to call it. Dirk, Yeager said, peering over the rims of his granny glasses, you are a nosy bastard, but I love you just the same. I'm hired to build a world-class computer network and amass an archive on marine science and history. But every time I belch, you turn up, wanting to use my creation for shady purposes. Why do I go along? Okay, I'll tell you why. Larceny flows faster in my veins than yours. Now, how deep do you want me to dig? To the bottom of his past, where he came from. What was the money base for his empire? Raymond LeBaron was pretty secretive about his private life. He may have covered his trail. I realize that, but you've pulled skeletons out of the closet before. Yeager nodded thoughtfully. Yes, the Bougainville shipping family a few months ago. A neat little caper, if I do say so. One more thing. Lay it on me. A ship called the Cyclops. Could you pull her history for me? No sweat? Anything else? That should do it, Pitt answered. Yeager stared at him. What's going down this time, old friend? I can't believe you're going after the Liberant because you were dumped at a society party. Take me. I've been thrown out of the worst sleaze joints in town. And I just accept it. Pitt laughed. No revenge. I'm just curious. Jessie LeBaron said something that struck me odd about her husband's disappearance. I read about it in the Washington Post. There was a paragraph mentioning you as the hero of the hour, saving LeBaron's blimp with your rope and palm tree trick. So what's the catch? She claimed that her husband wasn't among the dead I found inside the control cabin. Yeager paused, his eyes uncomprehending. Doesn't make sense. If old man LeBaron flew off in that gas bag, it stands to reason he'd still be inside when it turned up. Not according to the bereaved wife. Think she's got an angle, insurance or financial? Maybe, maybe not. But there is a chance that because the mystery occurred over water, Numa will be called in to assist in the investigation. And we'll already be on first base. Something like that. Where does the Cyclops fit in the picture? She told me LeBaron was looking for it when he vanished. Yeager rose from his chair. All right, then, let's get off the mark. While I design a search program, you study what we have on the ship in our data files. He led Pitt into a small viewing theater with a large monitor mounted on the far wall and motioned for him to sit behind a console containing a computer keyboard. Then he leaned over Pitt and pressed a series of commands on the keyboard. We installed a new system last week. The terminal is hooked onto a voice synthesizer. A talking computer, said Pitt. Yes, it can comprehend over 10,000 verbal commands, make the appropriate reply, and actually carry on a conversation. The voice sounds a little weird, sort of like Hale, the giant computer in the movie 2001. But you get used to it. We call her Hope. Hope? Hope? Yeah, we hope she'll come up with the right answers. Funny. I'll be at the main terminal desk if you need help. Just check the phone and dial 47. Pitt looked up at the screen. It had a bluish-gray cast. He warily picked up a microphone and spoke into it. Hope, my name is Dirk. Are you ready to conduct a search for me? God, he felt like an idiot. It was like talking to a tree and expecting a reply. Hello, Dirk, replied a vaguely female voice that sounded as if it was coming out of a harmonica. Ready when you are. Pitt took a deep breath and made the plunge. Hope, I'd like you to tell me about a ship named Cyclops. There was a 5-second pause. Then the computer said, You will have to be more specific. My memory disks contain data on 5 different vessels called Cyclops. This one had treasure on board. Sorry, none show any treasure in their cargo manifest. Sorry. Pitt still couldn't believe he was conversing with a machine. If I may digress for a moment, Hope, allow me to say you're a very bright and most congenial computer. Thank you for the compliment, Dirk. In case you're interested, I can also do sound effects, imitate animals, sing, though not too well, and pronounce supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even if I haven't been programmed to its exact definition. Would you like me to say it backwards? Pitt laughed. Some other time. Getting back to the Cyclops, the one I'm interested in probably sank in the Caribbean. That narrows it down to 2. A small steamer that ran aground in Montego Bay, Jamaica, 5 May 1968, and a U.S. Navy collier, an ore or coal transport, lost without a trace between 5 and 10 February 1918. Raymond Lebaron wouldn't be flying around searching for a ship stranded in a busy harbor only 20 years ago, Pitt reasoned. The tale of the Navy collier came back to him. The loss was touted as one of the great mysteries of the mythical Bermuda Triangle. We'll go with the Navy collier, said Pitt. If you wish me to print out the data for you, Dirk, press the control button on your keyboard and the letters Pete. Also, if you watch the screen, I can project whatever photos are available. Pitt did as he was told, and the printer began pounding away. True to her word, Hope flashed a picture of the Cyclops lying at anchor in an unnamed port. Although her hull was slender with its old-fashioned straight-up and down bow and graceful champagne, glass stern, her superstructure had the look of a child's erector set gone wild. A maze of derricks, spider-webbed by cables and laced by overhead supports, rose amidships like a dead forest. A long deckhouse ran along the aft part of the ship above the engine room, its roof strewn with towering twin smokestacks and several tall ventilators. Forward, the wheelhouse perched above the main deck like a vanity table on 4 legs, spotted with a single row of portholes and open beneath. 2 high masts with a crossbar protruded from a bridge that could have passed for a football goalpost. She seemed ungainly, an ugly duckling that never made it to Swan. There was also a ghostly quality about her. At first Pitt couldn't put his finger on it, and then it struck him. Oddly, no crew member was visible anywhere on her decks. It was as if she were deserted. Pitt turned from the monitor and scanned the printout of the ship's statistics. Launched 7 May 1910 by William Cramp Sons Shipbuilders, Philadelphia. Tonnage, 19,360 displaced. Length, 542 feet, actually longer than the battleships of her time. Beam, 65 feet. Draft, 27 feet, 8 inches. Speed, 15 knots, 3 knots faster than the Liberty ships of World War II. Armament, 4 4-inch guns. Crew, 246. Master, G.W. Worley, Naval Auxiliary Service. Pitt noted that Worley was the Cyclops' captain from the time she was placed in service until she disappeared. He sat back, his mind drifting as he studied the picture of the ship. "Do you have any other photographs of her?" he asked Hope. 3 from the same angle, 1 stern shot, and 4 of the crew. "Let's have a look at the crew." The monitor went black for a moment, and soon an image of a man, standing at a ship's railing and holding a little girl's hand, came into view. "Captain Worley with his daughter," explained Hope. A huge man with thinning hair, neatly trimmed mustache, and massive hands stood in a dark suit, necktie casually askew outside the jacket, shoes highly shined, staring into a camera that froze his image 75 years ago. The little blonde girl at his side wore a knee-length jumper and a little hat, and gripped what looked to be a very rigid doll in the shape of a bottle. Real name was Johann Weichmann. Hope briefed without command. He was born in Germany and illegally entered the United States when he jumped a merchant ship in San Francisco during the year 1870. How he falsified his records is not known. While commanding the Cyclops, he lived in Norfolk, Virginia, with his wife and daughter. Any possibility he was working for the Germans in 1918? Nothing was ever proven. Would you like the reports from naval investigations of the tragedy? Just print them out. I'll study them later. The next photo is of Lieutenant David Forbes, the executive officer, said Hope. The camera had caught Forbes in dress uniform standing beside what Pitt guessed to be a 1916 Cadillac touring car. He had the face of a greyhound, long, narrow nose, pale eyes whose color could not be determined from the black, and white photograph. His face was clean-shaven, the eyebrows arched, and he had slightly protruding teeth. "What sort of man was he?" asked Pitt. His naval record was unblemished until Worley put him under ship's arrest for insubordination. Reason? Captain Worley altered course from one plotted by Lieutenant Forbes and almost wrecked the ship entering Rio. When Forbes demanded to know why, Worley blew up and confined him to quarters. Was Forbes still under arrest during the last voyage? Yes. Who's next? Lieutenant John Church, second officer. The photo showed a small, almost frail-looking man in civilian clothes sitting at a table in a restaurant. His face wore the tired look of a farmer after a long day in the fields, yet his dark eyes seemed to advertise a humorous disposition. The graying hair above a large forehead was brushed back over small ears. "He seems older than the others," observed Pitt. "Actually only 29, said Hope. "Joined the Navy when he was 16 and worked his way up through the ranks." "Did he have problems with Worley? Nothing in the file?" The final photograph was of two men standing at attention in a courtroom. There was no sign of apprehension in their faces. If anything, they appeared sullen and defiant. The one on the left was tall and rangy with heavily muscled arms. The other one had the size and shape of a grizzly bear, so it remains buried in the jungle. "Ah, there's the rub," sighed O'Meara. "Sigler claimed he and his men stole the statue and dragged it 20 miles to a river, fighting off the Zenona Indians the whole trip. By the time they built a raft, heaved La Dorada on board, and pushed off, there were only 3 of them left. Later, one died of his injuries, and the other was lost in a stretch of rapids." Pitt was fascinated by what O'Meara was telling him, but he was having a hard time keeping his eyes open. The obvious question is, where did Sigler stash the Golden Woman? "If I only knew," replied O'Meara. "Didn't he give a clue?" "The nurse thought he said the raft came apart and the statue dropped into the river a few hundred yards from where the surveyor's party found him. But don't get your hopes up." He was muttering nonsense. "Treasure hunters have been dragging metal detectors up and down that river for years without a reading a tick." Pitt swirled the ice cubes around inside his glass. He knew what happened to Ralph Morehouse, Sigler, and La Dorada. "The American Consul General," Pitt said slowly. "He was the last person to see Sigler alive." "The puzzle gets cloudy at this point, but as near as anyone can tell, the answer is yes. Let me see if I can fill in the pieces. This took place in January and February of 1918, right?" O'Meara nodded, and then he gave Pitt a queer stare. "And the Consul General's name was Alfred Gottschalk, who died a few weeks later on the Cyclops, right?" "You know this," said O'Meara, his eyes uncomprehending. "Gottschalk probably heard of Sigler's mission through his counterpart at the British consulate. When he received the message from the railroad surveyors that Sigler was alive, he kept the news to himself and headed into the interior, hoping to interview the explorer and steal a jump on the British. By turning over any valuable information to his own government, what he learned must have shattered any code of ethics he still retained. Gottschalk decided to grab the bonanza for himself. He found and raised the golden statue from the river, and then transported it, along with Sigler, to Rio de Janeiro. He covered his tracks by buying off anyone who might talk about Sigler, and, if my guess is correct, killing off the men who helped him recover the statue. Then, using his influence with the Navy, he smuggled them both on board the Cyclops. The ship was lost, and the secret died with her." O'Meara's eyes deepened in curious interest. "Now that," he said, "you can't possibly know." Why else would Lebaron be looking for what he thought was La Dorada? You make a good case, O'Meara admitted, but you left the door open to a moot question. Why didn't Gottschalk simply kill Ziegler after he found the statue? Why keep the Englishman alive? Elementary. The Consul General was consumed by gold fever. He wanted La Dorada and the Emerald City too. Ziegler was the only person alive who could give him directions or lead him there. I like the way you think, Dirk. Your wild-ass theory calls for another drink. Too late, the bar's closed. I think they'd like us to leave so the help can get home to bed. O'Meara mimicked a crestfallen expression. That's one nice thing about primitive living. No hours, no curfew. He took a final swallow from his glass. Well, what are your plans? Nothing complicated, said Pitt, smiling. I'm going to find the Cyclops. The President was an early riser, awakening at about 6 a.m., and exercising for 30 minutes before showering and eating a light breakfast. In a ritual going back to the days soon after his honeymoon, he gently eased out of bed and quietly dressed while his wife slept on. She was a night person and could not force herself to rise before 7:30. He slipped on a sweatsuit and then removed a small leather briefcase from a closet in the adjoining sitting room. After giving his wife a tender kiss on the cheek, he took the back stairway down to the White House gym beneath the West Terrace. The spacious room, containing a variety of exercise equipment, was empty except for a thick-bodied man who lay on his back bench pressing a set of weights. With each lift he grunted like a woman in childbirth. The sweat beaded from a round head that sprouted a thick mat of ivory hair styled in a short crew-cut. The stomach was immense and hairy, the arms and legs protruding like heavy tree limbs. He had the look of a carnival wrestler long past his prime. "Good morning, Ira," said the President. "I'm glad you could make it." The fat man set the weight bar on a pair of hooks above his head, rose from the bench, and squeezed the President's hand. "Good to see you, Vince." The President smiled. No bowing, no scraping, no greeting of Mr. President. Tough, stoical Ira Hagen, he mused. The gritty old undercover agent never gave an inch to anybody. "I hope you don't mind meeting like this." Hagen uttered a coarse laugh that echoed off the gym walls. "I've been briefed in worse places." "How's the restaurant business?" "Showing a nice profit since we switched from continental gourmet to down-home American food. Food costs were eating us alive. 20 entries with expensive sauces and herbs didn't cut it. So now we specialize in only 5 menu items the higher-class restaurants don't serve: ham, chicken, fish casserole, stew, and meatloaf." "You may have something," said the President. "I haven't bitten into a good meatloaf since I was a kid." "Our customers go for it, especially since we retained the fancy service and intimate atmosphere. My waiters all wear tuxedos, candles on tables, stylish settings, food presented in a continental manner. And the best part is the diners eat faster, so there's a quicker turnover on tables. And you're breaking even on the food while taking a profit on the booze and wine, right?" Hagen laughed again. "Vince, you're okay. I don't care what the news media say about you. When you're an old has, been politician, look me up, and we'll open a chain of beaneries together." "Do you miss criminal investigation, Ira?" "Sometimes." "You were the best undercover operative the Justice Department ever had," the President said, until Martha died. "Gathering evidence on slime for the government didn't seem to matter anymore. Besides, I had 3 daughters to raise, and the demands of the job kept me away from home for weeks at a time." "The girls doing all right?" "Just fine. As you well know, all 3 of your nieces have happy marriages and presented me with 5 grandchildren. A pity Martha couldn't have seen them. Of my 4 sisters and 2 brothers, she was my favorite." "You didn't fly me here from Denver on an Air Force jet, just to talk old times," said Hagen. "What's going down?" "Have you lost your touch? Have you forgotten how to ride bicycle?" It was the President's turn to laugh. Ask a stupid question. The reflexes are a mite slower, but the gray matter still turns at 100%. The President tossed him the briefcase. "Digest this while I hike a couple of miles on the treadmill." Hagen wiped his sweating brow with a towel and sat on a stationary bicycle, his bulk threatening to bend the frame. He opened the leather case and didn't look up from reading the contents until the President had walked 1.6 miles. "What do you think?" the President asked finally. Hagen shrugged, still reading. "Make a great pilot for a TV show. Closet funding, an impenetrable security veil, covert activity on an immense scale, an undetected moon base, the stuff G. Wells would have loved." Do you figure it's a hoax? Let's say I want to believe it. What flag? Waving taxpayer wouldn't. Makes our intelligence community look like deaf and blind mutants. But if it is a hoax, where's the motive? Other than a grand scheme to defraud the government, I can't think of any. Let me finish reading. This last file is in longhand. My recollection of what was said on the golf course. Sorry about the chicken scratch, but I never learned to type. Hagen stared at him questioningly. You've told no one about this, not even your security council. Perhaps I'm paranoid, but this Ajo character slipped through my Secret Service cordon like a fox through a barnyard, and he claimed members of the Inner Corps were highly placed at NASA and the Pentagon. It stands to reason they've also penetrated the intelligence agencies and my White House staff as well. Hagen studied the president's report of the golf course meeting intently, going back occasionally to check the Jersey Colony file. Finally, he hoisted his body off the bicycle and sat on a bench looking at the president. This photo blow-up of a man sitting next to you in a golf cart. Is that Joe? Yes. When returning to the clubhouse, I spotted a reporter from the Washington Post who had been photographing my golf game through a telescopic lens. I asked him to do me a favor and send an enlargement over to the White House so I could autograph it for my caddy. Good thinking. Hagen peered closely at the picture and then set it aside. What do you want me to do, Vince? Dig out the names of the Center Corps. Nothing else? No information or evidence on the Jersey Colony project? When I know who they are, the president said in a dead voice, they'll be rounded up and interrogated. Then we'll see how deep their tentacles reach. If you want my opinion, I'd pin a medal on every one of those guys. I may just do that, the president replied with a cold smile, but not before I stop them from kicking off a bloody battle for the moon. So it adds up to a presidential cutout situation. You can't trust anyone in normal intelligence circles, and you're hiring me to be your private field intelligence agent. Yes. What's my deadline? The Russian spacecraft is set to land on the moon 9 days from now. I need every hour I can steal to prevent a fight between their cosmonauts and our moon colonists that might spread into a space conflict that none of us could stop. The Inner Corps must be convinced to back off. I've got to have them under wraps, Ira, at least 24 hours before the Russians touch down. 8 days isn't much to find 9 men. The president gave a helpless shrug. Nothing comes easy. A certificate saying I'm your brother-in-law won't be enough to pass me through legal and bureaucratic roadblocks. I'll require a concrete cover. I leave it to you to create one. An Alpha 2 clearance should get you through most doors. Not bad, said Hagen. The vice president only carries a 3. I'll give you the number of a safe phone line. Report to me day or night. Understood? Understood. Questions? Raymond Lebaron, dead or alive? Undecided. The wife refused to identify the body found in the blimp as his. She was right. I asked the FBI director, Sam Emmett, to take possession of the remains from Dade County, Florida. They're over at Walter Reed Army Hospital now, undergoing examination. Can I see the county coroner's report? The president shook his head in wonderment. You never miss a trick, do you, Ira? Obviously, there had to be one. I'll see you get a copy. And the lab result at Walter Reed. That, too. Hagen stuffed the files back into the briefcase, but left out the photo from the golf course. He studied the images for perhaps the 4th time. You realize, of course, Raymond LeBaron may never be found. I've considered that possibility. 9 little Indians, and then there were 8. Make that 7. 7? Hagen held up the photo in front of the president's eyes. Don't you recognize him? Frankly, no. But he did say we knew each other many years ago, our high school baseball team. You played first base. I was left field, and Leonard Hudson caught. Hudson, the president gasped incredulously. Joe is Leo Hudson, but Leo was a fat kid, weighed at least 200 pounds. He became a health nut, lost 60 pounds and ran marathons. You were never sentimental about the old gang. I still keep track of them. Don't you remember, Leo was the school brain? Won all sorts of awards for his science projects. Later he graduated with honors at Stanford and became director of the Harvey Pattenden National Physics Laboratory in Oregon, invented and pioneered rocket and space systems before anyone else was working in the field. Bring him in, Ira. Hudson is the key to the others. I'll need a shovel. You saying he's buried? Like in Dead and Buried? When? Back in 1965. A light plane crash in the Columbia River. Then who is Joe? Leonard Hudson. But you said... His body was never found. Convenient, huh? He faked his death, the president said as if beholding a revelation. The son of a bitch faked his death so he could go underground to ramrod the Jersey Colony Project. A brilliant idea when you think about it. No one to answer to. No way he could be tied to a clandestine program. Disguise himself as any character who could be used to his advantage. A non-person can accomplish far more than the average taxpayer, whose name, birthmarks, and nasty habits are stored in 1,000 computers. There was a silence. Then the president's grim voice: "Find him, Myra. Find and bring Leonard Hudson to me before all hell breaks loose." Secretary of State Douglas Oates peered through his reading glasses at the last page of a 30-page letter. He closely examined the structure of each paragraph, trying to read between the lines. At last he looked up at his deputy secretary, Victor Wyckoff. "Looks genuine to me." "Our experts on the subject think so too," said Wyckoff. The semantics, the rambling flow, the disjointed sentences, all fit the usual pattern. "No denying it sounds like Fidel, all right," Oates said quietly. "However, it's the tone of the letter that bothers me. You almost get the impression he's begging." "I don't think so. More like he's trying to stress utmost secrecy with a healthy dose of urgency thrown in. The consequences of his proposal are staggering." "My staff has studied it from every angle," said Wyckoff. "Castro has nothing to gain from creating a hoax." "You say he went through devious lengths to get the document into our hands." Wyckoff nodded. "Crazy as it sounds, the two couriers who delivered it to our field office in Miami claim they sneaked from Cuba to the United States on board a blimp. The barren mountains and the shadowy ridges on the moon's craters leaped out at Anastas Rykov as he peered through the twin lenses of a stereoscope. Beneath the eyes of the Soviet geophysicist, the desolate lunar landscape unreeled in 3 dimensions and vivid color. Taken from 34 miles up, the details were strikingly sharp. Solitary pebbles measuring less than 1 inch across were visually distinct. Rykov lay face downward on a pad, studying the photographic montage that slowly rolled beneath to the stereoscope on 2 wide reels. The process was similar to a motion picture director editing film, only more comfortable. His hand rested on a small control unit that could stop the reels and magnify whatever area he was scrutinizing. The images had been received from sophisticated devices on a Russian spacecraft that had circumnavigated the moon. Mirror-like scanners reflected the lunar surface into a prism that broke it down into spectrum wavelengths that were digitized into 263 different shades of gray, black beginning at 263 and fading to white at 0. Next, the spacecraft's computer converted them into a quiltwork of picture elements on high-density tape. After the data was retrieved from the orbiting spacecraft, it was printed in black and white on a negative by laser and filtered with blue, red, and green wavelengths. Then it was computer-enhanced in color on 2 continuous sheets of photographic paper that were overlapped for stereoscopic interpretation. Rykov raised his glasses and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was 11:57 p.m. He'd been analyzing the peaks and valleys of the moon with only a few catnaps for 9 days and nights. He readjusted his glasses and ran both hands through a dense carpet of oily black hair, dully realizing he hadn't bathed or changed his clothes since beginning the project. He shook away the exhaustion and dutifully returned to his work, examining a small area on the far side of the moon that was volcanic in origin. Only 2 inches of the photo roll remained before it mysteriously ended. He had not been informed by his superiors of the reason for the sudden cutoff, but assumed it was a malfunction of the scanning gear. The surface was pockmarked and wrinkled like pimpled skin under a strong magnifying glass, and appeared more beechnut brown than gray in color. The steady bombardment of meteorites through the ages had left crater gouged on crater, scar crossing scar. Rykov almost missed it. His eyes detected an unnatural oddity, but his tired mind nearly ignored the signal. Wearily he backed the image and magnified a grid on the edge of a steep ridge soaring from the floor of a small crater. 3 tiny objects came into crisp focus. What he saw was unbelievable. Rykov pulled back from the stereoscope and took a deep breath, clearing the creeping fog from his brain. Then he looked again. They were still there, but one object was a rock. The other 2 were human figures. Rykov was transfixed by what he saw. Then the shock set in, and his hands began to tremble, and his stomach felt as though it had been twisted in a knot. Shaken, he climbed off the pad, walked over to a desk, and opened a small booklet containing private phone numbers of the Soviet Military Space Command. He misdialed twice before he connected with the correct number. A voice slurred from vodka answered. "What is it? General Maxim Yasenin." "Yes, who's this?" "We've never met. My name is Anastas Rykov. I'm a geophysicist on the Cosmos Lunar Project." The commander of Soviet military space missions made no attempt to hide his irritation over Rykov's intrusion on his privacy. "Why in hell are you calling me this time of night?" Rykov fully realized he was overstepping his bounds, but he didn't hesitate. "While analyzing pictures taken by Selenos 4, I've stumbled on something that defies belief. I thought you should be first to be informed. This picture was taken at the court Marshal of Firemen First Class James Coker and Fireman Second Class Barney Evo for the murder of Fireman Third Class Oscar Stewart. All three men were stationed aboard the U.S. cruiser Pittsburgh. Coker, on the left, was sentenced to death by hanging, which was carried out in Brazil. Deveau, on the right, was sentenced to 50 to 99 years in the naval prison at Portsmouth, New Hampshire." "What's their connection with the Cyclops?" Pitt inquired. "The Pittsburgh was in Rio de Janeiro when the murder occurred. When Captain Worley reached port, he was instructed to transport Deveau and 4 other prisoners in the Cyclops brig to the United States." "And they were on board at the end?" Yes. "No other pictures of the crew?" "They are probably available in family albums and other private sources, but this is all I have in my library." "Tell me about the events leading to the disappearance, verbal or print." "Can you print it out and talk at the same time?" "Sorry, I can only perform such functions in sequence. Which do you prefer first?" "Verbal." "Very well. One moment while I assemble the data." Pitt was beginning to feel drowsy. It had been a long day. He used the pause to dial Jaeger and ask for a cup of coffee. "How are you and Hope getting along?" "I'm almost beginning to think she's real," Pitt answered. "Just so long you don't start fantasizing about her non-existent body. I'm not at that stage yet. To know her is to love her. How are you doing on Lebanon?" "What I was afraid of," said Jaeger. He pretty much buried his past. No insight, only statistics up to the time he became the Wall Street whiz. "Anything interesting?" "Not really. He came from a fairly affluent family. His father owned a chain of hardware stores. I get the idea Raymond and his father didn't get along. There's no mention of his family in any newspaper biographies after he became the financial whiz." "Did you find out how he made his first big bucks?" "That area is pretty vague. He and a partner by the name of Kronberg had a marine salvage company in the middle 1950s. Seems they scratched along for a few years and then went broke. 2 years later, Raymond launched his publication." "The Prospertier. Right. Is there any mention of where his backing came from?" "None," replied Jaeger. "By the way, Jessie is his second wife. His first was named Hillary. She died a few years ago. Nothing on her at all." "Keep hunting." Pitt hung up as Hope said. "I'm ready with the data on the ill-fated final voyage of the Cyclops." "Let's hear it." "She put to sea from Rio de Janeiro on 16 February 1918, bound for Baltimore, Maryland. On board were her regular crew of 15 officers and 57 men from the cruiser Pittsburgh, who were being rotated to the Norfolk Naval Base for reassignment, the 5 prisoners including Deveau and the American. Consul General at Rio, Alfred L. Morin Gottschalk, who was returning to Washington. Her cargo was 11,000 tons of manganese ore. After a brief call at the port of Bahia to pick up mail, the ship made an unscheduled stop on 4 March, when she entered Carlisle Bay on the island of Barbados and dropped anchor. Here Worley took on extra coal and provisions, which he claimed were necessary to continue the voyage to Baltimore, but was later considered to be quite excessive. After the ship was lost at sea, the American consul in Barbados reported a number of suspicious rumors regarding Worley's unusual action, strange events on board, and a possible mutiny. The last anyone saw of the Cyclops and the men on board was 4 March 1918, when she steamed away from Barbados. "There was no further contact?" asked Pitt. 24 hours later, A lumber freighter called the Krogan Castle reported her bow crushed by an immense freak wave. Her radio signals for assistance were answered by the Cyclops. The final words from the collier were her call number and the message, "We are 50 miles due south of you and coming at full steam." Nothing else. That was it. Did the Krogan Castle give her position? Yes, it was reported as latitude 23 degrees, 30 minutes north by longitude 79 degrees, 21 minutes west, which put her about 20 miles southeast from a bank of shallow reefs called the Anguilla Cays. Was the Krogan Castle lost also? No, the records say she limped into Havana. Any wreckage of the Cyclops turn up? An extensive search by the Navy found nothing. Pitt hesitated as Yeager entered the viewing room, set a cup of coffee by the console, and silently retreated. He took a few sips and asked Hope to re-show the photo of the Cyclops. The ship materialized on the monitor screen, and he stared at it thoughtfully. He picked up the phone, punched a number, and waited. A digital clock on the console read 11:55, but the voice that answered sounded bright and cheerful. "Dirk!" boomed Dr. Raphael O'Meara. "What the hell is going down? You caught me at a good time. I just came home this morning from a dig in Costa Rica. Find another truckload of potsherds. Only the richest cache of pre-Columbian art discovered to date. Amazing pieces, some dating back to 300 B.C. Too bad you can't keep them. All my finds go to the Museo Nacional de Costa Rica. You're a generous man, Raphael." "I don't donate them, Dirk. The governments where my finds are made preserve the artifacts as part of their national heritage. But why bore an old waterlogged relic like you? To what do I owe the pleasure of your call?" "I need your expertise on a piece of treasure." "You know, of course," O'Meara said, his tone edged with a touch of seriousness. "Treasure is an unspeakable word to a respected archaeologist." "We all carry an albatross," said Pitt. "Can you meet me for a drink? Now, do you realize what time it is?" "I happen to know you're a night owl. Make it easy on yourself. Some place close to your house. How about the old Angler's Inn on MacArthur Boulevard? Say in half an hour." "Sounds good." "Can you tell me what treasure you're interested in? The one everyone dreams about?" "Oh, and which one is that? Tell you when I see you." Pitt hung up and gazed at the Cyclops. There was an eerie loneliness about her. He could not help wondering what secrets she took with her to a watery grave. "Can I provide any further data?" asked Hope, interrupting his morbid reverie. "Or do you wish to terminate?" "I think we can call it quits," he replied. "Thank you, Hope. I wish I could give you a big kiss." "I am grateful for the compliment, Dirk, but I am not physiologically capable of receiving a kiss. You're still a sweetheart in my book. Come up and use me any time." Pitt laughed. "Good night, Hope. Good night, Dirk." If only she was real, he thought with a dreamy sigh. "Jack Daniels neat," Raphael O'Meara said cheerfully. "Make that a double. Best medicine I know to clear the brain of jungle rot." "How long were you in Costa Rica?" asked Pitt. 3 months. Rained the whole time." "Bombay gin on the rocks with a twist," Pitt said to the barmaid. "So you're joining the greedy ranks of the sea scavengers," O'Meara said, the words emanating through a thick Gabby Hayes beard that hid his face from the nose down. Dirk Pitt a treasure hunter. "I never thought I'd see the day." "My interest is purely academic." "Sure, that's what they all say. Take my advice and forget it. More loot has been poured into underwater treasure hunts than was ever found. I can count on one hand the number of lucky discoveries that paid a profit in the last 80 years. The adventure, excitement, and riches, nothing but hype and all myth." "I agree." O'Meara's barbed, wire eyebrows narrowed. "So what is it you want to know? You familiar with Raymond Lebaron? Old rich and reckless Raymond, the financial genius who publishes the Prospertier?" "The same. He disappeared a couple of weeks ago on a blimp flight near the Bahamas." "How could anybody disappear in a blimp?" "Somehow he managed. You must heard or read something about it." O'Meara shook his head. "I haven't watched TV or seen a newspaper in 90 days. The drinks were brought, and Pitt briefly explained the strange circumstances surrounding the mystery. The crowd was beginning to thin, and they had the bar mostly to themselves. "And you think Lebaron was flying around in an old gas bag looking for a shipwreck loaded to the gills with the mother lode?" "According to his wife, Jessie." "What ship?" "The Cyclops." "I know about the Cyclops. A Navy collier that vanished 71 years ago. I don't recall any report of riches on board." "Apparently Le Baron thought so. What sort of treasure?" "The El Dorado." "You've got to be kidding." "I'm only repeating what I was told." O'Meara went quiet for a long moment, his eyes taking on a faraway look. "El Hombre Dorado," he said at last. "Spanish for the golden man or the gilded one. The legend, some call it a curse, has fired imaginations for 450 years. "Is there any truth to it?" asked Pitt. "Every legend is based on fact, but like all the others before and since, this one has been distorted and embellished into a fairy tale. El Dorado has inspired the longest continuing treasure hunt on record. Thousands of men have died searching for a glimpse of it." "Tell me how the tale originated." Another Jack Daniels and Bombay gin arrived. Pitt laughed as O'Meara downed the water chaser first. Then the archaeologist made himself comfortable and stared into another time. "The Spanish conquistadores were the first to hear of a gilded man who ruled an incredibly wealthy kingdom somewhere in the mountainous jungles east of the Andes. Rumors described him as living in a secluded city built of gold, with streets paved in emeralds and guarded by a fierce army of beautiful Amazons. Made Oz sound like a slum, extremely overvalued, of course. But in reality there were a number of El Dorados, a long line of kings who worshipped a demon god who lived in Lake Guatavita, Colombia. When a new monarch took command of the tribal empire, his body was painted with resinous gums and then coated with gold dust, thus the gilded man. Then he was placed on a ceremonial raft piled high with gold and precious stones, and rowed into the middle of the lake, where he proceeded to pitch the riches into the water as an offering to the god, whose name escapes me. Was the treasure ever raised? There were any number of attempts to drain the lake, but they all failed. In 1965, the government of Colombia declared Guatavita an area of cultural interest and banned all salvage operations. A pity when you consider that estimates of the wealth on the bottom of the lake run between $100 and $300 million. And the Golden City? "Never found," said O'Meara, signaling the barmaid for another round. "Many looked and many died. Nicolaus Federman, Ambrosius Dalfinger, Sebastian de Belalcazar, Gonzalo and Herman Jimenez de Quesada. All sought El Dorado, but only found the curse. So did Sir Walter Raleigh. After his second fruitless expedition, King James put his head on the block, literally. The fabulous city of El Dorado and the greatest treasure of them all remained lost." "Let's back up a minute," said Pitt. "The treasure at the bottom of the lake is not lost." "That's in scattered pieces," explained O'Meara. "The second one, the grand prize, the bonanza at the end of the rainbow, remains hidden to this day. With maybe 2 exceptions, no outsider has ever laid eyes on it. The only description came from a monk who wandered out of the jungle into a Spanish settlement on the Orinoco River in 1675. Before dying a week later, he told of being on a Portuguese expedition looking for diamond mines. Out of 80 men, he was the only survivor. He claimed they'd stumbled into a deserted city surrounded by high cliffs and guarded by a tribe who called themselves Zenones. The party lived in the city for 3 months, but one by one the men began to die off. Too late they discovered the Zenones were not as friendly as they made out, but were cannibals, poisoning the Portuguese and eating them. The monk alone managed to escape. He described massive temples and buildings, strange inscriptions, and the legendary treasure that sent so many of its hunters to their grave. "A true golden man," Pitt speculated. "A statue." "You're close," said O'Meara. "Damned close, but you missed on the sex. Sex!" "La Mujer Dorada," the golden woman, O'Meara replied, or more commonly, La Dorada. "You see, the name first applied to a man and a ceremony, later to a city, and finally to an empire. Over the years it became a term for any place where riches could be found on the ground. Like so many descriptions the feminists hate, the masculine myth became generic, while the feminine was forgotten. Ready for another drink?" "No, thanks. I'll nurse this one." O'Meara ordered another Jack Daniels. "Anyway, you know the story behind the Taj Mahal. A Mughal ruler erected the ornate tomb as a monument to his wife. Same with a pre-Columbian South American king. His name is not recorded, but, so the legend goes, she was the most beloved of the hundreds of women at his court. Then an event occurred in the sky, probably either an eclipse or Halley's comet, and the priests called on him to sacrifice her to appease the angry gods. Life was no fun in those days, so she was killed, heart torn out, in an elaborate ceremony. I thought only the Aztecs went in for heart removal. The Aztecs didn't have a monopoly on human sacrifice. The upshot was the king called together his artisans and ordered them to build a statue of her likeness so he could elevate her to a god. Did the monk describe it? In vivid detail, if his story can be believed. She stands nude, nearly 6 feet tall, on a pedestal of rose quartz. Her body is solid gold. God, it must weigh at least a ton. Embedded in the chest, where the heart should be, is a great ruby, judged to be in the neighborhood of 1,200 carats. I don't profess to be an expert, said Pitt, but I know that rubies are the most valuable of all the gemstones, and one of 30 carats is a rarity. 1,200 carats is unbelievable. That's not even the half of it, O'Meara continued. The entire head of the statue is one gigantic carved emerald, deep blue, green, and flawless. I can't begin to guess the carat weight, but it would have to hit the scales around 30 pounds. More like 40 if you include a likeness of the hair. What's the largest known emerald? Pitt thought a moment. Certainly no more than 10 pounds. Can't you just see her standing under spotlights in the main lobby of Washington's Museum of Natural History? O'Meara said wistfully. I can only wonder at the value on today's market. You could safely say it's priceless. There was another man who saw the statue, Pitt asked. Colonel Ralph Morehouse Sigler, a real character from the old explorer's school. An engineer in the English army, he tramped around the empire, surveying boundaries and building forts throughout Africa and India. He was also a trained geologist and spent his leave time prospecting. He was either damned lucky or damned good, discovering an extensive chromite deposit in South Africa and several precious gemstone veins in Indochina. He became wealthy but didn't have time to enjoy it. The Kaiser marched into France, and he was ordered to the Western Front to build fortifications. So he didn't enter South America until after the war. No, in the summer of 1916 he stepped off the boat at Georgetown, in what was then British Guiana. It seems some hotshot in the British Treasury got the bright idea of sending out expeditions around the world to find and open gold mines to finance the war. Sigler was recalled from the front and ordered into the South American interior. You think he knew the monk's story? Pitt asked. Nothing in his diaries or papers indicates he ever believed in a lost city. The guy was no wild-eyed treasure hunter. He was after raw minerals. Historic artifacts never interested him. Are you hungry, Dirk? Yes, come to think of it. I was cheated out of dinner. We're long past the dinner hour, but if we ask nice, I'm sure the kitchen can rustle up some appetizers. O'Meara gestured for the barmaid, and after pleading his case, persuaded her to serve them a platter of shrimp with cocktail sauce. It's the spot, said Pitt. I could eat these little devils all day long, O'Meara agreed. Now, where were we? Sigler was about to find La Dorada. Oh, yes, after forming a party of 20 men, mostly British soldiers, Sigler plunged into the uncharted wilds. For months nothing was heard of them. The British began to sense disaster and sent out several search parties, but none found a trace of the missing men. At last, nearly 2 years later, an American expedition, surveying for a railroad, stumbled upon Sigler 500 miles northeast of Rio de Janeiro. He was alone, the only survivor. Seems like an incredible distance from British Guiana. Almost 2,000 miles from his jump, off point as the crow flies. What kind of shape was he in? More dead than alive, according to the engineers who found him. They carried Sigler to a village that had a small hospital and sent off a message to the nearest American consulate. A few weeks later, a relief party arrived from Rio. American or British? An odd twist there, answered O'Meara. The British consulate claimed they were never notified of Sigler's reappearance. Gossip had it that the American consul general himself showed up to question him. Whatever happened, Sigler dropped from sight. The story is he escaped from the hospital and wandered back into the jungle. Doesn't figure that he'd turn his back on civilization after 2 years of hell, said Pitt. O'Meara shrugged. Who can say? Did Sigler give an account of his expedition before he disappeared? Raved in delirium most of the time. Witnesses said afterward that he babbled about finding a huge city surrounded by steep cliffs and overgrown by jungle. His description pretty much matched the Portuguese monk. He also drew a rough sketch of the golden woman that was saved by a nurse and now lies in Brazil's National Library. I had a look at it while researching another project. The real thing must be an awesome sight. Are you drunk, Rykov? No, General. tired but Siberian sober. "Unless you are a complete fool, you must know you are in deep trouble for going over the heads of your superiors. This is too important to share with anyone beneath your level of authority." "Sleep on it, and you won't be so brash in the morning," said Yasenin. "I'll do you a favor and forget the whole matter. Good night." "Wait," Rykov demanded, throwing caution aside. "If you dismiss my call, I will have no choice but to turn my discovery over to Vladimir Polivoy." Rykov's statement was greeted by an icy silence. Finally, Yasenin said, "What makes you think the Chief of State Security would listen to a crazy man?" "When he checked my dossier, he would find I am a respected party member and a scientist who is far from lunacy." "Oh," Yasenin asked, his irritation turning to curiosity. He decided to pin Rykov down. "All right, I'll hear you out. What's so vital to the interest of Mother Russia that it can't go through prescribed channels?" Rykov spoke very calmly. "I have proof that someone is on the moon." 45 minutes later, General Yasenin strode into the photo-analysis laboratory of the Geophysical Space Center. Big, beefy, and red of face, he wore a rumpled uniform that was ablaze with decorations. The hair was smoke, gray, the eyes steady and hard. He walked quietly, his head thrust out as if stalking a prey. "You Rykov?" he asked, without prelude. "Yes," Rykov said simply but firmly. They stared at each other a moment, neither making any attempt at shaking hands. Finally, Rykov cleared his throat and motioned toward the stereoscope. "This way, General," he said. "Please lie prone on the leather cushion and look through the eyepiece." As Yasenin positioned himself over the photomontage, he asked, "What am I searching for?" "Focus on the small area I've circled," replied Rykov. The general adjusted the lenses to his vision and peered downward, his face impassive. After a full minute he looked up strangely, then bent over the stereoscope again. At last he slowly rose and stared at Rykov, eyes stark in open astonishment. "This is not a photographic trick?" he asked dumbly. "No, General. What you see is real. Two human forms wearing encapsulated suits are aiming some sort of device at Selenos 4. Yasenin's mind could not accept what his eyes saw to be true. "It's not impossible. Where do they come from?" Rykov shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. If they're not United States astronauts, they can only be aliens. I do not believe in supernatural fairy tales. But how could the Americans launch men to the moon without the event leaking to the world news media or our intelligence people? Suppose they left men behind and stockpiled material during the Apollo program. Such an effort might be possible. Their last known lunar landing was by Apollo 17 in 1972, Rykov recalled. No human could survive the harsh lunar conditions for 17 years without being resupplied. "I can think of no one else," Yasenin insisted. He returned to the stereoscope and intently studied the human forms standing in the crater. The sun's glare was coming from the right, throwing their shadows to the left. Their suits were white, and he could make out the dark green viewports on the helmets. They were of a design unfamiliar to him. Yasenin could clearly distinguish footprints leading into a pitch, black shadow cast by the crater's rim. "I know what you're looking for, General," said Rykov, "but I've already examined the landscape on the floor of the crater and cannot find any sign of their spacecraft." "Perhaps they climbed down from the top. That's a sheer drop of over 1,000 feet." "I'm at a loss to explain any of this," Yasenin admitted quietly. "Please look closely at the device they're both holding and pointing at Selenos. 4. It seems to be a large camera with an extremely long telephoto lens." "No," said Yasenin. "You're treading in my territory now. Not a camera, but a weapon." "A laser?" "Nothing so advanced. Strikes me as a handheld surface. To-air missile system of American manufacture. A Lariat Type 40, I should say. Homes in with a guidance beam. 10-mile range on Earth, probably much more in the moon's rarefied atmosphere. Became operational with NATO forces about 6 years ago. So much for your alien theory." Rykov was awed. Every ounce of weight is precious in space flight. Why carry something so heavy and useless as a rocket launcher? The men in the crater found a purpose. They used it against Selenos 4, Rykov thought a moment. That would explain why the scanners stopped operating a minute later. They were damaged by a hit from a rocket, Yasenin finished. "We were fortunate the scanners finally relayed the digitized data before it crashed. A pity the crew were not so lucky." Rykov stared at the general, not sure he'd heard right. Selenos 4 was unmanned. Yasenin pulled a slim gold case from his coat, selected a cigarette, and lit it with a lighter embedded in the top. Then he slid the case back into a breast pocket. "Yes, of course Selenos 4 was unmanned. But you said—" Yasenin smiled coldly. "I said nothing." The message was clear. Rykov valued his position too much to pursue the subject. He simply nodded. "Do you wish a report on what we've seen here tonight?" Rykov asked. "The original, no copies, on my desk by 10 o'clock tomorrow. And, Rykov, consider this a state secret of the highest priority." "I will confide in no one but you, General." "Good man. There may be party honor in this for you." Rykov wasn't going to hold his breath waiting for the award, yet he could not suppress a glow of pride in his work. Yasenin returned to the stereoscope, drawn to the image of the intruders on the moon. "So the fabled Star Wars have begun," he murmured to himself, "and the Americans have launched the first blow." Pitt rejected any thought of lunch and opened one of several granola bars he kept in his desk. Fumbling with the wrapper held over a wastebasket to catch the crumbs, he kept his concentration locked on a large nautical chart spread across the desk. The chart's tendency to curl was held down by a memo pad and 2 books on historic shipwrecks that were opened to chapters on the Cyclops. The chart covered a large area of the old Bahama Channel, flanked on the south by the archipelago de Camagüey, a group of scattered islands off the coast of Cuba, and the shallow waters of the Great Bahama Bank to the north. The upper left corner of the chart took in the Cay Sail Bank, whose southeastern tip included the Anguilla Cays. He sat back and took a bite out of the granola bar. Then he bent over the chart again, sharpened a pencil, and picked up a pair of dividers. Setting the needle tips of the dividers on the scale printed on the bottom of the chart, he measured off 20 nautical miles and carefully marked the distance from the tip of the Anguilla Cays with a penciled dot. Next he described a short arc another 50 miles to the southeast. He labeled the top dot Krogan Castle, and the lower arc Cyclops with a question mark. "Somewhere above the arc is where the Cyclops sank," he reasoned, a logical assumption given the fact of the lumber freighter's position at the time of her distress signal, and the Cyclops' distance as given in her reply. The only problem was that Raymond LeBaron's piece of the puzzle didn't fit. From his experience in searching for shipwrecks, Pitt was convinced LeBaron had performed the same exercise 100 times, only delving deeper into currents, known weather conditions at the time of the loss, and the projected speed of the Navy collier. But one conclusion always came out the same. The Cyclops should have gone down in the middle of the channel under 260 fathoms of water, over 1,500 feet to the bottom. Far too deep to the bottom, far too deep to be visible to anything other than a fish. Pitt relaxed in his chair and stared at the markings on the chart. Unless LeBaron dredged up information nobody else knew about, what was he searching for? Certainly not the Cyclops, and certainly not from a blimp. Aside, scan survey from a surface craft or a deep-diving submersible would have been better suited for the job. In addition, the prime search area was only 20 miles off Cuba. Hardly a comfortable place to cruise around in a slow-flying gas bag. Castro's gunboats would have declared open season on such an easy target. He was sitting lost in contemplation, nibbling on the granola bar, trying to see a probability in Raymond LeBaron's scheme that he had missed when his desk speaker beeped. He pressed the talk switch. "Yes?" "Sandecker, can you come up to my office? 5 minutes, Admiral." "Try for 2. Admiral James Sandecker was the director of the National Underwater and Marine Agency. A man in his late 50s, he was of short stature, his body thin and stringy but hard as armor plating. The straight hair and Van Dyke beard were blaze red. A fitness freak, he adhered to a strict exercise regimen. His naval career was distinguished more by hard-nosed efficiency than sea combat tactics. And though he wasn't popular in Washington social circles, politicians respected him for his integrity and organizational ability. The Admiral greeted Pitt's entry into his office with nothing more than a curt nod, then gestured to a woman sitting in a leather chair across the room. "Dirk, I understand you've met Mrs. Jessie LeBaron." She looked up and smiled, but it was an ingratiating smile. Pitt bowed slightly and pressed her hand. "Sorry," he said indifferently. "I'd rather forget I know Mrs. LeBaron." Sandecker's eyebrows pinched together. "Am I missing something?" "My fault," said Jessie, staring into Pitt's eyes, but seeing only green ice. "I was very rude to Mr. Pitt last night. I hope he accepts my apology and forgives my bad manners. You needn't act so formal, Mrs. Lebaron. Since we're old pals, I won't throw a tantrum if you call me Dirk. As to forgiving you, how much is it going to cost me? My intent was to hire you, she replied, ignoring the jibe. He gave Sandecker a bemused look. Strange, I had this funny idea I worked for Numa. Admiral Sandecker has kindly consented to release you for a few days, providing, of course, you're agreeable, she added. To do what? To look for my husband. No deal. May I ask why? I have other projects. You won't work for me because I'm a woman. Is that it? Sex has no bearing on my decision. Let's just say I don't work for someone I can't respect. There was an embarrassed silence. Pitt looked at the Admiral. The lips were turned down in a grimace, but the eyes fairly twinkled. The old bastard was enjoying this, he thought. You've misjudged me, Dirk. Jessie's face was flushed in confusion, but her eyes were hard as crystal. Please, Sandecker raised both hands. Let's call a truce. I suggest you two get together some evening and have it out over dinner. Pitt and Jessie stared at each other for a long moment. Then Pitt's mouth slowly spread in a wide, infectious smile. I'm willing, providing I pay. Despite herself, Jessie had to smile too. Allow me some self-respect. Let's split the bill. Done. Done. Now we can get on with the business at hand, Sandecker said in his nonsense way. Before you arrived, Dirk, we were discussing theories on Mr. LeBaron's disappearance. Pitt looked at Jessie. There is no doubt in your mind that the bodies in the blimp were not those of Mr. LeBaron and his crew? Jessie shook her head. None. I saw them. There wasn't much left to identify. The corpse lying in the morgue was more muscular than Raymond, explained Jessie. Also, he'd been wearing an imitation of a Cartier wristwatch, one of those cheap replicas made in Taiwan. I'd given my husband an expensive original on our first anniversary. I've made a few calls on my own, added Sandecker. The Miami coroner backed Jessie's judgment. Physical characteristics of the bodies in the morgue didn't match the three men who took off in the Prosperier. Pitt looked from Sandecker to Jessie Lebaron, realizing he was getting involved in something he had wished to avoid. The emotional entanglements complicating any project that depended on solid research, practical engineering, and razor-sharp organization. Bodies and clothes switched, said Pitt. Personal jewelry replaced with fakes. Any thoughts on a motive, Mrs. LeBaron? I don't know what to think. Did you know that between the time the blimp vanished and when it reappeared in Key Biscayne, the gas bags inside the hull would have had to be reinflated with helium? She opened her purse, took out a Kleenex, and daintily dabbed at her nose, to give her something to do with her hands. After the police released the Prosperier, my husband's crew chief inspected every inch of her. I have his report if you care to see it. You're very perceptive. He found that the gas bags had been refilled, not with helium, but with hydrogen. Pitt looked up in surprise. Hydrogen! That hasn't been used in airships since the Hindenburg burned. Not to worry, said Sandecker. The Prosperier's gas bags have been refilled with helium. So what's going down? Pitt asked cautiously. Sandecker gave him a hard look. I hear you want to go after the Cyclops. It's no secret, answered Pitt. You'd have to do it on your own time without Numa personnel and equipment. Congress would eat me alive if they learned I sanctioned a treasure hunt with government funds. I'm aware of that. Will you listen to another proposal? I'll listen. I'm not going to hand you a lot of double. Talk about doing me a great service by keeping this conversation to yourself. If it gets out, I go down the drain, but that's my problem. True. If you say so, yes. You were scheduled to direct a survey of the seafloor in the Bering Sea off the Aleutians next month. I'll bring in Jack Harris from the Deep Ocean Mining Project to replace you, to head off any questions or later investigations or bureaucratic wrongdoing. We'll sever your connections with Numa. As of now, you're on leave of absence until you find Raymond LeBaron. Find Raymond LeBaron, Pitt repeated sarcastically. A piece of cake. The trail is 2 weeks cold and getting colder by the hour. No motive, no leads, not one clue to why he vanished, who did it, and how. Impossible is an understatement. Will you at least give it a try? Asked Sandecker. Pitt stared at the teakwood planking that made up the floor of the Admiral's office, his eyes seeing a tropical sea 2,000 miles away. He disliked becoming linked with a riddle without being able to calculate, at the very least, an approximate solution. He knew Sandecker knew that he would accept the challenge. Chasing after an unknown over the next horizon was a lure Pitt could never resist. "If I take this on, I'd need Numa's best scientific team to man a first-rate research vessel, the resources and political clout to back me up, military support in case of trouble. Dirk, my hands are tied. I can offer you nothing." "What?" "You heard me. The situation requires the search be conducted as quietly as possible. You'll have to make do without any help from Numa." "Have you got both oars in the water?" Pitt demanded. "You expect me, one man working alone, to accomplish what half the Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard failed to do. Why, hell, they couldn't find a 150-foot airship until it showed up on its own. What am I supposed to use, a dowser and a canoe?" "The idea," Sandecker explained patiently, "is to fly LeBaron's last known course in the Prospertier." Pitt slowly sank into an office sofa. "This is the craziest scheme I've ever heard," he said, unbelieving. He turned to Jessie. "Do you go along with this?" "I'll do whatever it takes to find my husband," she said evenly. "A cuckoo's nest," Pitt said gravely. He stood and began to pace the room, clasping and unclasping his hands. "Why the secrecy? Your husband was an important man, a celebrity, a confidant of the rich and famous, closely connected with high government officials, a financial guru to executives of major corporations. Why in God's name am I the only man in the country who can search for him?" "Dirk," Sandecker said softly, "Raymond LeBaron's financial empire touches hundreds of thousands of people. Right now it's hanging in limbo because he's still among the missing. It can't be proven whether he's alive or dead. The government has called off any further hunt because over $5 million have been spent by military search and rescue teams without a sighting, without a hint of where he might have disappeared. Budget-conscious congressmen will howl for scalps if more government money is spent on another fruitless effort. What about the private sector and LeBaron's own business associates?" Many business leaders respected LeBaron, but at one time or another most of them were burned by him in his editorials. They won't spend a dime or go out of their way to look for him. As to the men around him, they have more to gain by his death. "So does Jessie here," said Pitt, gazing at her. She smiled thinly. "I can't deny it, but the bulk of his estate goes to charities and other family members. I do, however, receive a substantial inheritance." "You must own a yacht, Mrs. LeBaron. Why don't you assemble your own crew of investigators and look for your husband?" "There are reasons, Dirk, why I can't conduct a large publicized effort. Reasons you needn't know. The Admiral and I think there is a chance, a very slight chance, that three people can quietly retrace the flight of the Prospertier under the same conditions and discover what happened to Raymond." "Why bother?" asked Pitt. "All islands and reefs within the blimp's fuel range were covered by the initial search. I'd only be covering the same trail." "They might have missed something, like maybe Cuba?" Sandecker shook his head. "Castro would have claimed LeBaron overflew Cuban territory under instructions from the CIA and flaunted the blimp's capture to the world. No, there has to be another answer." Pitt walked over to the corner windows and gazed longingly down at a fleet of small sailboats that were holding a regatta on the Anacostia River. The white sails gleamed against the dark green water as they raced toward the buoy markers. "How do we know where to concentrate?" he asked without turning. "We're looking at a search grid as large as 1,000 square miles. It would take weeks to cover it properly." "I have all my husband's records and charts," said Jessie. "He left them behind?" "No, they were found in the blimp." Pitt silently watched the sailboats, his arms crossed in front of him. He tried to probe the motives, penetrate the intrigue, lay out the safeguards. He tried to segregate each into an orderly niche. "When do we go?" he asked finally. "Sunrise tomorrow morning," Sandecker replied. "You both still insist I lead the fishing expedition?" "We do," Jessie said flatly. "I want 2 old hands for my crew. They're both on Numa's payroll. Either I get them or I'll walk." Sandecker's face clouded. "I've already explained." "You've got the moon, Admiral, and you're asking for Mars. We've been friends long enough for you to know I don't operate on a half-assed basis. Put the 2 men I need on leaves of absence, too. I don't care how you do it." Sandecker wasn't angry, wasn't even annoyed. If there was one man in the country who could pull off the unthinkable, it was Pitt. The Admiral had no more cards to play, so he folded. "All right," he said quietly. "You've got them. There's one more thing." "Which is?" Sandecker demanded. Pitt turned around with a bleak smile. His gaze went from Jessie to the Admiral. Then he shrugged and said, "I've never flown a blimp." "Appears to me you're making an end run behind my back," said Sam Emmett, the outspoken chief of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The President looked across his desk in the Oval Office and smiled benignly. "You're absolutely right, Sam. I'm doing exactly that. I give you credit for laying it on the line. Don't get upset, Sam. This in no way reflects any displeasure with you or the FBI." "Then why can't you tell me what this is all about?" Emmett asked, holding his indignation in check. "In the first place, it's primarily a foreign affairs matter. Has Martin Brogan at Kaya been consulted?" "Martin has not been called in. You have my word on it. And in the second place, the President was not about to be pushed. That's my business." Emmett stiffened. "If the President wishes my resignation—" "I don't wish anything of the sort," the President cut in. "You're the ablest and best qualified man to head up the Bureau. You've done a magnificent job, and I've always been one of your biggest boosters. However, if you want to pick up your marbles and go home because you think your vanity has been dented, then go right ahead. Prove me wrong about you. But if you don't trust—" "Wait just a damned minute, Sam. Let's not say anything we'll be sorry about tomorrow. I'm not questioning your loyalty or integrity. No one is stabbing you in the back. We aren't talking crime or espionage. This matter doesn't directly concern the FBI or any of the intelligence agencies. The bottom line is that it's you who has to trust me, at least for the next week. Will you do that?" Emmett's ego was temporarily soothed. He shrugged and then relented. "You win, Mr. President. Status quo. I'll follow your lead." The President sighed heavily. "I promise I won't let you down, Sam. I appreciate that." "Good. Now let's start at the beginning. What have you got on the dead bodies from Florida?" The tight uneasiness went out of Emmett's expression, and he noticeably relaxed. He opened his attach case and handed the President a leather-bound folder. "Here is a detailed report from the Walter Reed Pathology Lab. Their examination was most helpful in giving us a lead for identification." The President looked at him in surprise. "You identified them? It was the analysis of the borscht paste that opened the door." "Borscht what?" "You recall that the Dade County coroner fixed death by hypothermia, or freezing?" Yes. "Well, borscht paste is a god, awful food supplement given to Russian cosmonauts. The stomachs of the 3 corpses were loaded with the stuff. You're telling me that Raymond Lebaron and his crew were exchanged for 3 dead Soviet cosmonauts?" Emmett nodded. "We were even able to put a name on them through a defector, a former flight surgeon with the Russian space program. He'd examined each of them on several occasions. When did he defect?" "He came over to our side in August of '87, a little over 2 years ago." "That's correct," Emmett acknowledged. "The names of the cosmonauts found in Lebaron's blimp are Sergei Zochenko, Alexander Yudenich, and Ivan Ronsky. Yudenich was a rookie, but Zochenko and Ronsky were both veterans with 2 space flights apiece. I'd give my next year's salary to know how they came to be inside that damned blimp. Regrettably, we turned up nothing concerning that part of the mystery. At the moment, the only Russians circling the Earth are 4 cosmonauts on board the Salyut 9 space station, but the NASA people who are monitoring the flight say they're all in good health." The President nodded. "So that eliminates any Soviet cosmonaut on a space flight and leaves only those on the ground." "That's the odd twist," Emmett continued. "According to the forensic pathology, people at Walter Reed, the 3 men they examined probably froze to death while in space." The President's eyebrows raised. "Can they prove it?" "No, but they say several factors point in that direction. Starting with the borscht paste and the analysis of other condensed foods the Soviets are known to consume during space travel. Also evident were physiological signs the men had breathed air of a high oxygen, constant, and spent considerable time in a weightless environment. Wouldn't be the first time the Soviets have launched men into space and failed to retrieve them. They could have been up there for years, and fell to Earth only a few weeks ago after their orbit decayed. I'm only aware of 2 instances where the Soviets suffered fatalities," said Emmett. "The cosmonaut whose craft became tangled in the shrouds of its re-entry parachute and slammed into Siberia at 500 miles an hour, and the 3 Soyuz crewmen who died after a faulty hatch leaked away their oxygen." "The disasters they couldn't cover up," said the President. The CIA has recorded at least 30 cosmonaut deaths since the beginning of their space missions. 9 of them are still up there, drifting around in space. We can't advertise the fact on our end because it would jeopardize our intelligence sources. We know, but they don't know. We know kind of affair. Precisely. Which brings us back to the 3 cosmonauts we've got lying here in Washington, said Emmett, clutching his briefcase on his lap. And 100 questions, beginning with, where did they come from? I did some checking with the Aerospace Defense Command Center. Their technicians say the only spacecraft the Russians have sent aloft large enough to support a manned crew, besides their orbiting station shuttles, were the Selenos lunar probes. At the word lunar, something clicked in the President's mind. What about the Selenos probes? 3 went up and none came back. The Defense Command boys thought it highly unusual for the Soviets to screw up 3 times in a row on simple moon-orbiting flights. You think they were manned? I do indeed, said Emmett. The Soviets wallow in deception. As you suggested, they almost never admit to a space failure, and keeping the build-up for their coming moon landing clouded in secrecy was strictly routine. Okay. If we accept the theory the 3 bodies came from one of the Selenos spacecraft, where did it land? Certainly not through their normal re-entry path over the steppes of Kazakhstan. My guess is somewhere in or around Cuba. Cuba. The President slowly rolled the 2 syllables from his lips. Then he shook his head. The Russians would never allow their national heroes, living or dead, to be used for some kind of crazy intelligence scheme. Maybe they don't know. The President looked at Emmett. Don't know. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that their spacecraft had a malfunction and fell in or near Cuba during re-entry. About the same time, Raymond LeBaron and his blimp show up searching for a treasure ship and are captured. Then, for some unfathomable reason, the Cubans switch the cosmonauts' bodies for LeBaron and his crew and send the blimp back to Florida. Do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds? Emmett laughed. Of course, but considering the known facts, it's the best I can come up with. The President leaned back and stared at the ornate ceiling. You know, you just might have struck a vein. A quizzical look crossed Emmett's face. How so? Try this on for size. Just suppose Fidel Castro is trying to tell us something. He picked a strange way to send out a signal. The President picked up a pen and began doodling on a pad. Fidel has never been a stickler for diplomatic niceties. Do you want me to continue the investigation? Emmett asked. No, the President answered tersely. You still insist on keeping the Bureau in the dark? This is not a domestic matter for the Justice Department, Sam. I'm grateful for your help, but you've taken it about as far as you can go. Emmett snapped his attach case shut and rose to his feet. Can I ask a touchy question? Shoot! Shoot! Now that we've established a link, regardless of how weak, to a possible abduction of Raymond LeBaron by the Cubans, why is the President of the United States keeping it to himself and forbidding his investigative agencies to follow up? A good question, Sam. Perhaps in a few days we'll both know the answer. Moments after Emmett left the Oval Office, the President turned in his swivel chair and stared out the window. His mouth went dry and sweat soaked his armpits. He was gripped by foreboding that there was a tie between the Jersey colony and the Soviet lunar probe disasters. Ira Hagen stopped his rental car at the security gate and displayed a government ID card. The guard made a phone call to the visitor center of the Harvey Pattenen National Physics Laboratory, then waved Hagen through. He drove up the drive and found an empty space in a sprawling parking lot crowded by a sea of multicolored cars. The grounds surrounding the laboratory were landscaped with clusters of pine trees and moss rock planted amid rolling mounds of grass. The building was typical of tech centers that had mushroomed around the country. Contemporary architecture with heavy use of bronze glass and brick walls curving at the corners. An attractive receptionist sitting behind a horseshoe-shaped desk looked up and smiled as he walked through the lobby. May I help you? Thomas judged to see Dr. Mooney. She went through the phone routine again and nodded. Yes, Mr. Judge. Please enter the security center to my rear. They'll direct you from there. Before I go in, can I borrow your men's room? Certainly, she said, pointing. The door on the right beneath the mural. Hagen thanked her and passed under a massive painting of a futuristic starship soaring between a pair of spectral blue-green planets. He went into a stall, closed the door, and sat down on the toilet. Opening a briefcase, he removed a yellow legal pad and turned to the middle. Then, writing on the upper back of the page, he made a series of tiny cryptic notes and diagrams on the security systems he'd observed since entering the building. A good undercover operative would never put anything down on paper, but Hagen could afford to run fast and loose, knowing the President would bail him out if his cover was blown. A few minutes later, he strolled out of the restroom and entered a glass, enclosed room manned by 4 uniformed security guards who eyeballed an array of 20 television monitors mounted against one wall. One of the guards rose from a console and approached the counter. "Sir? Sir?" "I have an appointment with Dr. Mooney." The guard scanned a visitor list. "Yes, sir, you must be Thomas Judge. May I see some identification, please?" Hagen showed him his driver's license and government ID. Then he was politely asked to open the briefcase. After a cursory search, the guard silently gestured for Hagen to close it, asked him to sign a time in and out sheet, and gave him a plastic badge to clip on his breast pocket. "Dr. Mooney's office is straight down the corridor through the double doors at the end." In the corridor, Hagen paused to put on his reading glasses and peer at 2 bronze plaques on the wall. Each bore the raised profile of a man. One was dedicated to Dr. Harvey Pattenden, founder of the laboratory, and gave a brief description of his accomplishments in the field of physics. But it was the other plaque that intrigued Hagen. It read, "In memory of Dr. Leonard Hudson, 1926-1965, whose creative genius is an inspiration for all who follow." Not very original, Hagen thought, but he had to give Hudson credit for playing the dead man game down to the last detail. He entered the anteroom and smiled warmly at the secretary, a demure older woman in a mannish navy blue suit. "Mr. Judge," she said, "please go right in. Dr. Mooney is expecting you." "Thank you." Earl J. Mooney was 36, younger than Hagen had expected when he studied a file on the doctor's history. His background was surprisingly similar to Hudson's. Same brilliant mind, same high academic record, even the same university. A fat kid who went thin and became director of Pattenden Lab. He stared through pine-green eyes under thunderous eyebrows and above a Pancho Villa mustache. Dressed casually in a white sweater and blue jeans, he seemed remote from intellectual rigor. He came from behind the desk, scattered with papers, notebooks, and empty Pepsi bottles, and pumped Hagen's hand. "Sit down, Mr. Judge, and tell me what I can do for you." Hagen lowered his bulk into a straight-backed chair and said, "As I mentioned over the phone, I'm with the General Accounting Office, and we've had a legislative request to review your accounting systems and audit research funding expenditures." Who was the legislator who made the request? Senator Henry Kaltenbosch. "I hope he doesn't think Pattenden Lab is mixed up in fraud," said Mooney defensively. "Not at all. You know the senator's reputation for smelling out misuse in government funding. His witch hunts make good publicity for his election campaign. Just between you and me, there are many of us at Gale who wish he'd fall through an open manhole and stop sending us out chasing moonbeams. However, I must admit in all fairness to the senator, we have turned up discrepancies at other think tanks." Mooney was quick to correct him. "We prefer to think of ourselves as a research facility." "Of course. Anyway, we're making spot checks." "You must understand, our work here is highly classified. The design of nuclear rocketry and third-generation nuclear weapons whose power is focused into narrow radiation beams that travel at the speed of light and can destroy targets deep in space." Mooney looked at Hagen queerly. "You're very well informed." Hagen shrugged it off. "A very general description given to me by my superior. I'm an accountant, Doctor, not a physicist. My mind can't function in the abstract. I flunked high school calculus. Your secrets are safe. My job is to help see the taxpayer gets his money's worth out of government-funded programs." "How can I help you?" "I'd like to talk to your controller and administration officials. Also the staff that handles the financial records. My auditing team will arrive from Washington in 2 weeks. I'd appreciate it if we could set up someplace out of your way, preferably close to where the records are kept. You'll have our fullest cooperation. Naturally, I must have security clearances for you and your team." "Naturally. I'll take you around personally and introduce you to our controller and accounting staff." "One more thing," said Hagen. "Do you permit after-hours work?" Mooney smiled. "Unlike 9 to 5 office people, physicists and engineers have no set hours. Many of us work around the clock. I've often put in 30 hours at a stretch. It also helps to stagger the time on our computers." Would it be possible for me to do a little preliminary checking from now until, say, about 10 o'clock this evening? I don't see why not, Mooney said agreeably. We have an all-night cafeteria on the lower level if you want to grab a bite, and a security guard is always nearby to point out direction. And keep me out of the secret areas, Hagen laughed. I'm sure you're familiar with facility security. True, Hagen admitted. I'd be a rich man if I had a dime for every hour I put in auditing different departments of the Pentagon. If you'll come this way, said Mooney, heading for the door. Just out of curiosity, Hagen said, remaining in his chair. I've heard of Harvey Pattendon. He worked with Robert Goddard, I believe. Yes, Dr. Pattendon invented several of our early rocket engines, but Leonard Hudson is unfamiliar to me. A pretty bright guy, said Mooney. He paved the way by design engineering most of our spacecraft years before they were actually built and sent aloft. If he hadn't died in his prime, there's no telling what he might have achieved. How did he die? Light, plane crash. He was flying to a seminar in Seattle with Dr. Gunnar Ericsson when their plane exploded in midair and dropped into the Columbia River. Who was Ericsson? A heavy thinker, perhaps the most brilliant astrophysicist the country ever produced. A tiny alarm went off in Hagen's mind. Did he have any particular pursuit? Yes, it was geolunar synoptic morphology for industrialized peoplement. Could you translate? Of course, Mooney laughed. Ericsson was obsessed with the idea of building a colony on the moon. 10 hours ahead in time, 2 a.m., in Moscow, 4 men were grouped around a fireplace that warmed a small sitting room inside the Kremlin. The room was poorly lit and had a morbid feel about it. Cigarette smoke mingled with that of a single cigar. Soviet President Georgy Antonov stared thoughtfully at the undulating flames. He had removed his coat after a light dinner and replaced it with an old fisherman's sweater. His shoes were off and his stocking feet casually propped on an embroidered autumn. Vladimir Polivoy, head of the Committee for State Security, and Sergei Kornilov, chief of the Soviet space program, wore dark wool suits, custom-tailored in London, while General Yasenin sat in full bemedaled uniform. Polivoy threw the report and photographs on a low table and shook his head in amazement. I don't see how they accomplished it without a breach of secrecy. Such an extraordinary advance seems inconceivable, Kornilov agreed. I won't believe it until I see more proof. The proof is evident in the photographs, said Yasenin. Rykov's report leaves no room for doubt. Study the detail. The 2 figures standing on the moon are real. They're not an illusion cast by shadows or created by a flaw in the scanning system. They exist. The spacesuits do not match those of American astronauts, Kornilov retorted. The helmets are also designed differently. I won't argue over trivials, said Yasenin, but there is no mistaking the weapon in their hands. I can positively identify it as a surface-to-air missile launcher of American manufacture. Then where is their spacecraft? Kornilov persisted. Where is their lunar rover? They couldn't just materialize out of nowhere. I share your doubts, said Polivoy. An absolute impossibility for the Americans to put men and supplies on the moon without our intelligence network, monitoring the progress. Our tracking stations would have detected any strange movement entering or coming from space. Even stranger yet, said Antonov, is why the Americans have never announced such a momentous achievement. What do they gain by keeping it a secret? Kornilov gave a slight nod. All the more reason to challenge Rykov's report. You're all overlooking one important fact, said Yasenin in a level tone. Selenos 4 went missing immediately after its scanners recorded the figures in the photographs. I say our space probe was damaged by rocket fire, which penetrated the hull, drained away the capsule's pressure, and killed our cosmonauts. Polivoy looked at him, startled. What cosmonauts? Yasenin and Kornilov exchanged bemused looks. There are some things even the KGB doesn't know, said the general. Polivoy looked squarely at Kornilov. Selenos 4 was a manned probe, as were Selenos 5 and 6. Each craft carried 3 men. He turned to Antonov, who was calmly puffing on a Havana cigar. You knew about this? Antonov nodded. Yes, I was briefed. But you must remember, Vladimir, not all matters concerning space fall under state security. None of you wasted any time running to me when your precious moon probe fell and vanished in the West Indies, Polivoy said angrily. An unforeseen circumstance, Yasenin patiently explained. After its return from the moon, control could not be established for Selenos 4's Earth re-entry. The engineers at our Space Command wrote it off as a dead lunar probe. After orbiting for nearly a year and a half, another attempt was made to establish command. This time the guidance systems responded, but the re-entry maneuver was only partially successful. Selenos 4 fell 10,000 miles short of its touchdown area. It was imperative we keep the deaths of our cosmonaut heroes secret. Naturally, the services of the KGB were required. "How many lost cosmonauts does that make?" asked Polivoy. "Sacrifices must be made to ensure Soviet destiny," Antonov murmured philosophically. "And to cover up blunders in our space program," Polivoy said bitterly. "Let's not argue," cautioned Antonov. "Selenos 4 made a great contribution before it impacted in the Caribbean Sea." "Where it has yet to be found," Polivoy added. "True," said Yasenin, "but we retrieved the lunar surface data. That was the main purpose of the mission. Don't you think American space surveillance systems tracked its descent and pinpointed the landing position? If they had set their minds on salvaging Selenos 4, they'd already have it sitting hidden away inside a secure facility." "Of course they tracked the descent trajectory," said Yasenin, "but their intelligence analysts had no reason to believe Selenos 4 was anything but a scientific deep space probe that was programmed to land in Cuban waters." "There is a crack in your carefully laid plot," Polivoy argued. "The United States Rescue Forces made an exhaustive air and sea search for the missing capitalist Raymond LeBaron in the same general area, only a few days after Selenos 4 dropped from orbit. I have strong suspicions their search was a decoy to find and retrieve our spacecraft." "I read your report and analysis of the LeBaron disappearance," said Kornilov. "I disagree with your conclusion. Nowhere did I see that they conducted an underwater search. The rescue mission was soon called off. LeBaron and his crew are still listed as missing in the American press and presumed dead. That event was merely a coincidence, nothing more." "Then we all agree that Selenos 4 and her cosmonauts lie somewhere on the bottom of the sea." Antonov paused to blow a smoke ring. "The questions we still face are, do we concede the probability the Americans may have a base on the moon? And if so, what do we do about it?" "I believe it exists," Yasenin said with conviction. "We cannot ignore the possibility," Polivoy granted. Antonov stared narrowly at Kornilov. "And you, Sergei?" "Selenos 8, our first manned lunar landing mission, is scheduled for launch in 7 days," he answered slowly. "We cannot scrap the mission as we did when the Americans upstaged us with their Apollo program. Because our leaders saw no glory in being the second nation to set men on the moon, we tucked our tail between our legs and quit. It was a great mistake to place political ideology above scientific achievement. Now we have a proven heavy-lift launch vehicle capable of placing an entire space station with a crew of 8 men on lunar soil. The benefits in terms of propaganda and military rewards are immeasurable. If our ultimate goal is to obtain permanent preeminence in space and beat the Americans to Mars, we must follow through. I vote we program the guidance systems of Selenos 8 to land the crew within walking distance of where the astronauts stood in the crater and eliminate them." "I am in complete agreement with Kornilov," said Yasenin. "The facts speak for themselves. The Americans are actively engaged in imperialistic aggression in space. The photographs we've studied prove they've already destroyed one of our spacecraft and murdered the crew. And I believe the cosmonauts in Selenos 5 and 6 met the same fate. They have taken their colonialistic designs to the moon and claimed it for their own. The evidence is unequivocal. Our cosmonauts will be attacked and murdered when they attempt to plant the red star on lunar soil." There was a prolonged hush. No one spoke his thoughts. Polivoy was the first to break the pensive silence. "So you and Kornilov propose we attack them first?" "Yes," said Yasenin, warming to the subject. "Think of the windfall. By capturing the American moon base and its scientific technology intact, we'd be advancing our own space program by 10 years. The White House would surely mount a propaganda campaign and condemn us before the world as they did with the Kale Flight 7 incident," protested Polivoy. "They will remain quiet," Yasenin assured him. "How can they announce the seizure of something that isn't known to exist?" "The general has a point," said Antonov. "You realize we could be guilty of launching a war in space," cautioned Polivoy. "The United States struck first. It is our sacred duty to retaliate." Yasenin turned to Antonov. "The decision must be yours." The President of the Soviet Union again turned his gaze to the fire. Then he laid the Havana in an ashtray and looked down in wonder at his trembling hands. His face, ordinarily ruddy, was gray. The omen was plain. The demons outnumbered the forces of good. Once the course was set in motion, it would hurtle forward outside his control. Yet he could not allow the country to be slapped in the face by the imperialists. At last he turned back to the other men in the room and wearily nodded. "For Mother Russia and the party," he said solemnly, "arm the cosmonauts and order them to strike the Americans." 8 introductions and 3 tiresome conversations after his introduction to Dr. Mooney, Hagen was seated in a small office feverishly pounding an adding machine. Scientists dote on computers and engineers fondle digital calculators, but accountants are a Victorian lot. They still prefer traditional adding machines with thumb-size buttons and paper tapes that spit out printed totals. The controller was a Kipé, a graduate of the University of Texas School of Business and an ex-Navy man, and he had the engraved degrees and photographs of the ships he'd served on displayed on the oak, paneled wall of his office to prove it. Hagen had detected an uneasiness in the man's eyes, but no more than he'd expect from any corporate finance director who had a government auditor snooping around his private territory. There had been no suspicious look, no hesitation, when he asked to spot, "Check the telephone records for the last 3 years." Though his accounting experience with the Justice Department was limited to photographing ledgers in the dead of night, he knew enough of the jargon to talk a good line. Anyone who happened to glance in his office and saw him scribbling notes and intently examining the tape on the adding machine would have thought he was an old prop. The numbers on the tape were exactly that, numbers, but the note scribbling consisted of a methodical diagram of the placement and view angles of the security TV cameras between his office and Mooney. He also wrote out 2 names and added several notations beside each one. The first was Raymond LeBaron and the second was Leonard Hudson. But now he had a third, Gunnar Eriksson. He was certain that Eriksson had faked his death along with Hudson and dropped from the living to work on the Jersey Colony project. He also knew Hudson and Eriksson would never completely cut their ties with patent and laboratory. The facility and its high-powered crop of young scientists were too great an asset to ignore. There had to be an underground channel to the inner core. The telephone records for a facility with 3,000 employees filled several cardboard cartons. Control had been tight. Everyone who used a phone for any purpose, business or personal, had to keep a diary of the calls. Hagen wasn't about to attempt an examination of each one. That chore would take weeks. He was concerned only with the entries in Mooney's monthly diaries, especially those involving long distance. Hagen was not psychic, nor was he as exact as some men he knew who had a talent for detecting an irregularity, but he had an eye and a gut instinct for the hidden that seldom failed him. He copied down 6 numbers that Mooney had phoned more than once in the past 90 days. 2 were itemized as personal calls, for his company calls, long shots all. Still, it was the only way he might trace a lead to another member of the inner core. Playing by the rules, he picked up the phone and punched the patent and lab operator, requesting an open line and promising to record all his calls. The hour was late, and most of the list showed area codes of numbers in the Middle West or in the East Coast. Their time zones were 2 or 3 hours ahead, and they had likely shut down for the day, but he doggedly began calling anyway. "Centennial Supply," announced a male in a bored tone. "Yes, hello, is anyone in this evening?" "The office is closed. This is the 24-hour order desk." "My name is Judge, and I'm with the federal government," said Hagen, using his cover in case the phone was tapped. "We're doing an audit of the Patent and Physics Laboratory in Bend, Oregon." "You'll have to call back tomorrow morning after the office opens?" "Yes, I'll do that. But can you tell me exactly what kind of business Centennial Supply conducts?" "We supply specialized parts and electronics for recording systems." "For what applications?" "Mostly business. Video for recording executive meetings, laboratory experiments, security systems, and executive audio for secretaries. Stuff like that, you know." "How many employees do you have?" "Around 12. "Thank you very much," said Hagen. "You've been most helpful. Oh, one more thing. Do you get many orders from Patenten?" "Not really. Every couple of months they'll order a part to update or modify their video systems." "Thanks again. Goodbye." Hagen scratched that one and tried again. His next 2 calls reached answering machines. One was a chemical lab at Brandeis University in Waltham, and the other an unidentified office at the National Science Foundation in Washington. He checked the latter for a follow-up in the morning and tried an individual's number. Hello? Hagen looked at the name in Mooney's diary. Dr. Donald Fremont. Yes. Hagen went through his routine. What do you wish to know, Mr. Judge? Fremont's voice sounded elderly. I'm making a spot check of long-distance telephone calls. Has anyone from Pattendon called you in the last 90 days? Hagen asked, looking at the dates of the calls and playing dumb. Why, yes, Dr. Earl Mooney. He was a student of mine at Stanford. I retired 5 years ago, but we still keep in touch. Did you by chance also have a student by the name of Leonard Hudson? Leonard Hudson, he repeated as if trying to recall. I met him on 2 occasions. He wasn't in my class, though. Before my time, or I should say before my tenure at Stanford, I was teaching at Usk when he was a student. Thank you, Doctor. I won't trouble you further, not at all. Glad to help. Scratch 4. The next name from the diary was an Anson Jones. He tried again, well aware it never came easy, and that making a gold strike was 99% luck. Hello? Mr. Jones, my name is Judge. Who? Thomas Judge. I'm with the federal government, and we're running an audit on Pattendon Physics Laboratory. I don't know any Pattendon. You must have the wrong number. Does the name Dr. Earl Mooney ring a bell? Never heard of him. He's called your number 3 times in the last 60 days. Must be a phone company follow-up. You are Anson Jones, area code 303 number 547, wrong name, wrong number. Before you hang up, I have a message. What message? Hagen paused and then leaped. Tell Leo that Gunner wants him to pay for the airplane. You got that? There was silence on the other end for several moments. Then finally, is this a crank call? Goodbye, Mr. Jones. Pay dirt. He called the 6th listing just to be on the safe side. An answering service for a stock brokerage firm answered. A dry hole. Elation. That was what he felt. He became even more elated as he added to his notes. Mooney was not one of the inner core, but he was connected, one of the subordinate officers under the high command. Hagen tapped out a number in Chicago and waited. After 4 rings, a woman answered sweetly. Drake Hotel. My name is Thomas Judge, and I'd like to confirm a room reservation for tomorrow night. One moment, and I'll connect you with reservations. Hagen repeated the request for confirmation with the desk clerk. When asked for a credit card number to hold the room for late arrival, he gave Anson Jones's phone number in reverse. Your room is confirmed, sir. Thank you. What time was it? A glance at his watch told him it was 8 minutes to midnight. He closed the briefcase and wiggled into his coat. Taking a cigarette lighter from one pocket, he slid the interior workings from its case. Next, he removed a thin metal shaft with a dental mirror on one end from a slit in his rear coat flap. Hagen moved to the doorway. Clutching the briefcase between his knees, he stopped short of the threshold and tilted the tiny mirror up and down the corridor. It was empty. He turned the mirror until it reflected the television monitor above the far end of the corridor. Then he positioned the lighter until it barely protruded around the doorframe and pressed the flint lever. Inside the security booth behind the main lobby, a screen on one of the TV monitors suddenly turned to snow. The guard at the console quickly began checking the circuit lights. I've got a problem with number 12, he announced. His supervisor came over from a desk and stared at the monitor. Interference. The eggheads in the electrophysics lab must be at it again. Suddenly the interference stopped, only to begin again on another monitor. That's funny, said the supervisor. I've never seen it happen in sequence before. After a few seconds, the screen cleared, showing nothing but an empty corridor. The 2 security guards simply looked at each other and shrugged. Hagen turned off the miniature electrical impulse jammer as soon as he stepped inside and closed the door to Mooney's office. He walked softly over to the window and closed the drapes. He slipped on a pair of thin plastic gloves and turned on the overhead lights. Hagen was a master at the technique of tossing a room. He didn't bother with the obvious, the drawers, files, address, and telephone lists. He went directly to a bookshelf and found what he had hoped to find in less than 7 minutes. Mooney might have been one of the leading physicists in the nation, but Hagen had read him like a pictorial magazine. The small notebook was hidden inside a book entitled Celestial Mechanics in True Perspective by Horace Delisle. The contents were in a code employing equations. It was Greek to Hagen, but he wasn't fooled by the significance. Normally he would have photographed the pages and put them back, but this time he simply pocketed them, fully realizing he could never have them deciphered in time. The guards were still struggling with the monitors when he stepped up to the counter. "Would you like me to sign out?" he said with a smile. The head security guard came over, a quizzical expression on his face. "Did you just come from finance?" "Yes." "We didn't see you on the security TV." "I can't help that," said Hagen innocently. "I walked out the door and through the hallways until I came here. I don't know what else to tell you." "Did you see anyone? Anything unusual?" "No one, but the lights flickered and dimmed a couple of times." The guard nodded. "Electrical interference from the electrophysics lab. That's what I thought it was." Hagen signed out and walked into a cloudless night, humming softly to himself. The Cyclops. October 25, 1989, Key West, Florida. Pitt lay with his back pressed against the cool concrete of the airstrip, looking up at the Proserpine. The sun pushed over the horizon and slowly covered her worn hull in a shroud of pastel orange. The blimp had an eerie quality about it, or so it seemed in Pitt's imagination, an aluminum ghost unsure of where it was supposed to haunt. He'd been awake most of the time during the flight from Washington to Key West, poring over Buck Caesar's charts of the old Bahama Channel and retracing Raymond LeBaron's carefully marked flight path. He closed his eyes, trying to get a clear picture of the Proserpine's spectral wanderings. Unless the gas bags inside the blimp were reinflated from a ship, an extremely unlikely event, the only answer to Raymond LeBaron's whereabouts lay in Cuba. Something nagged at his mind, a thought that kept returning after he unconsciously brushed it aside, a piece of the picture that became increasingly lucid as he began dwelling on it. And then suddenly it crystallized. The flight to trace LeBaron's trail was a setup. A rational and logical conclusion remained a dim outline in a thick mist. The trick was to try to fit it into a pattern. His mind was casting about for directions to explore when he sensed a shadow fall over him. "Well, well," said a familiar voice. "Looks as though Snow White fell for the old apple routine again." "Either that or he's hibernating," came another voice Pitt recognized. He opened his eyes, shielded them from the sun with one hand, and looked out at a pair of grinning individuals who stared down. The shorter of the two, a barrel-chested, muscled character with black curly hair and the iron-bound look of a man who enjoyed eating bricks for breakfast, was Pitt's old friend and assistant projects director at Numa, Al Giordino. A reached down, grabbed an outstretched hand, and pulled Pitt to his feet as effortlessly as a sanitation worker picking up an empty beer can from park grass. "Departure time in 12 minutes. Our unnamed pilot arrive yet?" Pitt asked. The other man, slightly taller and much thinner than Giordino, shook his head. No sign of one. Rudy Gunn peered through a pair of blue eyes that were magnified by thick, lensed glasses. He had the appearance of an undernourished assistant bookkeeper toiling for a gold watch. The impression was deceptive. Gunn was the overseer of Numa's oceanographic projects. While Admiral Sandecker waged pitched battles with Congress and the federal bureaucracy, Gunn watched over the agency's day-to-day operation. For Pitt, prying Gunn and Giordino from under Sandecker had been a major victory. "If we want to match LeBaron's departure time, we'll have to wrestle it aloft ourselves," said Giordino, unconcerned. "I guess we can manage," said Pitt. "You study the flight manuals?" Giordino nodded. "Requires 50 hours of instruction and flying time to qualify for a license. The basic control isn't difficult, but the art of keeping that pneumatic scrotum stable in a stiff breeze takes practice." Pitt couldn't help grinning at Giordino's colorful description. The equipment loaded on board. "Loaded and secured," Gunn assured him. "Then I guess we might as well shove off." As they approached the Proserpine, LeBaron's crew chief climbed down the ladder from the control car. He spoke a few words to one of the ground crew, and then waved a friendly greeting. "She's all ready to go, gentlemen." "How close are we to the actual weather conditions of the previous flight?" asked Pitt. Mr. LeBaron was flying against a 5-mile, an hour headwind out of the southeast. You'll buck 8, so figure on compensating. There's a late season hurricane moving in over the Turks and Caicos Islands. The meteorological guys christened her Little Eva because she's a small blow with a diameter no more than 60 miles wide. The forecasters think she'll swing north toward the Carolinas. If you turn back no later than 1400 hours, Little Eva's outer breeze should provide you with a nice fat tailwind to nudge you home. And if we don't what? Swing back by 1400 hours. The crew chief smiled thinly. I don't recommend getting caught in a tropical storm with 50-mile an hour winds, at least not in an airship that's 60 years old. You make a strong case, Pitt admitted. Allowing for the headwind, said Gunn, we won't reach the search area until 10:30 hours. That doesn't leave us much time to look around. Yes, Giordino said, but Lebaron's known flight path should put us right in the ballpark. A tidy package, Pitt mused, to no one in particular. Too tidy. The three Numa men were about to climb on board when the Lebaron limousine pulled up beside the blimp. Angelo got out and smartly opened the passenger door. Jessie stepped into the sun and walked over, looking outdoorsy in a designer safari suit with her hair tied in a bright scarf, 1930s style. She was carrying a Swede flight bag. Are we ready? She said brightly, slipping past them and nimbly hustling up the ladder to the control car. Gunn gave Pitt a grim look. You didn't tell us we were going on a picnic. Nobody told me either, Pitt said, gazing up at Jessie, who had turned and was framed in the doorway. My fault, said Jessie. I forgot to mention that I'm your pilot. Giordino and Gunn looked as if they had swallowed live squid. Pitt's face wore an amused expression. He said, No kidding. Raymond taught me to fly the Prospertier, she said. I've logged over 80 hours at the controls and have a license. No kidding, Pitt repeated, becoming intrigued. Giordino failed to see the humor. Do you also know how to dive, Mrs. Lebaron? Kaya Scuba. I'm certified for both. We can't take a woman, said Gunn resolutely. Please, Mrs. Lebaron, pleaded the crew chief. We don't know what happened to your husband. The flight might be dangerous. We'll use the same communication plan as Raymond's flight, she said, ignoring him. If we find anything interesting, we'll transmit in normal voice. No code this time. This is ridiculous, snapped Gunn. Pitt shrugged. Oh, I don't know. I'll vote for her. You don't really mean it. Why not? Replied Pitt with a sardonic grin. I firmly believe in equal rights. She has just as much right to get herself killed as we do. The ground crew stood as silent as pallbearers, their eyes following the old blimp as she lifted into the sunrise. Suddenly she began dropping. They held their breath as the landing wheel touched the crest of a wave. Then she slowly bounced back into the air and struggled to rise. Someone muttered anxiously, Lift, baby, lift. The Prospertier agonizingly rose a few feet at a time until she finally leveled out at a safe altitude. The ground crew watched motionless, staring until the blimp became a tiny dark speck above the silent horizon. They stood there when she was no longer in view, instinctively quiet, a sense of dread in their hearts. There would be no volleyball game this day. They all herded inside the maintenance truck, overburdening the air conditioning system, clustering around the radio. The first message came in at 700 hours. Pitt explained away the shaky liftoff. Jessie had undercompensated for the lack of buoyancy caused by the extra payload Giordino and Gunn had placed on board. From then on until 1400 hours, Pitt kept the frequency open and maintained a running dialogue, matching his observations with the transcribed report that was recorded during Lebaron's flight. The crew chief picked up the microphone. Prospertier, this is Grandma's house. Over. Go ahead, Grandma. Can you give me your latest Vickers satellite position? Roger. Vickers reading 83,000, 608 by 8,090. The crew chief quickly plotted the position on a chart. Prospertier, you're looking good. I have you 5 miles due south of Gincho's Cay on the Bahama Bank. Over. I read the same, Grandma. How are the winds? Judging from the wave crests, I'd say the breeze has picked up to about force 6 on the Beaufort scale. Listen to me, Prospertier. The Coast Guard has issued a new update on Little Eva. She has doubled her speed and swung east. Hurricane warnings are up throughout the southern Bahamas. If she sticks to her present course, she'll strike the east coast of Cuba sometime this evening. I repeat, Little Eva has swung east and is heading in your direction. Call it a day, Prospertier, and beat a course for home. Will do, Grandma. Turning on a new course for the Keys. Pitt was silent for the next half hour. At 14:35 hours, the crew chief hailed again. Prospertier, come in, please. Over. No reply. Come in, Prospertier. This is Grandma's house. Do you read? Still nothing. The stifling air inside the truck seemed suddenly to turn cold as fear and apprehension gripped the crew. The seconds crawled past and took forever to become minutes as the crew chief tried desperately to raise the blimp. But the Prospertier did not respond. The crew chief slammed down the microphone and pushed his way outside the truck through the stunned ground crew. He ran over to the parked limousine and feverishly jerked open a rear door. "They're gone. We've lost them, same as the last time." The man sitting alone in the rear seat simply nodded. "Keep trying to raise them," he said quietly. As the crew chief hurried back to the radio, Admiral James Sandecker lifted a telephone receiver from a varnished cabinet and placed a call. "Mr. President." "Yes, Admiral. They're missing." "Understood. I've briefed Admiral Clyde Montfort of the Caribbean Joint Task Force. He's already put ships and planes on alert around the Bahamas. As soon as we hang up, I'll order him to launch a search and rescue operation. Please impress upon Montfort the need for speed. I've also been informed the Prospertier disappeared in the predicted path of a hurricane. Return to Washington, Admiral, and do not worry. Your people and Mrs. Laugeron should be sighted and picked up within a few hours. I'll try to share your optimism, Mr. President. Thank you." If there was one doctrine Sandecker believed in with all his heart, it was never trust a politician's word. He placed another call on the limousine's phone. "Admiral James Sandecker. I'd like to speak with Admiral Montfort. Right away, sir." "Jim, is that really you?" "Hello, Clyde. Good to hear your voice." "Damn, it's been nearly 2 years. What's on your mind?" "Tell me, Clyde, have you been alerted for a rescue mission in the Bahamas? Where did you hear that?" "The rumor mill. News to me. Most of our Caribbean forces are conducting an amphibious landing exercise on Jamaica." "Jamaica?" "A little muscle-flexing display of military capability to shake up the Soviets and Cubans. Keeps Castro off balance, thinking we're going to invade one of these days." "Are we?" "What in hell for? Cuba is the best advertising campaign we've got running that promotes communism as a big economic bust. Besides, better the Soviet Union throws $12 million a day down Castro's toilet than us." "You've received no orders to keep an eye on a blimp that left on a flight from the Keys this morning?" There was an ominous silence on the other end of the line. "I probably shouldn't be telling you this, Jim, but I did receive a verbal order concerning the blimp. I was told to keep our ships and aircraft out of the Bahama banks and to put a blackout on all communications coming from the area. The order come direct from the White House. Don't press your luck, Jim." "Thanks for setting me straight, Clyde." "Any time. Let's get together next time I'm in Washington. I look forward to it." Sandecker hung up, his face red with anger, his eyes fired with fury. "God help them," he muttered through clenched teeth. "We've all been had." Jessie's smooth, high-cheekboned face was tense from the strain of fighting the wind gusts and rain squalls that pounded against the skin of the blimp. Her arms and wrists were turning numb as she orchestrated the throttles and the big elevator pitch control. With the added weight from the rain, it was becoming nearly impossible to keep the wallowing airship level and steady. She began to feel the icy caress of fear. "We'll have to head for the nearest land," she said, her voice uneven. "I can't keep her aloft much longer in this turbulence." Pitt looked at her. "The nearest land is Cuba. Better arrested than dead." "Not yet," Pitt replied from his seat to the right and slightly behind her. "Hang on a little longer. The storm will sweep us back to Key West. With the radio out, they won't know where to look if we're forced to ditch in the sea." "You should have thought of that before you spilled coffee on the transmitter and shorted its circuitry." She stole a glance at him. God, she thought, it was maddening. He was leaning out the starboard window, nonchalantly peering through a pair of binoculars at the sea below. Giordino was observing out the port side, while Gunn was taking readings off the Vickers navigating computer and laying out their course on a chart. Every so often, Gunn calmly examined the stylus markings on the recorder of a Schonstedt gradiometer, an instrument for detecting iron by measuring magnetic intensity. All three men looked at, though they didn't have a care in the world. "Didn't you hear what I said?" she asked in exasperation. "We heard," Pitt replied. "I can't control her in this wind. She's too heavy. We've got to drop ballast or touch down." "The last of the ballast was dumped an hour ago." "Then get rid of that junk you brought on board," she ordered, gesturing to a small mountain of aluminum boxes strapped to the deck. "Sorry. That junk, as you call it, may come in handy, but we're losing lift." Do the best you can." Jesse pointed through the windshield. "The island off to our starboard is Cayo Santa Maria. The landmass beyond is Cuba. I'm going to bring the blimp around on a southerly course and take our chances with the Cubans." Pitt swung from the window, his green eyes set and purposeful. "You volunteered for this mission," he said roughly. "You wanted to be one of the boys. Now hang in there." "Use your head, Pitt," she snapped. "If we wait another half-hour, the hurricane will tear us to pieces." "I think I have something," Giordino called. Pitt moved from his seat over to the port side. "What direction?" Giordino pointed. "We just passed over it, about 200 yards off our stern." "A big one," Gunn said excitedly. "The markings are going off the scale." "Come about to port," Pitt ordered Jesse. "Take us back over the same course." Jesse didn't argue. Suddenly caught up in the fervor of the discovery, she felt her exhaustion fall away. She slammed the throttles forward and rolled the blimp to port, using the wind to crab around on a reverse course. A gust slammed into the aluminum envelope, causing a shudder to run through the ship and rocking the control car. Then the buffeting eased and the flight smoothed as the eight-tail fins came around and the wind beat from astern. The interior of the control car was as hushed as the crypt of a cathedral. Gunn unreeled the line from the gradiometer sensing unit until it dangled 400 feet below the belly of the blimp and skimmed the rolling swells. Then he turned his attention back to the recorder and waited for the stylus to make a horizontal swing across the graph paper. Soon it began to waver and scratch back and forth. "Coming up on target," Gunn announced. Giordino and Pitt ignored the wind stream and leaned farther out the windows. The sea was building and foam was spraying from the wave crests, making it difficult to see into the transparent depths. Jesse was having a tougher time of it now, struggling with the controls, trying to reduce the violent shaking and swaying of the blimp, which behaved like a whale fighting its way up the Colorado River rapids. "I've got her!" Pitt suddenly shouted. "She's lying north and south, about 100 yards to starboard." Giordino moved to the opposite side of the control car and gazed down. "Okay, I have her in sight, too." "Can you detect any sign of derricks?" Gunn asked. "Her outline is distinct, but I can't make out any detail. I'd say she's about 80 feet under the surface." "More like 90, said Pitt. "Is it the Cyclops?" Jesse asked anxiously. "Too early to tell." He turned to Gunn. "Mark the position from the Vicar." "Position marked," Gunn acknowledged. Pitt nodded at Jesse. "All right, pilot, let's make another pass. And this time, as we come about into the wind, try to hover over the target." "Why don't you ask me to turn lead into gold?" she snapped back. Pitt came over and kissed her lightly on the cheek. "You're doing great. Stick in a little longer and I'll spell you at the controls." "Don't patronize me," she said testily, but her eyes took on a warm glow and the tension lines around her lips softened. "Just tell me when to stop the bus." Very self-willed she was, thought Pitt. For the first time he felt himself envying Raymond LeBaron. He returned aft and put a hand on Gunn's shoulder. "Use the clinometer and see if you can get a rough measurement of her dimensions." Gunn nodded. "Will do." "If that's the Cyclops," said Giordino happily, "you made a damned good guess. A lot of luck mixed with a small amount of hindsight," Pitt admitted. "That and the fact Raymond LeBaron and Buck Caesar aimed us toward the ballpark. The puzzle is why the Cyclops lies outside the main shipping lane." Giordino gave a helpless tilt to his head. "We'll probably never know." "Coming back on target," Jesse reported. Gunn set the distance on the clinometer, and then sighted through the eyepiece, measuring the length of the shadowy object under the water. He managed to hold the instrument steady as Jesse fought a masterful battle against the wind. "No way of accurately measuring her beam because it's impossible to see if she lies straight up or on her side," he said, studying the calibrations. "And the overall length?" asked Pitt. "Between 530 and 550 feet." "Looking good," Pitt said, visibly relieved. "The Cyclops was 542 feet." "If we drop down closer, I might be able to get a more precise reading," said Gunn. "One more time, Jesse," Pitt called out. "I don't think so." She lifted a hand from the controls and pointed out the forward window. "A welcoming committee." Her expression appeared calm, almost too calm, while the men watched in mild fascination as a helicopter materialized out of the clouds 1,000 feet above the blimp. For several seconds it seemed to hang there, fastened in the sky like a hawk eyeing a pigeon. Then it swelled in size as it approached and banked around on a parallel course with the Prospertier. Through the binoculars they could clearly see the grim faces of the pilots and the two pairs of hands grasping the automatic guns that poked through the open side door. "They brought friends," Gunn said succinctly. He was aiming his binoculars at a Cuban gunboat about 4 miles away that was planing through the swells, throwing up great wings of sea spray. Giordino said nothing. He tore the holding straps from the boxes and began throwing the contents on the deck as fast as his hands could move. Gunn joined him as Pitt began assembling a strange-looking screen. "They're holding up a sign in English," Jesse announced. "What does it say?" Pitt asked without looking up. "Follow us and do not use your radio," she read aloud. "What should I do?" "Obviously we can't use the radio, so smile and wave to them. Let's hope they won't shoot if they see you're a woman." "I wouldn't count on it," grunted Giordino. "And keep hovering over the shipwreck," Pitt added. Jessie didn't like what was going on inside the control car. Her face noticeably paled. She said, "We'd better do what they want." "Screw them," Pitt said coldly. He unbuckled her seatbelt and lifted her away from the controls. Giordino held up a pair of air tanks, and Pitt quickly adjusted the straps over her shoulders. Gunn handed her a face mask, swim fins, and a buoyancy compensator vest. Quickly he ordered, "Put these on." She stood there, baffled. "What are you doing?" "I thought you knew," said Pitt. "We're going for a swim." "We're what?" The dark gypsy eyes were wide, not so much from alarm as astonishment. "No time for the defense to make a closing argument," Pitt said calmly. "Call it a wild plan for staying alive and let it go at that. Now do as you're told and lie down on the deck behind the screen." Giordino stared dubiously at the inch-thick screen. "Let's hope it does the job." "I'd hate to be around if a bullet finds an air tank." "Fear not," Pitt replied, as the three men hurriedly strapped on their diving gear. High, tensile plastic, guaranteed to stop anything up to a 20-millimeter shell. With no hands at the controls, the blimp lurched sideways under the onslaught of a fresh gust and pitched downward. Everyone instinctively dropped to the deck and snatched at the nearest hand grip. The boxes that held the equipment skidded madly across the deck and crashed into the pilot's seats. There was no hesitation, no further attempt at communication. The Cuban commander of the helicopter, thinking the sudden erratic movement of the blimp meant it was trying to escape, ordered his crew to open fire. A storm of bullets struck the starboard side of the Prospertier from no more than 30 yards away. The control car was immediately turned into a shambles. The old yellowed windows melted away in a shower of fragments that splashed across the deck. The controls and the instrument panel were blasted into twisted junk, filling the shattered cabin with smoke from shorted circuitry. Pitt lay prone on top of Jesse, Gunn and Giordino blanketing him, listening to the steel, nosed shells thump against the bulletproof screen. Then the gunmen in the helicopter altered their aim and concentrated on the engine. The aluminum cowlings were torn and mangled by the devastating fire until they shredded and blew away in the airstream. The engines coughed and sputtered into silence. Their cylinder heads shot away, oil spewing out amid torrents of black smoke. "The fuel tanks," Jessie heard herself shouting above the mad din. "They'll explode." "The least of our worries," Pitt yelled back in her ear. "The Cubans aren't using incendiary bullets, and the tanks are made out of self-sealing neoprene rubber." Giordino crawled over to the ripped and jumbled pile of equipment boxes and retrieved what looked to Jessie like some kind of tubular container. He pushed it ahead of him up the steeply tilted deck. "Need any help?" Pitt yelled. "If Rudy can brace my legs." His voice trailed off. Gunn didn't require a lecture on instructions. He jammed his feet against a bulkhead for support and clutched Giordino around the knees in a vise grip. The blimp was totally out of control, dead in the sky, the nose pointing at a 40-degree angle toward the sea. All lift was gone, and it began to sink from the sky as the Cubans sprayed the plump, exposed envelope. The stabilizer fins still reached for the clouds, but the old Prospertier was in her death throes. She would not die alone. Giordino wrestled the tube open, pulled out an M72 missile launcher, and loaded the 66-millimeter rocket. Slowly, moving with great caution, he eased the snout of the bazookic weapon over the jagged glass left in the frame of the window and took aim. To the astonished men in the patrol boat, less than 1 mile away, the helicopter appeared to disintegrate in a huge mushroom of fire. The sound of the explosion burst through the air like thunder, followed by a flaming rain of twisted metal that hissed and steamed when it hit the water. The blimp still hung there, pivoting slowly on its axis. Helium surged through gaping rents in the hull. The circular supports inside began snapping like dried sticks. As if heaving out her final breath, the Prospertier caved in on herself, collapsing like an eggshell, and fell into the seething whitecap. The raging devastation all happened so quickly. In less than 20 seconds, both engines were torn from their mounts, and the support beams holding the control car twisted apart, accompanied by a banshee screeching sound. Like a fragile toy thrown on the sidewalk by a destructive child, the rivets burst, and the internal structure shrieked in agony as it disintegrated. The control car kept sinking into the deep, the water flooding through the shattered windows. It was as if a giant hand was pressing the blimp downward until at last she slipped into the depths and disappeared. Then the control car broke free and dropped like a falling leaf, trailed by a confused maze of wire and cable. The remains of the duraluminum envelope followed, flapping wildly like a drunken bat in flight. A school of yellowtail snappers darted from under the plunging mass an instant before it struck the sea floor, the impact throwing up billowing clouds of fine sand. Then all was as quiet as a grave, the deathly stillness broken only by the gentle gurgle of escaping air. On the turbulent surface, the stunned crew of the gunboat began sweeping back and forth over the crash sites, searching for any sign of survivors. They only found spreading pools of fuel and oil. The winds from the approaching hurricane increased to force 8. The waves reached a height of 18 feet, making any further search impossible. The boat's captain had no choice but to turn about on a course toward a safe harbor in Cuba, leaving behind a swirling and malignant sea. The opaque cloud of silt that hid the shredded remains of the Prospertier was slowly carried away by a weak bottom current. Pitt rose to his hands and knees and looked around the shambles that had been the control car. Gunn was sitting upright on the deck, his back pressed against a buckled bulkhead. His left ankle was swelling into the shape of a coconut, but he sucked on his mouthpiece and raised one hand with the fingers formed in a V. Giordino doggedly pulled himself upright and tenderly pressed the right side of his chest. One broken ankle and probably a few ribs between them. Thought Pitt, it could be worse. He bent over Jessie and lifted her head. Her eyes appeared blank through the lens of the face mask. The hollow hiss of her regulator and the rise and fall of her chest indicated her breathing was normal, if a bit on the rapid side. He ran his fingers over her arms and legs, but found no sign of a fracture, except for a rash of black and blue marks that would bloom in the next 24 hours. She seemed whole. As if to assure him, she reached out for his arm and gave it a firm squeeze. Satisfied, Pitt turned his attention to himself. All the joints swiveled properly. The muscles functioned, nothing seemed distorted. Yet he didn't escape unscathed. A purplish lump was rising on his forehead, and he noticed a strange, stiffening sensation in his neck. Pitt cancelled out the discomfort with the consolation that no one appeared to be bleeding. One hairline brush with death was enough for one day, he mused. The last thing they needed now was a shark attack. Pitt focused on the next problem, getting out of the control car. The door was jammed, small wonder after the beating it had taken. He sat on his buttocks, grasped both hands on the bent frame, and lashed out with his feet. Lashed out was an exaggeration. The water pressure impeded the thrust of his legs. He felt as though he was trying to kick out the bottom of a huge jar of glue. On the 6th attempt, when the balls and heels of his feet could take no more, the metal seal gave and the door swung outward in slow motion. Giordino emerged first, his head swathed by a surge of bubbles from his breathing regulator. He reached back inside, dug his feet into the sand, braced himself for the chest pain that was sure to come, and gave a mighty heave. With Pitt and Gunn shoving from the inside, a large, unwieldy bundle slowly squeezed through the door and dropped to the sand. Then 8 steel tanks containing 104 cubic feet of air were passed out to the waiting hands of Giordino. Inside the mangled control car, Jessie fought to equalize her ears with the water pressure. The blood roared, and a stabbing pain burst in her head, blanking out the trauma of the crash. She pinched her nose and snorted furiously. On the 5th try her ears finally popped, and the relief was so marvelous that tears came to her eyes. She clamped her teeth on the regulator's mouthpiece and sucked in a lungful of air. How beautiful it would be to wake up in her own bed, she thought. Something touched her hand. It was another hand, firm and rough, skinned. She looked up to see Pitt's eyes staring at her through his mask. They seemed crinkled in a smile. He nodded for her to follow him. He led her outside into the vast, liquid void. She gazed up, watching her air bubbles hiss and swirl toward the restless surface. Despite the turbulence above, visibility on the bottom was nearly 200 feet, and she could clearly see the entire length of the airship's main carcass lying a short distance from the control car. Gunn and Giordino were nowhere in sight. Pitt gestured for her to wait by the air tanks and the strange bundle. He checked the compass on his left wrist and swam off into the blue haze. Jessie drifted, weightless, her head feeling light from a touch of nitrogen narcosis. An overwhelming sense of loneliness closed over her, but quickly evaporated when she saw Pitt retuning. He made a sign for her to follow, and then he turned and slowly paddled away. Pounding her feet against the water resistance, she quickly caught up with him. The white sandy bottom gave way to clumps of coral inhabited by a variety of oddly shaped fish. Their natural bright colors were deadened to a soft gray by the scattering and absorption of the water particles that filtered out the reds, oranges, and yellows, leaving only dull greens and blues. They pedaled their fins, moving only an arm's length above the weird and exotically molded underwater jungle, observed queerly by a crowd of small angelfish, pufferfish, and trumpetfish. The amusing scene reminded Pitt of children watching the huge ballooned cartoon characters that float down Broadway in Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Suddenly, Jessie dug her fingers into Pitt's leg and pointed above and behind. There, swimming in lazy apathy, only 20 feet away, was a school of barracuda. There must have been 200 of them, none measuring less than 4 feet in length. They turned as one and began circling the divers while displaying a beady-eyed curiosity. Then, deciding that Pitt and Jessie were not worth lingering over, they flashed away in the wink of an eye and were lost to view. When Pitt turned back, he saw Rudy Gunn materializing out of the smoky blue curtain. Gunn came to a stop and beckoned for them to hurry in his direction. Then he made the V sign of success. The meaning was clear. Gunn vigorously kicked with one fin, rapidly rising at an angle until he was about 30 feet above the coral landscape, Pitt and Jessie trailing immediately in his wake. They had traveled nearly 100 yards when Gunn abruptly slowed and curved his body into a vertical position, one whitened hand held out, slightly bent finger pointing like the Grim Reaper. Like a haunted castle looming from the mists of a Yorkshire moor, the phantom shape of the Cyclops rose up through the watery gloom, evil and sinister, as though some unspeakable force lurked within her bowels. Pitt had dived on many shipwrecks, and he was the first man to view the Titanic, but staring at the lost ghost ship of legend left him numb with an almost superstitious awe. The knowledge that she was the tomb for over 300 men only deepened her malignant aura. The sunken ship was lying on her port side with a list of about 25 degrees, her bow set toward the north. She did not have the look of anything that was supposed to rest on the sea floor, and Mother Nature had gone to work laying a veil of sediment and marine organisms over the steel intruder. The entire hull and superstructure were encrusted with sea growth of every imaginable description, sponges, barnacles, flowery anemones, feathery sea ferns, and slender weeds that gracefully swayed with the current like the arms of dancers. Except for the distorted bow and 3 fallen derricks, the ship was surprisingly intact. They found Giordino busily scraping the growth from a small section below the stern railing. He turned at their approach and showed off his handiwork. He had exposed the raised letters that spelled out Cyclops. Pitt glanced at his orange-faced doxodiver's watch. It seemed an eternity since the blimp crashed, but only 9 minutes had passed from the moment they swam out of the control car. It was imperative that they conserve their air. They still had to search the wreck and have enough left in the spare tanks for decompression. The safety margin would be cut dangerously thin. He checked Jessie's air gauge and studied her eyes. They looked clear and bright. She was breathing slowly in a comfortable rhythm. She gave him a thumbs up sign and then threw him a coquettish wink. Her brush with death in the Prospertier was forgotten for the moment. Pitt winked back. She's actually enjoying this, he thought. Using hand signals for communication, the 4 of them fanned out in a line above the fantail and began prowling her length. The doors of the aft-deck house had rotted away, and the teak deck was heavily worm-eaten. Any flat surface was coated by sediment that gave the appearance of a dusty shroud. The jackstaff stood bare, the United States ensign having rotted away long ago. The 2 stern guns pointed aft, mute and deserted. The twin smokestacks stood like sentries over the decaying wreckage of ventilators, bollards and railings, rotting coils of wire and cable still hugging rusting winches. Like a shanty town, each piece of debris offered a nesting place for spiny urchins, arrow crabs, and other creatures of the sea. Pitt knew from studying a diagram of the Cyclops' interior that searching the stern section was a waste of time. The smokestacks stood over the engine room and its crew quarters. If they were to find the La Dorada statue, it would most likely be in the general cargo compartment beneath the bridge and forecastle. He motioned the others to continue their probe toward the bow. They swam slowly, carefully along the catwalk that stretched over the sprawling coal hatches, skirting around the great clamshell loading buckets and under the carotid derricks that reached forlornly toward the refracted rays from above. It became apparent to them that the Cyclops had died a quick and violent death. The rotting remains of the lifeboats were forever frozen in their davits, and much of the superstructure looked as if it had been crushed by a monstrous fist. The odd box-like form of the bridge slowly took form out of the blue-green dusk. The two support legs on the starboard side had buckled, but the hull's tilt to port had compensated for the angle. Peculiarly out of kilter with the rest of the ship, the bridge stood on a perfect horizontal plane. The dark on the other side of the wheelhouse door looked ominous. Pitt switched on his dive light and drifted slowly inside, taking care not to stir up the silt on the deck with his fins. Dim light filtered through the slime-coated portholes on the forward bulkhead. He brushed away the muck from the glass covering the ship's clock. The tarnished hands were frozen at 12:21. He also examined the big upright compass stand. The interior was still watertight, and the needle floated free in kerosene, pointing faithfully toward magnetic north. Pitt noted that the ship's heading was 340 degrees. On opposite sides of the compass, covered over by a colony of sponges that turned vivid red under Pitt's light, were two post-like objects that rose from the deck and fanned out at the top. Curious, Pitt wiped the growth from the port one, revealing a glass face through which he could barely make out the words ahead full, half, slow, dead slow, stop, and finished with engines. It was the bridge telegraph to the engine room. He noted that the brass arrow was pointing to full. He floated over and cleaned the glass on the starboard telegraph. The pointer was locked on finished with engines. Jessie was about 8 feet behind Pitt when she let out a garbled scream that lifted the hair on the nape of his neck. He spun around, half thinking she was being dragged away by a shark, but she was gesturing frantically at a pair of objects protruding from the silt. Two human skulls, muck up to their nose openings, stared through empty eye sockets. They give Pitt the disconcerting feeling he was being watched. The bones of another crewman rested against the base of the helm, one skeletal arm still wedged between the spokes of the wheel. Pitt wondered if one of them might be the pitiful remains of Captain Worley. There was nothing else to see, so Pitt led Jessie outside the wheelhouse and down a companionway to the crew and passenger quarters. At almost the same time, Gunn and Giordino disappeared down a hatch leading to a small cargo hold. The layer of silt was shallow in this section of the ship, no more than an inch deep. The companionway led to a long passageway with small compartments off to the sides. Each one contained bunks, porcelain sinks, scattered personal effects, and the skeletal relics of their occupants. Pitt soon lost count of the dead. He paused and added air to his buoyancy compensator to keep his body balanced in a free-floating horizontal position. The slightest touch from his fins would stir up large clouds of blinding silt. Pitt tapped Jessie on the shoulder and shone his light into a small head with a bathtub and 2 toilets. He made a questioning gesture. She grinned around her mouthpiece and made a comical but negative reply. He accidentally struck his dive light against a steam pipe running along the ceiling and momentarily knocked the switch into the off position. The sudden realm of utter darkness was as total and stifling as if they were dropped into a coffin and the lid slammed shut. Pitt had no wish to remain surrounded by eternal black within the grave of the Cyclops, and he quickly flicked on the light again, exposing a brilliant yellow and red sponge colony that clung to the bulkheads of the passageway. It soon became obvious they would find no evidence of the La Dorada statue here. They made their way back through the passageway of death and resurfaced on the forecastle deck. Giordino was waiting and motioned toward a hatch that was frozen half open. Pitt squeezed through, clanging his air tanks on the frame, and dropped down a badly eroded ladder. He swam through what looked like a baggage cargo hold, twisting around the jumbled and decayed rubbish, heading toward the unearthly glow of Gunn's dive light. A pile of unhinged bones passed under him, the jaw of the skull gaping in what seemed in Pitt's imagination a ghastly scream of terror. He found Gunn intently examining the rotting interior of a large shipping crate. The grisly skeletal remains of 2 men were wedged between the crate and a bulkhead. For a brief instant, Pitt's heart pounded with excitement and anticipation, his mind certain they had found the most priceless treasure of the sea. Then Gunn looked up, and Pitt saw the bitter disappointment reflected in his eyes. The crate was empty. A frustrating search of the cargo hold turned up a startling revelation. Lying in the dark shadows like a collapsed rubber doll was a deep sea-diving suit. The arms were outstretched, the feet encased in Frankenstein, style-weighted boots. A tarnished brass diving helmet and breastplate covered the head and neck. Curled off to the side like a dead gray snake was the umbilical line that contained the air hose and lifeline cable. They were severed about 6 feet from the helmet couplings. The layer of silt and slime on the diving outfit indicated it had lain there for many years. Pitt removed a knife strapped to his right calf and used it to pry loose the wing nut clamping the helmet's faceplate. It gave slowly at first, and then loosened enough to be removed by his fingers. He pulled the faceplate open and aimed the beam of the dive light inside. Protected from the ravages of destructive sea life by the rubber suit and the helmet's safety valves, the head still retained hair and remnants of flesh. Pitt and his party were not the first to have probed the gruesome secrets of the Cyclops. Someone else had already come and gone with the La Dorada treasure. Pitt checked his old Doxa watch and calculated their decompression stops. He added an extra minute to each stop as a safety margin to eliminate the gas bubbles from their blood and tissues and prevent the agony of divers' bends. After leaving the Cyclops, they had exchanged the nearly empty air cylinders for their reserve supply stashed beside the control car and began their slow rise to the surface. A few feet away, Gunn and Giordino added air to their buoyancy compensators to maintain the required depth while handling the cumbersome bundle. Below them, in the watery gloom, the Cyclops lay desolate and cursed to oblivion. Before another decade passed, her rusting walls would begin to collapse inward, and a century later the restless seafloor would cover her pitiful remains under a shroud of silt, leaving only a few pieces of coral and crusted debris to mark her grave. Above them, the surface was a turmoil of quicksilver. At the next decompression stop, they began to feel the crushing momentum from the mountainous swells and fought to hang in the void together. There was no thought of a stop at the 20-foot level. Their air supply was almost exhausted, and only death by drowning waited in the depths. They had no alternative but to surface and take their chances in the tempest above. Jessie seemed composed and unshaken. Pitt realized that she didn't suspect the danger on the surface. Her only thoughts were of seeing the sky again. Pitt made one final check of the time and motioned upward with his thumb. They began to ascend as one, Jessie hanging onto Pitt's leg, Gunn and Giordino dragging the bundle. The light increased, and when Pitt looked up, he was surprised to see a whirl of foam only a few feet above his head. He surfaced in a trough and was lifted by a vast, sloping wall of green that carried him up and over the crest of a high wave as lightly as a bathtub toy. The wind shrieked in his ears, and sea spray lashed his cheeks. He pulled up his mask and blinked his eyes. The sky to the east was filled with dark, swirling clouds, dark as charcoal as they soared over the gray-green sea. The speed of the approaching storm was uncanny. It seemed to be leaping from one horizon to the next. Jessie popped up beside him and stared through wide-stricken eyes at the blackening overcast bearing down on them. She spit out her mouthpiece. "What is it?" "The hurricane," Pitt shouted over the wind. "It's coming faster than anyone thought." "Oh, God!" she gasped. "Release your weight belt and unstrap your air tanks," he said. Nothing needed to be said to the others. They had already dropped their gear and were tearing open the bundle. The clouds swept overhead, and they were hurled into a twilight world, drained of all color. They were stunned at the violent display of atmospheric power. The wind suddenly doubled in strength, filling the air with foam and driving spray and shattering the wave crests into froth. Abruptly, the bundle that they had so doggedly hauled with them from the Prospertier burst open into an inflatable boat, complete with a compact 20-horsepower outboard motor encased in a waterproof plastic cover. Giordino rolled over the side, followed by Gunn, and they frantically tore at the motor covering. The savage winds quickly drove the boat away from Pitt and Jessie. The gap began widening at an alarming rate. "The sea anchor!" Pitt bellowed. "Throw out the sea anchor!" Gunn barely heard Pitt over the wail of the wind. He heaved a canvas cone, shaped sack over the side that was held open by an iron hoop at the mouth. He then paid it out on a line which he made fast to the bit on the bow. As the drag on the anchor took hold, the boat's head came around into the wind and slowed. Its drift While Giordino labored over the motor, Gunn threw out a line to Pitt, who tied it under Jessie's arms. As she was towed toward the boat, Pitt swam after her, the waves breaking over his head. The mask was torn from his head, and the salt spray whipped his eyes. He doubled his effort when he saw that the running sea was carrying away the boat faster than he could swim. Giordino's muscled arms thrust into the water, closed on Jessie's wrists, and yanked her into the boat as effortlessly as if she were a 10-pound sea bass. Pitt squinted his eyes until they were almost slits. He felt rather than saw the line fall over his shoulder. He could just make out Giordino's grinning face leaning over the side, his great hands winding in the line. Then Pitt was lying in the bottom of the wildly rocking boat, panting and blinking the salt from his eyes. "Another minute, and you'd have been beyond reach of the line," Giordino yelled. "Time sure flies when you're having fun," Pitt yelled back. Giordino rolled his eyes at Pitt's cocky reply, and went back to laboring over the motor. The immediate danger facing them now was overturning. Until the motor could be started to provide a small degree of stability, a thrashing wave could flip them upside down. Pitt and Gunn threw over trailing ballast bags, which temporarily reduced the threat. The strength of the wind was ungodly. It tore at their hair and bodies. The spray felt as abrasive to their skin as if it came from a sand blaster. The little inflatable boat flexed under the stress of the mad sea and reeled in the grip of the gale, but she somehow refused to be tipped over. Pitt knelt on the hard rubber floorboards, clasping the lifeline with his right hand, and turned his back to the wind. Then he extended his left arm. It was an old seaman's trick that always worked in the northern hemisphere. His left hand would be pointing to the center of the storm. They were slightly outside the center, he judged. There would be no breathing spell from the relative calm of the hurricane's eye. Its main path lay a good 40 miles to the northwest. The worst was yet to come. A wave crashed over them, and then another, two in quick succession that would have broken the back of a larger, more rigid vessel. But the tough, runty inflatable shook off the water and struggled back to the surface like a playful seal. Everyone managed to keep a firm grip, and no one was washed overboard. At last, Giordino signaled that he had the motor running. No one could hear it over the howl of the wind. Quickly, Pitt and Gunn pulled in the sea anchor and the ballast bags. Pitt cupped one hand and yelled in Giordino's ear, "Run with the storm!" To sheer on a sideways course was impossible. The combined force of wind and water would have flung them over. To head into the thrust of the storm bows meant a sure battering they could never survive. Their only hope was to ride in the path of the least resistance. Giordino grimly nodded and pushed the throttle lever. The boat banked around sharply in a trough and surged forward across a sea that had turned completely white from the driving spray. They all flattened themselves against the floorboards except Giordino. He sat with one arm wrapped around a lifeline and gripped the outboard motor's steering lever with his free hand. The daylight was fading slowly away, and night would fall in another hour. The air was hot and stifling, making it difficult to breathe. The almost solid wall of wind stripped water-decreased visibility to less than 300 yards. Pitt borrowed Gunn's diver's mask and raised his head over the bow. It was like standing under Niagara Falls and staring upward. Giordino felt icy despair as the hurricane unleashed its full wrath around them. That they had survived this long was just short of a miracle. He was fighting the tumbling sea in a kind of restrained frenzy, struggling desperately to keep their puny oasis from being overwhelmed by a wave. He constantly changed throttle settings, trying to ride just behind the towering crests, warily glancing over his shoulder every few seconds at the gaping trough, chasing their stern 30 feet below and behind. Giordino knew the end was only minutes away, certainly no more than an hour with enormous luck. It would be so easy to swing the boat abeam of the sea and finish it now. He allowed himself a quick look down at the others and saw a broad smile of encouragement on Pitt's lips. If his friend of nearly 30 years felt close to death, he gave no hint of it. Pitt threw a jaunty wave and returned to peering over the bow. Giordino couldn't help wondering what he was looking at. Pitt was studying the waves. They were piling up higher and more steeply, the wind hurling the foaming white horse at the peaks into the next trough. He estimated the distance between crests and judged that they were packing together like the forward lines of a marching column that was slowing its pace. The bottom was coming up. The surge was flinging them into shallower water. Pitt's eyes strained to penetrate the chaotic wall of water. Slowly, as if a black-and-white photograph were being developed, shadowy images began taking shape. The first image that flashed through his mind was that of stained teeth, blackened molars being scrubbed by white toothpaste. The image sharpened into dark rocks, with the waves smashing against them in great unending explosions of white. He watched the water shoot skyward as the backwash struck an incoming surge. Then, as the surf momentarily settled, he spotted a low reef extending parallel to the rocks that formed a natural wall in front of a wide, sweeping beach. It had to be the Cuban island of Cayo Santa Maria, he reckoned. Pitt had no problem visualizing the probabilities of the new nightmare. Bodies torn to shreds on the coral reef or crushed on the jagged rocks. He wiped the salt from the mask lens and stared again. Then he saw it, 1,001 chance to survive the vortex. Giordino had seen it too, a small inlet between the rocks. He steered for it, knowing he stood a better chance of threading a needle in a thrashing washing machine. In the next 30 seconds, the churning outboard and the storm had carried them 100 yards. The sea over the reef boiled in a dirty foam, and the wind velocity increased to where the driving spray and the darkness made vision almost impossible. Jessie's face went white, her body rigid. Her eyes met Pitt's for an instant, fearful yet trusting. His arm circled her waist and squeezed tight. A breaker caught and struck them like an avalanche down a mountain. The screw of the outboard raced as it lifted clear of the crest, but its protesting whir was drowned by the deafening noise of the surf. Gunn opened his mouth to shout a warning, but no sound came. The plunging breaker curled over the boat and smashed down on them with fantastic force. It tore Gunn's hold on the lifeline, and Pitt saw him gyrate through the air like a kite with a broken string. The boat was driven over the reef, buried in foam. The coral sliced through the rubberized fabric into the air chambers. A field of razor blades couldn't have done it more efficiently. The thickly encrusted bottom swirled past. For several moments they were completely submerged. Then, at last, the faithful little inflatable wallowed to the surface, and they were clear of the reef with only 50 yards of open water separating them from the craggy ramparts looming dark and wet. Gunn bobbed up only a few feet away, gasping for breath. Pitt reached way out, grabbed him by the shoulder strap of his buoyancy compensator, and hauled him on board. The rescue didn't come a second too soon. The next breaker came roaring over the reef like a herd of crazed animals running before a forest fire. Giordino grimly hung on to the motor, which was unfalteringly purring away with every bit of horsepower pistons could punch out. It didn't take a psychic to know the frail craft was being torn to bits. She was only buoyed up by air still trapped in her chambers. They were almost within reach of the gap between the rocks when they were caught by the wave. The preceding trough slipped under the base of the breaker, causing it to steepen to twice its height. Its speed increased as it rushed toward the rocky shoreline. Pitt glanced up. The menacing pinnacles towered above them, water boiling around their foundations like a seething cauldron. The boat was thrust up the front of the breaker, and for a brief instant Pitt thought they might be carried over the peak before it broke. But it curled suddenly and toppled forward, striking the rocks opposite the inlet with the shattering crash of thunder, throwing the shredded boat and its occupants into the air, spilling them into the maelstrom. Pitt heard Jessie scream from far in the distance. It barely pierced his numbed mind, and he struggled to reply. But then everything blurred. The boat fell with such jarring force the motor was ripped from the transom and slung onto the beach. Pitt remembered nothing after that. A black whirlpool opened up, and he was sucked into it. The man who was the driving force behind the Jersey colony lay on an office couch inside the concealed headquarters of the project. He rested his eyes and concentrated on his meeting with the president on the golf course. Leonard Hudson knew damn well the president wasn't about to sit still and wait patiently for another surprise contact. The chief executive was a pusher who never left anything to luck. Although Hudson's sources inside the White House and the intelligence agencies reported no indication of an investigation, he was certain the president was figuring a way to penetrate the curtain around the inner core. He could almost feel the net being thrown. His secretary rapped softly on the door and then opened it. "Excuse me for intruding, but Mr. Steinmetz is on the viewer and wishes to talk to you." "I'll be there in a minute." Hudson rearranged his thoughts as he laced his shoes. Like a computer, he logged out of one problem and called up another. He didn't look forward to battling with Steinmetz, even if the man was 250,000 miles away. Ellie Steinmetz was the kind of engineer who overcame an obstacle by designing a mechanical solution and then building it with his own hands. His talent for improvisation was the reason Hudson had chosen him as the leader of the Jersey colony. A graduate of Caltech with a master's degree from MIT, he had supervised construction projects in half the countries of the world, even Russia. When approached by the Inner Core to build the first human habitat on lunar soil, Steinmetz had taken nearly a week to make a decision while his mind wrestled with the awesome concept and staggering logistics of such a project. Finally, he accepted, but only on his own terms. He and only he would select the crew to live on the moon. There would be no pilots or prima donna astronauts in residence. All spaceflight would be directed by ground control or computers. Only men whose special qualifications were vital in the construction of the base would be included. Besides Steinmetz, the first three to launch the colony were solar and structural engineers. Months later, a biologist, doctor, a geochemical engineer, and a horticulturist arrived. Other scientists and technicians followed as their special skills and knowledge were required. At first, Steinmetz had been considered too old. He was 53 when he set foot on the moon, and he was 59 now. But Hudson and the other Inner Core members weighed experience over age and never once regretted their selection. Now Hudson stared into the video monitor at Steinmetz, who was holding up a bottle with a hand-drawn label. Unlike the other colonists, Steinmetz's face sprouted no beard and his head was clean, shaven. His skin had a dusky tint that complemented his slate black eyes. Steinmetz was a fifth-generation American Jew, but he could have walked unnoticed in a Muslim mosque. "How's that for self-sufficiency?" said Steinmetz. Chateau Lunar Chardonnay, 1989. "Not exactly a premier vintage. Only had enough grapes to make 4 bottles. Should have allowed the vines in the greenhouses to mature another year, but we got impatient." "I see you even made your own bottle," observed Hudson. "Yes, our pilot chemical plant is in full operation now. We've increased our output to where we can process almost 2 tons of lunar soil materials into 200 pounds of a bastard metal or 500 pounds of glass in 15 days.